Chapter 1087, Middle Divine Continent. Nighttime, in a huge valley. There was a large lake in the valley. Moonlight shone down on it. There were a dozen girls playing in the lake. They were only wearing undergarments and splashing water on each other. Hee hee, senior sister. Look at the water, one of the girls shouted. Damn girl, are you looking for death? Look at the water. Ha ha ha. The girls were happily playing in the water. Lower your voice. This is the forbidden area of the Kaiyuan Academy. If the sect leader finds out, we'll be in trouble. One of the girls said. Senior sister, don't worry. It's because of the forbidden area that no one is here. One of the girls laughed. That's true. I don't know why, but no one is allowed to enter this area. One of the girls frowned. I know. It seems to be the burial place of the founder of the Kaiyuan Academy. So no one is allowed to disturb him. Then wouldn't it be blasphemous for us to bathe here? Ha ha. Fourth sister, you're the one who thinks the most. So many of us are naked for the founder to see. Why would he think it's blasphemous? One of the girls laughed. Damn girl, you don't say anything nice. Hee hee. Look at the water. Ha! Look at the water. The 15 girls were having a great time, but they didn't know that in a distant forest. At this moment, they were hiding from a wretched fatty. Although they're a little ugly, I don't mind. Once the sky turns dark, isn't it the same? Besides, I don't want to look at their faces. Hee hee hee. The wretched fatty's eyes were wide open. The wretched fatty was Dongfang Zhengpai from the Julu Academy. Hiding in the forest, Dongfang Zhengpai's body trembled. His blood essence rushed to his brain, and his breathing became rapid. When a person's wretchedness reached a certain level, it was also a kind of realm. If this scene was known by the previous generations of the Julu Academy, who knows how many of them would be killed to make up for the guilt they felt towards their founder, Dongfang Bubi. The great scholars of the Julu Academy, couldn't they have some morals? Even if they were thirsty, they could go to a brothel in the mortal world. Was there a need to embarrass the Julu Academy here? Of course, Dongfang Zheng's sect, who was immersed in their wretched business, did not notice. Higher, higher! Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Pu-pu! A huge rock beneath Dongfang Zhengpai's feet suddenly rose a little. Dongfang Zhengpai was too engrossed and didn't notice anything amiss. Wow, good, good. GGG, it would be even better if it was higher. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed wretchedly. The boulder beneath his feet suddenly expanded once more. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted open under Dongfang Zhengpai's feet. Dongfang Zhengpai was blasted to the ground. What's going on? Dongfang Zhengpai turned to look. There was a big hole in the ground, and there seemed to be some orderly explosions around it. It was as if a formation had been opened from the inside of the ground. When the array was opened, Dongfang Zhengpai saw a huge tomb. At the entrance of the tomb, a skinny figure was standing there. He was dressed in green and seemed to be preparing to open the tomb. It was the divine sect's sacred ground, Renshun Palace Master, Renshu. Renshu had returned to his old profession of digging up ancestral tombs. Today, he finally found a huge tomb. This wasn't an ordinary tomb. It was the tomb of the founding ancestor of the founding origin sect. There must be treasures inside. However, Renshu didn't expect that when he broke open the restriction, there would be a fatty standing beside him. Oh, you're Tomb Raider? Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Renshu's expression changed. He even had the intention to kill. I recognize you. You're Renshu of the Arcane Sect's Holy Land? Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Renshu's expression froze. Who are you? Renshu asked worriedly. I didn't expect that the dignified palace master of the Arcane Sect's Holy Land would do such a thing. Digging up someone's tomb is too immoral. You don't even let off a dead person. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately stood on the moral high ground and reprimanded. Renshu's expression froze. After all, Dongfang Zhengpai had been trained by Immortal Mengling Tian for many years. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the first level of the upper void stage. Renshu naturally couldn't see through Dongfang Zhengpai's cultivation. Moreover, the person in front of him even said his name. This caused the originally timid Renshu to become nervous. I'm Julu Academy's great scholar, Dongfang Zhengpai. Palace Master Ren, you're really immoral. You don't even let off a dead person's belongings. Dongfang Zhengpai continued. Dongfang Zhengpai? Rinshu immediately reacted. Although he had heard of this name, he had never seen Dongfang Zhengpai before. What do you want? Rinshu asked in a deep voice. Rinshu hated encountering such self-righteous scholars. They only talked about benevolence and righteousness all day long. Dealing with them was like facing tens of thousands of flies. It was too annoying. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the tomb behind Rinshu and took a deep breath. It's fate that we met. You and I will split it in half. Half. Rinshu was stunned when he heard Dongfang Zhengpai's words. The difference was too great. If you don't give it to me, I'll inform Kai Yuan sect that you dug up their ancestral tomb, and let the entire Kai Yuan sect hunt you down. Dongfang Zhengpai continued. Shameless. Rinshu said hatefully. Are you going to give it to me or not? Dongfang Zhengpai glared at him. One fat and one skinny. The two of them glared at each other. All right, half each. Rinshu said helplessly. Brother Run, you're really talented. Meeting you today is a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a fat face. Rinshu's face twitched. He didn't look at the almanac when he went out. It seemed like he had met someone who was even more shameless than him. How dare you, pervert! Give me your life. A woman's shout suddenly came from the lake. The loud sound just now made the 15 women realize that something bad was going to happen. Senior sister, there's someone here. Not good. There's a pervert. Quick, put on your clothes. The group of women quickly put on their clothes. Because of this, they were delayed for a while. During this period of time, the 2 perverted men reached an extremely shameless deal. After the 15 women put on their clothes, they immediately rushed over with a murderous look on their faces. Insolent pervert, hand over your life. A woman shouted angrily. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ninth Rat looked at each other. Ninth Rat immediately waved his hand, and the soil on the ground quickly rolled over, covering the tomb in an instant. Who? A group of women instantly rushed forward. Dongfang Zhengpai panicked, but he quickly calmed down. The wretched smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an extremely righteous expression. How dare you? Shameless bastard. In broad daylight. No. In the dark, you dare to defile the fairies? Dongfang Zhengpai glared and shouted righteously. In the distance, the woman charging forward suddenly paused when she saw the 2 people. One was fat and the other was thin. The 2 of them seemed to be in a confrontation. Although the fat one had a face full of meat, there was an aura of righteousness around him. As for Ninth Rat, its mouth was wide open as it looked at Dongfang Zhengpai in shock. Fairy? Ninth Rat looked at the group of aggressive women flying over. No matter how he looked at them, they didn't seem to be fairies. The fairies weren't the key. The key was that Dongfang Zhengpai's attitude suddenly changed. What was going on? Shameless bastard. Are you the one who peeped on us sisters bathing? The woman in the lead suddenly shouted angrily at Ninth Rat. Ninth Rat's face stiffened. Peeped on them bathing? Dongfang Zhengpai once again said, Shifty eyes. One look, and I can tell that you're not a good person. So you were peeping on the fairies bathing? Despicable. Shifty eyes? When the women saw that Ninth Rat indeed had shifty eyes, they immediately believed that Ninth Rat was a pervert. After all, Ninth Rat was a rat demon, and he had shifty eyes. You're bullshitting. Ninth Rat immediately shouted. Ninth Rat understood that he had been slandered by Dongfang Zhengpai in front of him, and it was hard to defend himself. Fatty, who are you? Why are you here? Another woman asked suspiciously. Fairies, I am Dongfang Zhengpai, the most upright scholar of Jilu Academy. My chest is full of righteousness, and I walk the world to temper my righteous heart. This time, I came to the Kai Yuan sect to travel and accidentally entered this place. I didn't expect to suddenly see a shifty-eyed person sneaking around. When I saw his expression, I knew that he was up to no good, so I used my art to blow up this place. I didn't expect that there would be such a wretched and despicable person in this world who actually dared to peep on the fairies. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Ninth Rat with hatred. Ninth Rat. He was already considered shameless, but there is actually someone even more shameless than him in front of him. So that's how it is, pervert die. A woman immediately rushed over with her sword. It's not me, I didn't, it's him. Ninth rat naturally didn't want to bear this burden. If it was a group of beautiful women in front of him, then he would let it go. But this group of strange people in front of him, was it worth it for him to peep? The woman who was rushing towards ninth rat paused and looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Dongfang Zhengpai revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "Public morals are degenerating day by day. These fairies are as beautiful as fairies. Actually, if you really admire them, it's pardonable that you admit your mistake now. Who hasn't been young before? But you." Dongfang Zhengpai's expression was one of disappointment. When the women heard that Dongfang Zhengpai was as beautiful as fairies, their anger dissipated a lot. Some of them were even smug. After all, no man had ever praised them like this before. Ninth rat couldn't take it anymore. "Are you blind? How can these ugly things be as beautiful as fairies?" Ninth rat pointed at Dongfang Zhengpai and exclaimed, "First senior sister. Second senior sister. Third senior sister." All the hatred had been transferred from Dongfang Zhengpai to ninth rat. Next, ninth rat witnessed what it meant by, "There is no most shameless, only more shameless." 2 hours later, the group of women flew away with ninth rat's compensation and spirit stones in their hands, venting their anger. Ninth rat and Dongfang Zhengpai looked at each other in dismay. "Dongfang Zhengpai, you..." Ninth rat said with sorrow and hatred. "Haha, Hall Masterin, don't think about those unhappy things. Let's continue to open the tomb." Dongfang Zhengpai said with a smile. Ninth rat felt bitter. "No, half of the compensation I gave you just now will be yours." Ninth rat immediately shouted. "Huh? Mine? What apology? Hall Masterin, let's open the tomb first." Dongfang Zhengpai changed the topic. "Then let's split the loot. I'll take 60% and you take 40%. Ninth rat shouted. "No, we agreed to take half." Dongfang Zhengpai immediately argued. The two of them continued to squabble for a while, and ninth rat could only admit defeat. Well, the two of them were about to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly asked, "Brother Run, I'm curious. Don't you blame me at all?" Ninth rat rolled his eyes and said, "Blame you? What's the use of blaming you? Who asked you to be more shameless than me?" Dongfang Zhengpai grinned as if ninth rat was praising him. "I've learned something new today. I haven't trained my face to be thick enough yet. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, I'll be more shameless than you and get back at you for what you did today." Ninth rat said with hatred. "Haha, I'm ashamed." Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. The two of them stopped talking and continued to open the tomb. Dongfang Zhengpai suddenly took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was emitting a green light. There was a rat head on one side and ninth rat's face on the other. "Found it? Ha!" Dongfang Zhengpai shouted excitedly. Chapter 1088. Beijing. Yinchuan was about to leave with Wang Jian, Li Si, Zizi, and Miao. In the distance, Lu Gang quickly ran over. "Your Majesty, there is news from the Eastern Orthodox sect," Lu Gang reported. "Oh," Yinchuan asked doubtfully. Dongfang Zheng sect found a factory guard in the city and told him that they found a person with a jade pendant reaction, Ren Shu. Lu Gang said, "Ren Shu? Ancient demon god bloodline?" Yinchuan raised his eyebrows. The surrounding officials also came to their senses. Evidently, the Zhun had its own information system. It had a record of all the powerhouses in the world. "It's actually him." In Hentian frowned. "Did he say where ninth rat is?" Yinchuan asked. "He did. He said that he's with ninth rat right now and is doing something big. Maybe he'll go to divine sect sacred land soon." Lu Gang said. "Something big?" Yinchuan was slightly surprised. What did the two of them want to do? "Since we're going to the divine sect's sacred ground, that's great. Let's go now." Yinchuan said. "Yes, Your Majesty, take care," the official said. And Yinchuan nodded. Taking ZZ, Wang Jian, Li Si, and Miao with him, he soared into the sky and stepped onto a gigantic flying ship, flying towards the west at high speed. Central Divine Continent in a valley. Brother Run, your ability to dig holes is unparalleled in the world. Dongfang Zhongpai praised. It's not bad to use your overwhelming righteous energy to break the formation. Ninth Rat said indifferently. Haha, you're flattering me. However, don't you feel guilty about robbing tombs? Dongfang Zhongpai asked. Guilt? They're dead, and I'm helping them develop their magical equipment. Why would I feel guilty? Don't tell me you have it? Rin Rat was puzzled. Why would I have it? Sure enough, it was more exciting than peeking at a girl bathing. Let's go. We'll continue digging up the TriStar Sect's ancestral grave. I didn't say I would bring you. It's all right, I don't mind. I mind. You'll get used to it after a while. Let's go, don't be shy. The two figures, one fat and one thin, slowly disappeared from the valley. It was rare for the two of them to meet people who shared similar tastes, so they naturally became familiar with each other very quickly. Moreover, they could sharpen each other's faces and prove the great Tao of shamelessness. Why not? Central Divine Continent. At this moment, he had become the focus of all the heroes in the world. Great Jun, the Great Buddha, and even the sect masters of the Central Divine Continent were all staring intently at the arcane sacred ground. Great Immortal Gonyang Taolu had been in seclusion for many years. Anyone could guess that his next target would definitely be the Divine Sect's sacred grounds, because in the current world, only these three places ruled the world. He had suffered at the hands of Great Buddha and Great Jun, so he was only left with Divine Sect and sacred grounds. Could the Arcane Sect's sacred ground withstand an attack from a great immortal? While the experts of the outside world were paying attention, the cultivators of the Arcane Sect's holy land were also feeling extremely pressured. Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. Meng Hongying held a letter in her hand. A man was standing in front of him. Meng Hongying squinted her eyes and asked, Who are you? I am a Baihu of the Great Jun Dynasty's guards. This letter was sent by the Emperor and was personally delivered by the Great Jun Dynasty's Empress. If I hand it over to the Saintess, then my mission is complete. Farewell. The man left. Meng Hongying opened the letter and read it. After reading for a while, Meng Hongying had a complicated expression. The Great Immortal is nearby, and he wants me to leave? Haha, how can I leave? Meng Hongying kept the letter and looked to the east. ZZ, it is your fortune to be able to leave the arcane sacred ground. The divine world is too complicated. Shaking her head, Meng Hongying kept the letter and flew to the divine world. A large number of cultivators and disciples were guarding the entrance of the divine world. No one stopped Meng Hongying when she entered. The interior was like a small world. The yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely rich, but there was no sun, moon, or stars. At a glance, there were vast mountains and rivers. In the distance, there was a place covered in purple clouds. Meng Hongying quickly flew over. Soon, she arrived at a large mountain. No one was allowed to approach the mountain. This was where the divine world was located, the ancestral mountain of the gods. Grandfather must be here. Meng Hongying took a deep breath and said, Grandfather. Meng Hongying called out. Rumble. A cave slowly appeared at the foot of the mountain. Meng Sanxing frowned slightly and walked out with a huge purple gourd on his back. Meng Sanxing looked a little impatient. Hongying, what are you doing here? Meng Sanxing asked. Grandfather, ZZ just sent me a letter. She said that Gongyang Taolu has arrived near the arcane sacred ground. Meng Hongying frowned. He's already here? Meng Sanxing raised an eyebrow. Grandfather, what should we do now? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sanxing took a deep breath and shook his head. I know. Oh. Meng Hongying nodded. Are there any other factions that are dissatisfied? Meng Sanxing asked. The other factions are fine. They are all of the god's bloodline and will advance and retreat together with the arcane sacred ground. However, it is different for the outsiders. I have already noticed some of the 10 palace masters are disloyal. Meng Hongying said worriedly. Disloyal? Humph. Disloyal to the arcane sacred ground will only lead to death. Deal with them as you see fit. Meng Sanxing said. Yes. Go. Meng Hongying nodded and left. Meng Sanxing watched Meng Hongying leave and took a deep breath. Meng Sansheng slowly walked back into the cave. Rumble. The entrance of the cave slowly closed. Inside, there was a huge space inside. The interior space had a large number of balconies. There was a cultivator sitting cross-legged on each balcony. There were both men and women, 71 in total. There were 6 leaders based on the space they occupied. 6 men in Taoist robes sat on the highest balcony. There was a huge gourd beside each of them. The shape of the gourd was exactly the same as Meng Sansheng's Hongmeng gourd. It looked like it grew out of a vine. There were a total of 7 gourds, including Meng Sansheng's gourd. The only difference was the color. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. 7 different colors, 7 different gourds. Meng Sansheng stepped in, and everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd said, "Meng Sansheng, what's wrong? A great immortal might be invading our divine, sex, sacred ground." Meng Sansheng frowned. Great immortal? Humph. When our divine race dominated the world, even the saints retreated. How dare a little great immortal bully us? The cultivator, holding the orange gourd, said coldly, "Ever since our divine race reappeared, we have been hiding here. We wanted peace and quiet to unlock all the seals. I didn't expect there to be no peace here." The cultivator holding the yellow gourd said with a sigh. At this time, the cultivator holding the red gourd said, "There's no need to say any more. The next seal is about to be unlocked. Everyone do your best." "Yes," everyone answered, including Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng flew to the highest balcony and looked at the center of the space. There was a huge egg that was 3 zhang tall. The huge egg had 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, purple. However, there seemed to be a large number of chain patterns on the egg. It seemed to be locked by the chains. Walala! Suddenly, one of the chain patterns floated up. "Good, another chain seal has been unlocked. Destroy it, and the power of our divine race will be unlocked. Everyone do your best." The cultivator holding the red gourd said in a deep voice. Okay. The 72 elites activated their power almost at the same time and charged at the chains surrounding the huge egg. Boom! The chains shook when they charged at them with all their might. Everyone continued to exert their power. Finally, after 3 days, bang! The chains that floated out of the ground exploded with a loud bang. Whoosh! The 7-colored huge egg suddenly shot out billions of rays of light toward the 72 elites. The rays of light entered their bodies. It seemed to be unlocking some kind of seal in their bodies. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the seals breaking could be heard from their bodies. Almost everyone closed their eyes in excitement. Another seal. Another seal has been unlocked, a cultivator said excitedly. Countless voices of excitement could be heard in the entire cave. In the outside world, Meng Hongying was confronting a black-robed man. There seemed to be a large number of elites behind each of them. Evernight God Palace Master, are you thinking of betraying the sect? Meng Hongying's face darkened. Ha! Little girl Meng Hongying, the great immortal is about to attack, and the sacred ground of the divine race is about to be destroyed. What's wrong with us finding a way out? The black-robed Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. The sacred leader has ordered that those who betray this sect will be killed. Meng Hongying said coldly. A powerful aura pressed down on the Evernight God Palace Master. Ha ha! Little girl, your cultivation is only at the middle void realm. What do you do to me? Get lost if you don't want to die. The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Meng Hongying wanted to say something, but her body suddenly trembled. Crack, 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 crack. Something in Meng Hongying's body seemed to have broken. Many of the elites behind Meng Hongying also trembled like Meng Hongying. Bang! Meng Hongying's aura suddenly shot up. Rumble! A large number of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly tribulation? The heavenly tribulation is here? Someone exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the sky and said with a hint of joy, Ha ha! Grandfather has succeeded. What's going on? The Evernight God Palace Master asked curiously. Why did some of the people in front of him have a sudden surge in their strength? Meng Hongying is only at the 5th level middle void realm, right? Why did her cultivation suddenly increase by so much? Is she undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Everyone, listen up. Don't let any of these traitors go. I'll deal with them after I'm done with the heavenly tribulation. Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The other palace masters responded. At this moment, many cultivators were undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the divine sect's Saintland. Some of them knew the reason for the sudden increase in their cultivation, while others did not. Meng Hongying happened to be one of them. Meng Hongying knew that the God clan's bloodline contained a vast power. The power was hidden in the bloodline. Originally, the God clan did not need to cultivate. As long as they grew, their power would be released continuously. However, for some reason, it was sealed. Her grandfather was working hard to break the seal layer by layer. Every time the seal was broken, the entire clan would benefit. The cultivators in the divine sect's Saint Land were in chaos. Not far away from the divine sect's Saint Land, there was a huge manor. Gongyang Taolu could not wait any longer. It's been 5 years, and this is all the news from the divine sect's Saint Land? Forget it, let's go. We'll conquer the divine sect's Saint Land first before we conquer the world. Gongyang Taolu said in a deep voice. Yes. The group of immortals responded. Under Gongyang Taolu's lead, they walked toward the divine sect's Saint Land. Chapter 1089. Henyi S. The God Tribe Heavenly Tribulation descended. The members of the God Tribe, like Meng Hongying, instantly felt their cultivation level increase. They unlocked a layer of the seal and awakened a portion of their bloodline power. In short, they had all awakened. The members of the God Tribe left quickly, leaving behind a chaotic holy ground. Get lost. Meng Hongying and the rest have left. Do you still want to stop us? The Einerjar Hall master scolded angrily. At this moment, the two sides were still facing each other. Some of the 10 deities' halls were loyal to the holy ground. Einerjar Hall master, Ji Shun Hall master, Gung Shun Hall master, Xian Shun Hall master, and Saintis Hong Ing have instructed that no one is allowed to leave. Wait for Saintis Hong Ing to return. A green-robed elder said coldly. The green-robed elder was the leader of the disciples who were loyal to the holy ground. First Divine Hall Master? Humph. Meng Hongying is only a Saintis. What is he? The rest are not around. Do you think you can stop the 4 of us? The Einerjar Hall Master said coldly. At this moment, the number of experts behind the Einerjar Hall Master was several times more than the first Divine Hall Master. The first Divine Hall Master's face darkened. The Sacred Master has instructed us to listen to Saintis Hong Ying when he is not around. If you continue to resist, I will take action. Ah, First Divine Hall Master, you are muddle-headed. Humph, since you're not giving in, don't blame us. Ji Shun Hall Master, Xian Shun, let's attack together. The Einerjar Hall Master said. Okay, the other 3 Hall Masters shouted. As they spoke, the 4 Hall Masters attacked the first Divine Hall Master almost simultaneously. Oh no! The first Divine Hall Master's face changed, and he could only block them. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding palaces were overturned. Bam! Puffed! The first Divine Hall Master spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Master! Hall Master! The Jiahu Hall Master! However, the Einerjar Hall Master sneered. Everyone, the holy ground of the holy ground is about to be exterminated. If you want to leave with me, do it now. The great Immortal Hall Master. No one can stop him. If you stay here, you will be killed, the Einerjar Hall Master said. The Einerjar Hall Master, the holy ground of the holy ground, holy ground's disciples. Just as everyone was hesitating, an evil voice suddenly sounded out. Ha ha ha! There's actually a traitor in the divine sect's sacred grounds? Back then, the person who fawned over the divine sect's sacred ground the most was the Evernight God Palace Master. Who is it? The Ether Palace Master's expression changed. Anyone could tell that this voice was trying to provoke the Evernight God Palace Master and the others. Everyone looked over and saw a fair-faced youth standing on a large rock in the distance. The corner of a young man's mouth had a trace of evil intent, and his eyes were filled with wanton insolence. with a fan in his hand. He looked at the crowd with a sinister expression. Who are you? It's you, proud heaven's holy son? You're not dead yet? Someone in the crowd immediately recognized him. Proud heaven's holy son? The son of 10th God Palace Lord Kong Xianshui. Back then, Kong Xianshui stole Jing Ting's great suppressing world steel and was killed by Jing Ting from millions of miles away. However, his son escaped. Kong Outyin, he's still alive? Someone exclaimed. It's you? The Evernight God Palace Master said coldly. Kong Outyin smiled and patted the fan in his hand. He said indifferently, Martial uncles, what are you doing? The Evernight God Palace Master narrowed his eyes and said, Kong Outyin, when your father was still alive, we still gave him some face. What are you trying to do now? Do you think a piece of trash like you can stop us? Kong Outyin smiled and said, What am I trying to do? After all, I'm a member of the 10th God Palace. I've returned to take over the 10th God Palace. As for you, the merit of taking over the 10th God Palace will be yours. Ha ha ha, trash. You're courting death. The Evernight God Palace Master sneered and attacked Kong Outyin with his palm. Kong Outyin smiled and his eyes turned cold. He waved the fan in his hand at the Evernight God Palace Master. Bang! The Evernight God Palace Master was suddenly sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a mountain in the distance. Crash! As the mountain rocks slid down, everyone suddenly revealed a blank expression. What was going on? They did not see Kong Outyin attack. Why was the Evernight God Palace Master suddenly sent flying? What kind of technique was that? Why was it so silent that no one could see it clearly? Everyone was shocked. Cough, cough, cough. You, the Evernight God Palace Master said in shock while coughing blood. Kong Outyin said coldly, Trash? In this world, other than my father, no one has the right to call me trash. Even my father did not say that. How dare you? The faces of Ji, Gung, and the other 3 Evernight God Palace Masters darkened. Let's attack together, one of them shouted. Okay. The 3 of them slashed their swords at Kong Outyin almost at the same time. Kong Outyin smiled coldly and said, Freeze! He pointed his fan at the 3 of them, and the 3 of them froze in the air. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard all around. How is that possible? The 4 Evernight God Palace Masters are all at the upper void stage. They are all at the upper void stage. Outyin, the Holy Sun, has returned. How did he become so terrifying? What kind of technique did he use? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, a group of cultivators appeared behind Kong Outyin. These cultivators were the former members of the Evernight God Palace. When Kong Xianshui died, they were in charge of protecting Kong Outyin. Now they had all returned. Tie them all up, Kong Outyin said in a deep voice. Yes, the group of Evernight God Palace experts replied. Soon, all the experts were tied up. At this moment, the entire square was silent as everyone looked at Kong Outyin. No one knew where Kong Outyin had been for the past few hundred years, and no one knew what kind of fortuitous encounter Kong Outyin had. However, everyone could see that Kong Outyin had returned with great strength, in a manor near the arcane sect's holy land. At the center of the manor, 4 figures were sitting around a round table. Yin Xuan, Zizi, Rin Shu, and Dongfang Zhengpai. Zizi poured tea for the 3 of them. Other than Yin Xuan, Dongfang Zhengpai and Rin Shu were nervous. After all, although Zizi was a heavenly beauty, the curse that she carried with her was still something that the 2 of them were afraid of. They had no choice but to be afraid. If they got close to Zizi, they would be unlucky for no reason. Who wouldn't be afraid? Rinshu looked at Dongfang Zhengpai, speechless. Brother Dongfang, are you doing this on purpose? Rinshu said unhappily. Brother Rin, you're too polite. I'm doing this for your own good. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Hypocrite, Rinshu said unhappily. I'm embarrassed to receive such praise from Brother Rin. Dongfang Zhengpai said proudly. Rinshu. Brother Rin, what do you think? I'll find a chance to cheat you. Rinshu said straightforwardly. Dongfang Zhengpai. The 2 of them cursed for a while before stopping. Yin Chuan was drinking tea while waiting. In the end, after a long time, no one could scold the other. Rin Shu could only look at Yin Chuan. Yin Di, thank you for your kindness. The sovereign beast of the Dajin heavenly dynasty? Ha ha, I don't dare. Rin Shu refused. Why don't you dare? I won't restrict your freedom. You can see that I don't worship you. Do you want to share Dajin's fate with me? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Yin Di, you don't know. If it weren't for the promise, I wouldn't want to stay here either. I like freedom without any worries. Rin Shu shook his head. Freedom? When the Lotus God comes, the entire world will fall into chaos. How can you be free? You won't be free even in the immortal world. Yin Chuan shook his head. No, I'm just like that. Haha, I don't like any worries. I live to be free. We'll talk about the future in the future. Rin Shu immediately refused. Yin Chuan frowned. Dongfang Zhongpai said, Brother Run, are you stupid? Forget it. Even if you don't want to be the sovereign beast of the Dajin heavenly dynasty, how about you be my subordinate and join the Foreign Affairs Department? I'll take care of you. Foreign Affairs Department? How many people do you have? Rin Shu was stunned. Including you, I have two. Dongfang Zhongpai smiled. Rin Shu. Rin Shu refused again and again. Have you ever thought that when you're out there, you'll be alone? Although you'll be free, you'll often have no choice? Yin Chuan smiled. Rin Shu was stunned. Dajin Heavenly Dynasty sincerely wants to form an alliance with you. We won't interfere with anything you do. Moreover, when you're alone, Dajin Heavenly Dynasty will stand up and help you solve everything. It may seem like a worry, but it's more free and unfettered than you think. Yin Chuan persuaded again. Rin Shu frowned deeply. Everyone waited patiently. After a while, Rin Shu's brows relaxed. He sighed and said, I admit that what you said is reasonable, Yin Di. However, I don't think I've encountered such a situation. Let's talk about it when I encounter it in the future. Okay, then we'll wait for you to encounter trouble. Yin Chuan nodded and did not continue to pester him. Thank you for your understanding, Yin Di, Rin Shu said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, ZZ's brows suddenly twitched. Ka. It was as if a seal within ZZ's body had been unlocked. Boom! ZZ's aura suddenly skyrocketed. What's going on? Everyone looked at ZZ in confusion. ZZ closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then shook her head. I don't know. My strength has skyrocketed. Whoosh! A stream of light shot over from afar. It was Wang Jian, who had quickly arrived. Your Majesty, a large number of tribulations have occurred in the arcane sect's sacred ground. Many people are undergoing tribulations. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression changed. Let's go. To the arcane sect's sacred ground, Yin Chuan said. Everyone nodded. Not long after, Gongyang Taoyi led the group of immortals to the arcane sect's sacred ground. He stood in the sky and coldly looked at the sky full of merits. After Kong Out Yin's intervention, the arcane sect's sacred ground's internal strife had been quelled. Almost all the tribulations had ended. Meng Hongying was once again in charge of the situation. Although Meng Hongying was surprised by Kong Out Yin's strange behavior, she was more concerned about the 80 immortals in the sky. What's supposed to come has finally come, Meng Hongying said with a serious expression. Chapter 1090. What's supposed to come has finally come, Meng Hongying said solemnly. With Meng Hongying as the leader, all the disciples of the arcane sacred ground looked solemn. They surrounded the entrance of the divine world, as if to protect it from being destroyed. Kong Out Yin held a folding fan and gently patted it in his hand. He looked up at the group of immortals in the sky. There was no nervousness or fear in Kong Out Yin's eyes. There was only a trace of disdain and evil laughter. In the sky, Gongyang Taolu squinted his eyes as he looked at the tribulation clouds in the distance. What a coincidence! There are 20 people undergoing tribulation at this time, Gongyang Taolu said with a strange tone. 20? Gongyang Taolu was a little late. Otherwise, he would have seen 1,000 people undergoing tribulation at the same time. He looked at the virtuous cloud. Gongyang Taolu turned to look at the divine world below. Divine world? Someone has opened up a world in this world. Even heavenly immortals can't do it. It seems like this world was created by some treasure, Gonyang Taolu said. Then, Gonyang Taolu looked at Meng Hongying. Little girl, where's Meng Sansheng? Gonyang Taolu asked. Greetings, great immortal. I'm Meng Hongying from the arcane sacred ground. May I know why you're here? Meng Hongying said solemnly. Meng Hongying was stalling for time. Since Meng Sansheng had not come out, he must have been delayed. Every second counts. Gonyang Taolu sneered. Little girl, you don't have the right to speak here. Ask Meng Sansheng to come out and see me. The 80 immortals looked down at the ground. The sacred master is delayed by something. He'll be here soon. Great immortal Gonyang. The sacred master has instructed me to take charge of the arcane sacred ground. May I know what orders you have? Meng Hongying said politely. Gonyang Taolu sneered. Meng Sansheng, hiding in the shadows? You don't dare to come out even now? Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Senior, please speak your mind. I'll do my best to complete it. Meng Hongying said. Complete it? Ha ha, I want your entire divine sect sacred ground to submit. Can you make the decision? Gonyang Taolu's eyes narrowed. Senior, your request is too much. Meng Hongying shook her head. Is it too much? Ha ha, since Meng Sansheng wants to be a coward, then I'll kill all of you first. I want to see how long this coward is going to hide. Gonyang Taolu shouted coldly. Activate the formation. Meng Hongying's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. At the entrance of the realm of the gods, arrays of different colors suddenly appeared. They seemed to form barriers to protect the central entrance of the realm of the gods. Gonyang Taolu coldly snorted. He waved his hand. The airflow in the void seemed to move along with it. Suddenly, dragon-shaped winds howled and crashed into the formation. Arc, arc, arc. Streams of wind dragons charged towards the formation, bringing with them a huge amount of evil chi. Boom! The great formation shattered, and the surrounding mountains and palaces were razed to the ground. Only the last layer of the formation managed to withstand the attack. However, it still shattered in the end. It shattered with the wind. Meng Hongying and the others' expressions changed. Although they had all gone through their tribulations, they were still far from being comparable to Gonyang Taolu. There were even dozens of immortals behind him. Ha ha! Little girl, are you still going to show off? Gonyang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Meng Hongying bit her lips, feeling anxious. The surrounding disciples of the divine sect, Sacred Ground, did not know how to defend themselves. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a voice suddenly came from afar. Ha ha ha! Great immortal, Gonyang Taolu, do you only know how to bully women? Yin Chuan's voice suddenly came from afar. Gonyang Taolu's expression darkened. He turned around. He saw Yin Chuan, Li Si, Wang Jian, Zizi, Rin Shu, and Dongfang Zhengpai flying over. Zizi was still holding Miao in her arms. Yin Chuan led the way, while the rest stood behind him. Rin Shu quickly flew to the entrance of the realm of the gods. He stood beside the divine sect, Sacred Ground. The others stood behind Yin Chuan and looked at Gonyang Taolu with Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stopped in the air and narrowed his eyes. Gonyang Taolu also raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Of course, he was most concerned about Miao in Zizi's arms. Yin Chuan, Gonyang Taolu said coldly. Below, Meng Hongying's expression changed. When she saw Yin Chuan coming over, her eyes flashed with gratitude. On the other hand, Kong Outyen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zizi. Zizi, Kong Outyen whispered to himself. Father, I was against it back then. I didn't understand why you kept forcing me to marry Zizi. I was unfilial and did not understand your good intentions. However, I understand now. Zizi, she's destined to be mine. I must have her. Father, if you're watching from the heavens, then just watch. I'm back. I'll take back everything that you threw away back then. I'll take back everything. Let's start with Zizi. Haha. Although she's been the Empress of Great Zhen for hundreds of years, she's still a virgin? Haha. Yin Chuan, seeing that Zizi is still a virgin, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Out-Yin clenched his fists, and his eyes flashed with determination. In the air, Gong Taoyu's expression changed. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what Yin Chuan was relying on to actually dare to challenge him. If he was arrogant, then the cat's howl was still vivid in his mind. If he was really strong, then why was he still immortal? Yin Chuan, this isn't the East Divine Continent. I didn't make things difficult for Great Jun. Are you trying to interfere? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. This was also Gongyang Taoyu's warning. Don't look for trouble. Yin Chuan smiled. This is indeed not Great Jun. However, this is the sealed world. This is the world of the sealed world. You're just an outsider. If you want to steal the world, then all the heroes in the world have to reject you. Ha 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 ha. All the heroes in the world have to reject you? Who else besides you? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. Me too. Another voice came from afar. Whoosh. It was Kong Daoqiu. He was flying over quickly with 4 immortals draped in light. Whoosh. The 5 of them stopped, creating a hurricane. You are? Kong Daoqiu? What are you doing here? Gongyang Taolu narrowed his eyes in surprise. Gongyang Taolu suddenly couldn't figure out what these people were thinking. What did it have to do with them attacking the Archaean sacred ground? Weren't they enemies? Why were they helping? We're here to share the Archaean sacred ground's troubles. Kong Daoqiu sneered. All the deities were sucked in an instant. Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Out-Yin, and Meng Hongying were all shocked by this scene. They could not react in time. Was this real? How was this possible? Gongyang Taolu was a great deity. Even the weakest great deity was still a great deity. At the same time, at the entrance of the sealed realm in the immortal realm, in a hall guarded by Daki guards, there was a jade pendant in the hall. Boom! The jade pendant exploded. The guards in the main hall were inexplicably shocked. Gongyang Taolu, Master Gongyang is dead? How is this possible? What did he encounter? What is so terrifying about the sealed realm? Quick, report to the Sage King. Chapter 1091. At the entrance of the divine world, the Hongmeng gourd spun slowly in the air, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Gongyang Taolu was a great immortal and 80 immortals, but they were all absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd. Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu, and Kong Out-Yin narrowed their eyes as a hint of seriousness flashed across their eyes. Buzz! The Hongmeng gourd shook violently. It then slowly returned to Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng grabbed the Hongmeng gourd and shook it. Shaking the Hongmeng gourd, Meng Sansheng looked at the people around him. Yin Chuan? Kong Daoqiu? Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, This holy lord is grateful for your help. You're too polite, Sacred Lord Meng. Even if we didn't help, Sacred Lord Meng would still be able to deal with those immortals. Kong Daoqiu smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan nodded and didn't bother with the formalities. Yin Chuan was more interested in the Hongmeng gourd. What kind of treasure was that? How did it become stronger? The first time he saw the Hongmeng gourd, even an upper void realm cultivator couldn't absorb it. The second time, it absorbed a heavenly immortal. This time, it even absorbed a great immortal. The Hongmeng gourd was getting stronger. After shaking it for a while, Meng Sansheng opened the gourd and inhaled a wisp of Hongmeng purple vapor. Meng Sansheng's aura surged. Sacred Lord, the Hongmeng gourd has evolved to the level of a great immortal artifact. It's an extremely powerful, great immortal artifact. Li Si frowned. Great immortal artifact? ZZ asked curiously. I heard that the Hongmeng gourd can absorb any living being. It only needs to shake it 3 times to refine Hongmeng purple vapor. However, Meng Sansheng shook it more than 3 times. This means that the Hongmeng gourd has reached its limit. Li Si explained. Everyone nodded. If the Hongmeng gourd became stronger, would Meng Sansheng's strength increase as well? Kong Out-Yin looked at the Hongmeng gourd with greed in his eyes. After absorbing the purple Grand Mist aura, Meng Sansheng withdrew his aura and placed the Grand Mist gourd on his back. Even though the 3 great powers were at odds with each other, Meng Sansheng did not attack Yin Chuan and Kong Daoqiu. After all, they were here to help him. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked up at the virtuous cloud. Above the virtuous cloud, The dream, 3 lives Dharma idol, suddenly opened its eyes and looked around. All sects of the Central Divine Continent, listen up. I'll give you 1 year to hand over all your merit points. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. Destroy. The virtuous Dharma idol also quickly repeated Meng Sansheng's words. At this moment, its voice swept across the entire Central Divine Continent. For a time, Meng Sansheng's domineering voice filled the entire Central Divine Continent. Hand over all his merit points? One had to know that when Jing Ting had taken the seal of the sealed world, he had only taken half of the merit points from all the sects in the world. But Meng Sansheng wanted to take all of it, all of them. That would require all the sects to give up everything. This was the extermination of a sect. Meng Sansheng was even more domineering than Jing Ting. In the sky, Yin Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu narrowed their eyes. The two of them could see that the arcane sacred ground was no longer content to lie low. He had even greater ambitions. However, the two of them did not reveal their feelings. After Meng Sansheng finished speaking, he glanced at Yin Chuan and Kong Dao Chiu. Meng Hongying, Meng Sansheng said. Here, help me receive them. Meng Sansheng said. Yes. Meng Hongying nodded. Meng Sansheng then stepped into the divine world. He no longer cared about the others. He stepped into the divine world. Meng Sansheng immediately saw a man in a yellow Taoist robe walking over. The man in the yellow Taoist robe also had a huge gourd on his back, but this gourd was yellow. He was one of the 7 people who had been unsealed in the ancestral mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple gourds. The purple gourd was on Meng Sansheng's back, and the yellow gourd was on the man's back. The man in the yellow robe had a cold expression. Meng Sansheng's eyes were filled with hostility. Is it done? The man in the yellow robe asked. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly and said, the Hongmeng gourd was unsealed just in time. That great immortal is still the weakest great immortal. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Third brother, did Big Brother ask you to help me? Meng Sansheng smiled. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Big Brother was worried that you wouldn't be able to solve it, but it seems like he worried too much. Meng Sansheng smiled. Big Brother's just being cautious. My Hongmeng gourd is enough. Third Brother's immortal beheading gourd is a waste of talent. What a pity. The man in the yellow robe sighed. Third Brother, are you regretting that you didn't have a chance to test the immortal beheading gourd? Meng Sansheng smiled. Yes, I don't know how many gourds have been unsealed. The man in the yellow robe nodded. Meng Sansheng's face turned serious. There will be a chance. The divine race will have endless enemies to kill. Third Brother, let's go back first. The man in the yellow robe nodded. The two of them returned to the ancestral mountain together, outside the divine world. After Meng Sansheng's stunning performance, the disciples of the divine sects were all extremely excited. A great deity? A great deity was nothing. With the sacred leader, they were all finished. Meng Hongying slowly recovered from her shock and turned to look at the people in the sky. Yin Chuan and Kong Daoqiu's group were in the sky. Yin Chuan stopped Kong Daoqiu and stared at them with narrowed eyes. Yin Chuan, what are you trying to do? Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. Kong Daoqiu held the bamboo scroll in his hand fearlessly. Kong Daoqiu's strength wasn't what it seemed on the surface. In the past, as a Xian immortal, he was able to defeat Mohina Dojin, who was possessed by the Lotus God. Kong Daoqiu, I want you to go to my mother's grave and burn incense to repent for your sins. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, what if I don't go? Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. It's not up to you now. Yin Chuan said, ha ha ha, repent? Yin Chuan, have you ever seen a father repent for his children? Kong Daoqiu said coldly, that's not important. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Humph, the world is big. I can go wherever I want. Kong Daoqiu snorted. Let's go. Kong Daoqiu shouted angrily. He led the 4 deities and shot into the distance. Stop right there. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian shouted angrily and rushed to the front of the deities. You? Kong Daoqiu stared at him. He threw the bamboo scroll in his hand at Wang Jian. The bamboo scrolls suddenly expanded to 100 feet in size and smashed toward Wang Jian. Break! Wang Jian slashed with the long sword in his hand. A blood-red light and murderous aura clashed with each other. Boom! With a loud sound, Wang Jian and Kong Daoqiu both retreated a distance. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched in their attacks. Yin Chuan took the opportunity to reach out his hand. Whoosh! Kong Daoqiu was sucked into Yin Chuan's palm and into the universe in his palm. Ah! Family head! The four deities screamed. Yin Chuan, you bastard! Kong Daoqiu is your grandfather. How could you kill him? One of the deities screamed. Yin Chuan ignored the four deities and looked at Kong Daoqiu in his palm. Your Majesty, I once traveled the world with the 72 great Confucians. I went to Confucius Liu Academy and am familiar with Kong Daoqiu. Let me talk to him. Li Si suddenly said. Yin Chuan looked at Li Si and nodded. Whoosh! Li Si was also sucked into his palm. No one is allowed to leave. Wang Jian blocked the four deities. The scene was chaotic. The disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds were confused. Meng Hongying opened her mouth, unsure if she should stop them. Kong Outyin narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. Boom! Boom! Under Wang Jian's attack, the four deities were forced to retreat. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian had forced them to stand before Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, you're treacherous. Your mother's death has nothing to do with the family head. Yin Chuan, your mother was killed by Kong Mok. It has nothing to do with the family head. Let him go. Back then, the family head knelt down and begged the ancestor for Kong Susu's sake. The family head had already tried his best. He couldn't save Kong Susu. Yin Chuan, you bastard. The patriarch and Kong Susu are father and daughter. How could he just watch Kong Susu die without doing anything? If you want to blame someone, blame Kong Mok. Don't hurt the family head, the four deities said anxiously. At this moment, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Something's wrong? Wasn't Kong Daoqiu doing nothing? You, speak clearly. What happened back then? Yin Chuan stared coldly at one of the deities. The ancestor set the rule back then. He would pick the 10 most outstanding disciples of the Kong family and choose the most outstanding one. The Kong family would help him establish a country. No one else in the Kong family could interfere. Otherwise, the ancestor would kill them. The most outstanding one was your mother. She defeated 8 outstanding disciples. And when she was about to defeat Kong Mok, your mother ran into your father. She gave up on the opportunity, but Kong Mok didn't let her off. He led a group of strong cultivators and forced your mother to her death. The family head was heartbroken. He begged the old ancestor many times, but the old ancestor wouldn't let him go. The Immortal said anxiously, Is what you said true? Yin Chuan asked coldly. All the upper void realm disciples of the Kong family know that your mother's cultivation wasn't high. However, her methods and intelligence were outstanding. Everyone thought highly of her, but the deity smiled bitterly. Kong Mok. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Yin Chuan, let go of the family head. The deity shouted. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. No, begged Demon King Kong. His rules are the heavens. For the sake of the family's interests, he watched his daughter die. Yin Chuan's murderous intent lessened. However, his attitude towards the deities didn't change. The ancestor is the heavens of the Kong family. One of the deities frowned. I don't care about Demon King Kong. Today, all of you will come with me. Yin Chuan reached out and sucked the deities in. A huge suction force appeared. The 4 deities couldn't resist it. Oh no, Yin Chuan, you bastard! The 4 immortals cried out in shock as their bodies flew towards Yin Chuan's palm. The 4 of them were terrified. They knew that once they entered Yin Chuan's palm, they wouldn't be able to escape. Freeze! A shout came from below. Wang. The 4 deities were being sucked toward Yin Chuan suddenly froze. A gust of wind blew around them. The suction force of the universe in Yin Chuan's palm stopped, and the 4 deities escaped. Whoosh! The 4 deities dodged in fear and looked at the person who had cast the spell. Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin slowly flew into the air. Seniors, do you still remember me? Kong Outyin asked with an evil smile. You Kong Outyin? The four deities' faces darkened. Chapter 1092. You Kong Outyin? The four immortals' faces darkened. Kong Outyin's father, Kong Xinshui, had left the Kong family to become the palace master of the divine sect Sacred Ground. The four immortals did not expect Kong Outyin to save them. No matter what, I have the blood of the Kong family. How can I watch my elders be trapped by a traitor? Kong Outyin smiled evilly. Below, Meng Hongying's face was solemn. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Gratitude flashed through the eyes of the four immortals. Although they did not understand how Kong Outyin had become so powerful, they did not have the time to think about it. Thank you, Kong Outyin. If possible, please save the family head as well. The four immortals cried out. Haha, of course. Coincidentally, I also have a grudge with Yin Chuan today, Kong Outyin said with a smile. As he spoke, Kong Outyin looked at Yin Chuan and the others. This kid was so arrogant in the past. How did he become so powerful now? Dongfang Zhengpai said in confusion. Below, Rinshu squinted his eyes and stared. Something's not right. Kong Outyin is too strange. Even with my eyesight, I can't see through him. Rinshu stroked his beard in surprise. Kong Outyin. Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Yin Chuan, I was powerless in the past. I lost it. Now, it's time for you to return it to me. Kong Outyin said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Kong Outyin smiled evilly and looked at ZZ, who was behind Yin Chuan, and said, ZZ? Back then, my father decided on her. She should be my woman. How dare you? Wang Jian shouted. Was he blaspheming the Empress? ZZ stared at him. Anger flashed in her eyes. Meow. Meow looked at Kong Outyin angrily. Those who insult the Emperor shall die. Wang Jian's long sword suddenly slashed towards Kong Outyin. His murderous aura was so strong that it seemed to have materialized. It rushed toward Kong Outyin, and when he swung his sword, the air around him was split apart like a wave. Stop! Kong Outyin stopped Wang Jian. Buzz! Wang Jian's sword aura suddenly froze in the air. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Wang Jian's face turned ferocious. Roar! Ka 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 ka! Wang Jian's body surged with a large amount of evil qi, shattering the shackles. Wang Jian's body swayed, and he was able to move. Below, Ninth Rat stroked his beard, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, Immobilization technique? How could Kong Outyin know such a spell? Wang Jian broke free from the immobilization technique and charged toward Kong Outyin again. Kong Outyin suddenly panicked. He no longer dared to be negligent. He closed the folding fan in his hand and clasped his hands together. Heavenly Tao imprisonment. Boom! Outside the realm of the gods, the entire world seemed to have lit up. It was as if a heavenly aura had descended in an instant, and the faces of countless cultivators changed. As for the surrounding space, the sound of ice sealing could be heard. Ka 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 ka. It was as if the space around Wang Jian, Yin Chuan, ZZ, and the others had been frozen in an instant. Wang Jian, Yin Chuan, ZZ, and Dongfang Zhengpai were frozen in fear. Wang Jian tried to move his body in shock, but his body could not move at all. In Yin Chuan's palm, the universe in the palm suddenly disappeared. Kong Daoqiu and Li Si also released the universe in the palm, but the two of them were also trapped in it. ZZ could not move, but Meow, who was in her arms, turned its head around and looked at everyone in shock. Meow, what's wrong with you guys? In the distance, Kong Outyin was still hugging with his hands. His forehead was sweating, and it was obvious that he was having a hard time. Ha ha! Yin Chuan, I'll leave your corpse intact. Kong Outyin laughed. Kong Outyin, stop! Meng Hongying screamed. The four immortals of the Kong family were shocked. Heaven's imprisonment? What kind of Dharma spell was that? In the distance, Run Rat suddenly squinted his eyes, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Kong Outyin, he is. Run Rat pointed at Kong Outyin and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. In the distance, Yin Chuan and the others were all trapped. They were about to be controlled by Kong Out Yin. At this moment, a bronze coffin suddenly appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. The sky-burying coffin. Buzz! The sky-burying coffin suddenly expanded. Boom! The space around Yin Chuan was like a layer of ice breaking apart, with a large number of spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Boom! Yin Chuan immediately broke free from the heaven's imprisonment. On the other side, ZZ was holding Meow in her arms. Meow! Meow Meow leaped on a violet-purple's shoulder and roared. Buzz! The imprisonment around ZZ melted like ice, and ZZ immediately regained her freedom. Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin expanded again and smashed toward Kong Out Yin. World suppression! Yin Chuan shouted. Kong Out Yin's expression changed, and he attacked. Under the sky-burying coffin, Kong Out Yin was smashed into the ground by a huge force. Boom! A huge crater was formed on the ground. Kong Out Yin steadied himself in the crater and looked at the sky-burying coffin in shock. How is this possible? You can break free from the heaven's imprisonment? Kong Out Yin exclaimed. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Out Yin coldly. Kong Daoqiu frowned. At this moment, he escaped from the universe in the palm and looked at Kong Out Yin and Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. Let's go, Kong Daoqiu said to the four immortals. Patriarch, what about Kong Out Yin? The four immortals asked. I said, let's go. Kong Daoqiu said. All right. The four immortals nodded. Seeing that Kong Daoqiu was about to leave, Yin Chuan turned around and shouted, Stop! Kong Daoqiu, let me ask you, why did my mother give up the competition? Kong Mok, what right did you have to force my mother to death? Yin Chuan shouted at Kong Daoqiu, who was about to leave. At this moment, Yin Chuan didn't seem to want to catch Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu didn't look back and continued to fly with the four immortals. But as they flew, Kong Daoqiu's voice came. It's the Wentian token. The ancestor used the Wentian token as a medium to select 10 outstanding disciples. Susu gave up the Wentian token and gave it to Kong Mok to kill 10 outstanding disciples. With that, Kong Mok leads the four immortals and instantly disappears into the distance. Wentian token. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. His father had left him 3 things: the Tree of World, the Sword of God's Mind, and the Wentian token left behind by his mother. The Wentian token was clearly in his hands. How could Kong Mok have it? Could it be Kong Mok's Wentian token was forged by his mother? Yin Chuan felt conflicted. He didn't seem to care about Kong Daoqiu's departure. He turned to look at Kong Out Yin. Kong Out Yin watched Kong Daoqiu and the others leave, his face full of anger. After all, he was the one who had saved them. How could Kong Daoqiu ignore him and take everyone away? Oomph! Kong Out Yin snorted. Kong Out Yin took a step forward and soared into the sky, looking at Yin Chuan and the others. Yin Chuan also slowly looked over. Yin Chuan knew Kong Out Yin's strength very well. How could he have grown so much in the past few hundred years? Even the sky-burying coffin's attack couldn't hurt him. Perhaps he wasn't as strong as a great immortal, but he was much stronger than an ordinary sky immortal. Before King Gayu died, he used the sky-burying coffin to kill a sky immortal. What a powerful coffin! Oomph! Yin Chuan, you're lucky today, but Kong Out Yin said coldly. Before he could finish, Yin Chuan attacked again. The sky-burying coffin in his hand slammed down again. World suppression! Yin Chuan shouted again. Boom! The sky-burying coffin slammed into Kong Out Yin. This time, they didn't break apart. They were in a stalemate. Yin Chuan controlled the sky-burying coffin with a ferocious expression. Kong Out Yin resisted the sky-burying coffin with difficulty, his expression unyielding. Heavenly power, gather! Kong Out Yin roared. Crack! 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 Kong Out Yin managed to block it. Yin Chuan's face darkened. This was the first time the sky-burying coffin had failed. Although he hadn't fully refined it, Yin Chuan knew how strong the sky-burying coffin was. Kong Out Yin resisted it with difficulty, but he managed to do so. Meow! Meow roared. Buzz! Kong Out Yin's power suddenly became unstable. Boom! Kong Ao Yin was slammed into the ground again. The ground sank by more than 10 feet. Boom! Kong Ao Yin jumped away with difficulty. Puff! Kong Ao Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He was finally injured. At this moment, Kong Ao Yin looked at the sky-burying coffin again with great shock. Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. He was about to attack again. Yin Di! Meng Hongying suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan looked over. Kong Ao Yin is the holy son of the archaic sex. If he has offended you, the archaic sex will punish him severely. Yin Di, please be merciful, Meng Hongying pleaded. Meng Hongying had no choice. Meng Hongying also wanted Kong Ao Yin to die. However, all the disciples of the archaic sex were staring at her. If she didn't speak up, she would be watching as outsiders bullied the disciples of the archaic sex. If she didn't speak up, the disciples of the archaic sex would lose their loyalty. She had no choice but to speak up. Yin Chuan looked at the injured Kong Ao Yin, then at Meng Hongying, and finally at ZZ. Forget it. He's just a talker. ZZ shook her head and sighed. Yin Chuan looked at ZZ and nodded. All right. With that, Yin Chuan looked at the people below. He then led ZZ, Li Si, Wang Jian, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai to the east. Meng Hongying watched as Yin Chuan left. A complicated look flashed across Meng Hongying's eyes. On the other hand, Kong Ao Yin's eyes were cold. Yin Chuan, I'll come for you. I've decided that I won't leave your corpse intact. ZZ is mine. Ren Shu stood not far away and stared at Kong Ao Yin. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. A newborn Dao God? How could Kong Ao Yin have such luck? Dao God. I hope I'm wrong. Yin Chuan left with the group. Your Majesty, I won't be leaving. I still need to find Ren Shu. I'll try my best to convince him to join Dezhun and be my subordinate. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Zhengpai off, Yin Chuan looked at Li Si. Your Majesty, when I was in Your Majesty's palm, I came into contact with Kong Daoqiu for a while. Although Kong Daoqiu was unwilling, I could feel that Kong Daoqiu greatly admires Your Majesty. Chapter 1093. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Capital. In the study room, Great Jin Celestial Empire's ministers stood respectfully on both sides, while Yin Chuan sat at his desk. Yifeng stepped forward. Your Majesty, there's news from the Central Divine Continent. Once the year is up, there are 3 middle-class sects that are willing to contribute all their merit points. 10 middle-class sects are willing to contribute half of their merit points. The remaining 9 sects are not willing to contribute a single point. What's the result? Yin Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng went to a sect that was not willing to contribute a single point. The sect was destroyed. Then he returned. Yifeng said, Everyone, the primordial gourd is a powerful treasure. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, So that's the case? The major sects of the Central Divine Continent are probably going to panic. Li Si nodded and sighed. That's right. Right now, Meng Hongying, Kong Ao Yin, Ren Shu, and the other Hall Masters are leading a large number of disciples of the archaic sects to the various sects to fight for merits, said Yifeng. What are they trying to do by fighting for merit points in the Central Divine Continent? Lu Gang frowned. Perhaps. In Hentian frowned. Everyone looked at In Hentian. Meng Sansheng wants to imitate Jing Ting and take the World Dao Seal. In Hentian frowned. Oh, everyone's face fell. Does Meng Sansheng have the strength to do so? Huo Guang was puzzled. I'm not sure, but Meng Sansheng's cultivation speed is too abnormal. Perhaps it's possible. In Hentian said, Dao Seal? Why do they all want this Dao Seal? I remember that when Jing Ting took the Dao Seal, he faced Goddess Xichen's remnant consciousness. Both of them were ancestral immortals. Is Goddess Xichen's Dao Seal really that important? Yifeng frowned. In Hentian smiled and shook his head. This is not an ordinary Dao Seal, nor was it created by Goddess Xichen. More accurately, these Dao Seals should be kept by Goddess Xichen. Oh, Yin Chuan showed a trace of doubt. In the ancient times, there were 3,000 heavenly Dao in this world. The 3,000 heavenly Dao did not have any intelligence, but they were the foundation of the entire world. The heavenly Tao pushed the firmament to rule the world. The firmament had its own intelligence. Inhentian explained, "Oh, the heavenly Tao doesn't have intelligence, but the heavens do?" Yinchuan asked curiously. "Yes, Your Majesty, you should know that the karmic positions of heaven and earth are divided into lower, middle, upper, and birth positions. In the celestial empire of Great Jun, His Majesty was now in the upper karmic position of heaven and earth, also known as the Celestial Empire. The Sage King of Dachi had the karmic position of birth. Actually, above it, there is a final karmic position called the Chi Habit position. This is bestowed by the heavens using the 3,000 heavenly axioms. There are 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the world of the netherworld, making a total of 15. Every person who enjoys the Chi Habit position is a saint chosen by the heavens to assist the heavens in managing the entire world. Inhentian explained, "There are a total of 15 saints in this world, 9 in the world of the living and 6 in the netherworld?" Yinchuan asked with a frown. "Yes, this is a fixed number. It can only be less, not more." These 15 people were the strongest 15 people in the world. As they could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, they were called saints. The birth of each heavenly emperor was even more exaggerated. They had to snatch the karmic position of the saint from the hands of the saints in order to build the heavenly court. They had to become heavenly emperors. Inhentian said, "Oh, however, after the calamity in the ancient times, the heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. At that time, the saints were almost extinct. Everything in this world was about to collapse." Inhentian laughed bitterly. Go on. "For a long time, the strongest person in this world was the Sage King. There were no more heavenly emperors, no more saints. Because the heavens died, all living beings could no longer obtain the Chi Habit position of heaven and earth." Inhentian said, "What about now?" Yinchuan asked. "Now, after a long period of time, the world regained some vitality. There were 1 or 2 more saints and heavenly emperors." Inhentian explained, "There are more? Where did the Chi Habit position of heaven and earth come from?" Li Si asked curiously. "Back then, during the ancient calamity, more than half of the saints fell. The heavens took pity on the people. Before they fell, they gathered 10 incomplete Chi Habit positions of heaven and earth and gave them to Goddess Shichin. After that, they died." Inhentian said, "10? Incomplete?" Yinchuan raised an eyebrow. Inhentian looked at Yinchuan's expression and suddenly understood. It seems that the emperor has guessed it. Goddess Jichin used these 10 incomplete Chi Habit positions of heaven and earth to seal the 5 realms. We are in one of the 5 realms, and also the last one. The other 4 sealed realms have been opened by the strongest people and have been seized by the strongest people. Jingming, no, you should be called Wu Zhao. Wu Zhao came to take one of the Chi Habit positions of heaven and earth to become a heavenly emperor." Yinchuan frowned. "No, it's not that simple. I've already said that the Chi Habit positions of heaven and earth are incomplete. To become a heavenly emperor or a saint, they must be completed. However, I don't know how to complete it. According to what I know, there was once a powerful ancestral immortal in the immortal realm who wanted to become a saint. After he obtained the Tao seal, he paid a huge price but still failed to become a saint." Inhentian explained, "The heavens are dead. It's difficult to become a saint or a heavenly emperor." Inhentian sighed. After that, everyone looked at Yinchuan. Yinchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. "Meng Sansheng wants to seize the last Tao seal. Your Majesty, De Jun wants to participate," Yifeng asked solemnly. Yinchuan smiled and nodded. "There's no hurry. I'm sure Demon King Kong of the West also knows about this." Immortal Realm, at the entrance of the sealed realms. In a large hall, a large number of officials stood respectfully in the hall. They were all bowing respectfully to a man in a dragon robe who sat on the dragon throne in the north. "Sage King, please calm down." The officials bowed. "This is just a small sealed realm. When Goddess Ji Chan migrated in, they were all mortals. Once they became immortals, they would ascend. How could Qi continue to lose? The Sage King of Qi said in a low voice. Sage King, according to the news sent by Gong Yang Taolu more than 10 years ago, there are 3 forces in the sealed realm. Yin Xuan, Demon King Kong, and Meng Sansheng. Gong Yang Taolu faced Demon King Kong. Obviously, he died at the hands of Yin Xuan or Meng Sansheng. An official said, Demon King Kong? He's not dead. Didn't the legend say that the Tao god of Zhugong killed him? The Sage King of the Qi frowned. We don't know. The official sighed. Sage King, Gong Yang Taolu's death was very strange. It was too fast. Even with his great immortal strength, he couldn't escape. Moreover, the remaining 80 immortals didn't manage to ascend in time. It's too strange. Unless Yin Xuan or Meng Sansheng could kill everyone in an instant. An official analyzed this. Suddenly, there was a gasp in the hall. Sage King, what should we do now? An official asked. Sage King, should we give up? No, the 5 sealed realms are all hidden in unknown places. This is the last person. It wasn't easy for me to find him. How can I give up? Moreover, if I leave, the news will spread. A large number of experts will come to fight for him. Am I testing the waters for them? The Sage King of the Qi glared. Then, I will go down personally. No, Sage King, you can't. Suddenly, the official stood up, Jiao Hu. Sage King, the higher the cultivation level of the sealed world, the greater the repulsion. With the strength of a Sage King, you won't be able to do anything inside. The situation inside is still unclear. Sage King, you can't take the risk. Just send someone to investigate. This time, you don't need to fight for the sealed realm. Just find out the information. An official shouted. The Sage King of the Qi frowned and nodded. All right. Chapter 1094. Central Divine Continent. A middle-ranked sect. Kong Outyin led a group of 10th God Palace disciples and coldly stood outside the gate of a middle-ranked sect. He looked at the people in the mountain gate with a cold expression. The sect leader of the middle-level sect immediately activated all the sect guarding formations as if they were facing a great enemy. Kong Outyin, is your arcane sacred ground really going to kill us all? My sect has already handed over half of our merit points, the sect master cried out. Kong Outyin sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the great perfection heavenly empire. The world is big, but there are too few middle-rank sections. If it was in the past, there would be many middle-rank sections. Half of each sect would be enough. Now that there is only one divine continent, we will naturally take it all. I will count to 3. After 3, if you're still unwilling to hand over all your merit points, you will be killed without mercy. In the distance, the sect master's face was filled with grief and indignation. The disciples behind him were uneasy and uneasy. 1. Kong Outyin said in a low voice, I will not hand it over. If I hand over all my merit points, Tian, so will be useless. I will be ashamed to face the ancestors. 2. Kong Outyin said in a low voice, Come, at most we will die together. Since the divine continent's sacred ground is perverted, I will fight it out with you. 3. Time's up. Kong Outyin snorted. In the distance, a large amount of sword chi shot toward Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin sneered and pointed his finger. Freeze! Wong. All the experts froze in fear. Kill them all, Kong Outyin said in a low voice. Yes. The group of 10th God Hall disciples replied. In another sect in the central divine continent, Sectmaster Hall, the door of the hall was tightly shut. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu were tying up a red-faced man. In the main hall, there were also 10 wild boars that were gnawing on corn cobs. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu smiled excitedly. Ren Shu, what do you want? The red-faced man said coldly. Sectmaster Redface, just give in. Ninth Rat stroked his beard and said with a smile. Brother Run, I didn't expect you to have such a heavy taste. Dongfang Zhengpai said strangely. The red-faced man and Ren Rat were slightly stunned. Soon, Ren Rat reacted. He rolled his eyes and said, Heavy your sister's taste? Is that what I'm talking about? Red-faced man. After being interrupted by Dongfang Zhengpai, Rat was no longer so polite. Instead, he said boldly, Red-Face Sect Leader, your cultivation has been completely suppressed by me. Quickly, offer up all your merit points. Dream on. I, Red-Face True Monarch, will never yield to scoundrels. How dare you dig a hole and sneak attack me? I'll tell you the truth. I already knew that the Divine Sect's sacred grounds would make a move. My Tian Su has already been given to someone else. Don't even think about ruining my sect's Tao foundation, said the red-faced sect master stubbornly. Yo, you're quite stubborn. Do you know why we brought these 10 sows here? Rat suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Why? The red-faced sect master frowned. Did you see that? The corn they're eating is laced with a strong aphrodisiac. If you don't hand over your merit points, we'll strip you naked, Rat said with a smirk. The red-faced sect master's face stiffened. What I fed you just now wasn't poison. It's actually a strong aphrodisiac. Rat continued. What? Despicable and shameless. You two despicable people. The red-faced sect master's face changed. Despicable and shameless? I like hearing that. It's really sweet. Try another way to praise me, Rat said with a face full of enjoyment. Red-face sect master. Brother Ren, you're really despicable, Dongfang Zhongpai said with a strange expression. Rat. Brother Run, aren't you being too dishonest by doing this? Dongfang Zhongpai frowned and said. Dishonest? Rat looked at Dongfang Zhongpai blankly. What I mean is that we should tear down this hall and set up a formation outside so that the middle sect disciples can see what's going to happen here. If we're going to do it, we'll do it openly, Dongfang Zhongpai said. Rat laughed and said, That's right. As expected of the descendant of Dongfang Bubi. You can even think of this. While the two of them were discussing wretchedly, the red-faced sect master's face suddenly turned ashen. His cultivation was sealed. He was fed an aphrodisiac and placed in the middle of a group of sows for the entire sect to admire. The red-faced sect master suddenly shuddered, feeling the reaction of his lower body. The red-faced sect master was instantly terrified. No, I'll give it all. I'll give it all. The red-faced sect master couldn't take it anymore. Chopping off his head was just a scar the size of a bowl. The red-faced sect master was even prepared to sacrifice himself for the entire sect. However, death wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was to die shamelessly. Give what? Rat laughed and said, Merit points, I'll give it all to you. I don't want it anymore. Let me go. The red-faced sect master shouted. But I still want to see what's going to happen next. Rat shook his head and said, Yes, the red-faced sect master is fighting 10 sows. This scene will definitely be explosive. Tomorrow, it will definitely spread throughout the world and be admired by everyone. I'm also looking forward to it. Dongfang Zhongpai said excitedly. Don't, the two of you, I'm wrong. Please let me go. I don't want anything. I don't want any merit points. The red-faced sect master was about to cry. You're begging us to accept your merit points? Rat said. Yes, I'm begging the divine sect's sacred grounds to accept it. I'm begging you. The red-faced sect master's tears flowed down his face. All right, Sai. I'm always too soft-hearted. Rat sighed shamelessly. The red-faced sect master constantly cursed the two in his heart for being despicable and shameless. However, he didn't dare to say a word. At the intersection of the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent, heaven and earth suddenly exploded. Boom! A vast hole appeared in the void. It connected to the immortal world. For a moment, dark clouds covered the surroundings. In the large hole, 20 figures flew in. The three people in the lead bowed respectfully towards the hole. Rest assured, Sacred King. The three people in the lead said respectfully, My three beloved subjects, the three of you are great immortals. This world is strange. I don't want you to fight for hegemony. I only need you to carefully and quietly investigate this world. Remember, be careful, be careful. The voice of the great Chi Sacred King sounded. Yes, Sacred King, rest assured we understand. And rumble, the huge hole slowly disappeared. The thunderclouds also slowly dissipated. Of the 20 immortals, 3 of them looked at each other, took a deep breath, and flew towards the nearest city. One after another, merit points quickly gathered in the divine sect sacred ground. For a moment, the merit clouds in the divine sect sacred ground were rolling over. Almost all the merit points of the sects in the world were gathered. At the entrance of the divine world, Meng Sansheng looked up at the sky. Not enough, still not enough. Meng Sansheng frowned. Sacred Lord, there's so much merit points, is it still not enough? A person behind him asked curiously. Not enough, continue to search. Collect all the merit points of the middle sects, and all the merit points of the lower sects. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Yes, Great Jin, Celestial Empire, Great Buddha, Heavenly Empire, my divine sect sacred ground. It can be said that the world is divided into 3. Next, I will take the Tao Seal. Tao Seal? What is the mystery of the broken karmic position left by heaven? The heavenly Tao has collapsed. Why is it still useful? Meng Sansheng frowned and thought. Chapter 1095, Volume 8, Number 1 Under the Heavens, Chapter 1. Cleansing the Earth, this central divine continent, had gone through a huge cleansing in the arcane sacred ground. All the merits had gathered. Above the arcane sacred ground, a sea of merits was rolling. Meng Hongying, Rin Shu, Kong Aoyan, and the other experts had also returned. In the divine world, in the ancestral mountain, the 72 experts were still pushing the rainbow egg in the center. The 7 leaders each held a gourd. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Meng Sansheng looked at the egg in the center and frowned. I don't know when the next time will be. Everyone nodded. Big brother, we've gathered all the merit points. There's already a holy hall in the outside world. If we delay any longer, more and more forces will come. At that time, we won't be able to remove the seal. I think we can do it now. Meng Sansheng looked at the man holding the red gourd. Everyone looked at him. The man holding the red gourd nodded. Yes, go and get ready. We will use the ancestral mountain in the divine world. Meng Sansheng nodded. Third brother. The man holding the red gourd looked at the man holding the yellow gourd. Big brother. The yellow-robed man was puzzled. The 5 of us are enough. You take the immortal beheading gourd and protect 7th brother. The red-robed man said solemnly. The yellow-robed man nodded. Yes. Meng Sansheng and the yellow-robed man slowly got up and walked out of the ancestral mountain. The 2 did not stop and headed to the exit of the divine world. Outside the divine world, Meng Hongying, Rin Shu, Kong Aoyan, and the other arcane sacred ground hall masters were waiting. Rin Shu's face was filled with excitement, as if something good was about to happen to him. Kong Aoyan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the entrance of the divine world. What is in the divine world? Father stayed in the arcane sacred ground to enter it. Father said that there's a treasure inside that could shake the heavens and earth. I returned to the arcane sacred ground to take a look. Unfortunately, Meng Sansheng's strength has risen too quickly. I don't have a chance. Kong Aoyan clenched his fists. While everyone was waiting, 2 figures suddenly stepped out of the entrance of the divine world. One of them was the sect master of the divine sect's holy land, Meng Sansheng. He wore a purple Taoist robe and carried a huge purple gourd on his back. The other was a man in a yellow Taoist robe. He had a cold expression and there was a dragon bone on his forehead. He had a threatening aura. Most importantly, the man in the yellow Taoist robe was carrying a huge gourd on his back. It looked exactly like the primordial gourd. The only difference was that this gourd was yellow. An identical gourd? The 10 hall masters were all shocked. Even Meng Hongying was at a loss. This was because even Meng Hongying had never seen this man before. Grandpa, who is this? Meng Hongying asked in surprise. Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man. Meng Sansheng glanced at the crowd and said, He's the vice sacred master of the divine sect's sacred ground. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Yes, everyone answered. The yellow-robed man looked at the crowd and didn't say anything. It was as if he didn't care about these people's gazes. On the other hand, Kong Aoyan narrowed his eyes. Another primordial gourd? Kong Outyin had long coveted the primordial gourd. In Kong Outyin's heart, the primordial gourd should be the best gourd in the world. It could refine living and dead spirits and turn them into primordial purple vapor for him to absorb. Was there any other gourd in the world that was stronger than this? Now, another one had appeared. Kong Outyin lowered his head, afraid that others would see the desire in his eyes. Sacred Master, Run Rat suddenly shouted. Meng Sansheng looked at Run Rat in confusion. Time's up. I promised you that I would stay in the divine sex, sacred ground, for 1,000 years. It's up. I want to leave the divine sex, sacred ground now. Ren Rat said excitedly. Leave the divine sex, sacred ground? Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes. Since everyone is here, Ren Rat will take his leave. I wish you all the best. Ha! Sacred Master, farewell, Ren Rat said with a smile. Then, he started to retreat. Wait, Meng Sansheng said. Run Rat was stunned. Ren Rat, has the divine sex, sacred ground, treated you badly? Meng Sansheng asked. No, Ren Rat shook his head. Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Isn't it good to stay in the divine sex, sacred ground? Meng Sansheng smiled. It's good, but I'm used to being free. I don't want to stay. Sacred Master, farewell, Run Rat said again. Ha. Leave the divine sex, sacred ground? It's not that you can't, but you know too much about the divine sex, sacred ground, Meng Sansheng said. Ren Rat's face stiffened, revealing a trace of unsightly expression. Meng Sansheng, what do you want? Run Rat frowned. The divine sex, sacred ground, isn't a place you can leave as you wish. Ren Rat, but different from others. I have high hopes for you. You also know too much about the divine sex, sacred ground. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Continue to stay and act as if nothing happened. 2. Turn back and let me brainwash you. I'll erase everything you know about the divine sex, sacred ground. Then you can leave, Meng Sansheng said. Brainwash? That's impossible, Run Rat exclaimed. Even if it's impossible, it has to be possible. Sacred Hall Masters, guard Ren Rat for me. I'll deal with him after I'm done with my business, Meng Sansheng said. Yes, the Sacred Hall Masters replied. Ren Rat's face revealed an unprecedented panic. Although I, Ren Rat, am shameless, I never break my promise. Meng Sansheng, you actually went back on your words, Ren Rat exclaimed. Ren Rat looked at the experts rushing towards him. His expression changed, and he stomped his foot. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Ren Rat immediately drilled into the ground. Ren Rat understood that if he flew in the sky, he wouldn't be able to escape. He could only drill into the ground. Just as he drilled into the ground, Meng Sansheng revealed a sneer and grabbed at the hole. Whoosh! A huge suction force came from Meng Sansheng's palm and went straight into the hole. Ren Rat screamed as he was pulled out by Meng Sansheng. Divine Seal. Meng Sansheng smiled and clenched his hand. Ka. Suddenly, a large amount of purple net appeared around Ninth Rat's body, and in an instant, all of its cultivation was sealed. Meng Sansheng, let me go. You promised me. You promised me. Ren Rat screamed in fear. However, Meng Sansheng didn't pay any attention to them and simply tossed them to the temple masters. Lock him up, Meng Sansheng said. Yes, the Sacred Hall Masters replied. Meng Hongying frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but she could only swallow her words. Kong Outyin, on the other hand, looked at Ninth Rat curiously. Ren Rat's strength wasn't that great. Meng Sansheng was also a man of his words. Why would he go against his principles for Ren Rat? Did Ren Rat have some other background? The 5 Sacred Hall Masters were responsible for guarding Ren Rat. The man with the yellow gourd flew to the top of a mountain. Everyone, retreat 100 miles away, Meng Sansheng said. Yes, everyone quickly retreated, leaving only Meng Sansheng at the entrance of the divine world. Meng Sansheng looked at the huge virtuous ocean in the sky. Dharma world, Meng Sansheng said. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng's Dharma idol suddenly shot down from above the sea of destiny, fusing with Meng Sansheng as one. Meng Sansheng's body slowly grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, Meng Sansheng grew to 1,000 feet tall. He hid the primordial gourd in his sleeve and looked at the divine world. God world, invade the earth. Meng Sansheng shouted. In the distance, Kong Ao Tian was confused. Spread the earth? Jing Ting used the great boundary-suppressing steel to spread the earth. Did the divine world have the same treasure? Inside the divine world. Inside the divine race's ancestral mountain. The expressions of the 70 experts also turned solemn. They looked at the red-robed man. Let's begin. Let's activate the ancestral mountain and spread the earth. The red-robed man said. Yes. Everyone replied. The 70 experts acted almost at the same time. The ancestral mountain instantly became colorful and emitted a dazzling light in the divine world. Suppress. The red-robed man's voice came from the divine realm. Boom! The ancestral mountain pressed down on the earth. At the entrance of the divine world, the earth suddenly sank. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from the divine world. From the entrance of the god realm, 2 ripples appeared on the ground. The ripples were like ripples formed when a pebble was thrown into a mirror pond. They swept across the world and spread in all directions. Rumble! The entire Middle Divine Continent was suddenly shaken by an earthquake. The earthquake continued to spread in all directions. The East Divine Continent, the South Divine Continent, the West Divine Continent, and the North Divine Continent. Not long after, almost all 5 continents in the world were shaken by an earthquake. East Divine Continent, Yanjin. Facing Heaven Hall, Yin Chuan was in the middle of a meeting. Suddenly, the earth rumbled. Rumble! The entire Yanjin seemed to be shaking. Yin Chuan's face changed color. He quickly walked out of the Facing Heaven Hall and looked to the west. Your Majesty, the earth is being spread. All the dragon veins are being spread. Feng Yinyang said with a hint of surprise. Spread the entire earth? Has it begun? Meng Sansheng has done it. Why are you in such a hurry? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Your Majesty, the entire earth is being spread. Meng Sansheng is going to take the seal of this world. What should we do? Feng Yinyang asked worriedly. Yin Chuan looked up at the sky and looked at the Sea of Providence. Citizens of Dezhun, listen up. I need your power now. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the Sea of Providence. Under the dragon's roar, Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread out in all directions. Yin Chuan's statue quickly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon and pounced on Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan's body shone with golden light. His figure was also slowly growing larger. In a city in Dezhun, His Majesty's voice, the earthquake just now, does it have something to do with that? Hurry up. His Majesty has given us cultivation techniques for free all these years. I'm a part of Dezhun. I'll lend you my power. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Dezhun was no longer the same as it was a few hundred years ago. At this moment, the unity of the people of Dezhun had reached an unbelievable level after hundreds of years of governance. Surges of energy quickly gathered in Yanjin. Yin Chuan's body also became bigger and bigger. At the same time, in the Great Buddha Empire in the West Divine Continent. Citizens of Dezhun, I need your power. Raise your right hand. Kong Mok looked up and roared. Roar! As the dragon roared, Kong Mok's order quickly spread across the West Divine Continent. Countless people raised their hands, and Kong Mok's body also slowly expanded. Yin Chuan, Kong Mo Ku, and Meng Sansheng. The 3 of them were growing rapidly, turning into 1,000 zhang tall giant that stood between heaven and earth. Chapter 1096. 7-Colored Ancestral Mountain, the Great Earth. For a time, the sealed world shook. In a valley in the central divine continent, suddenly, 20 immortals flew into the sky, each covered in light. The 3 in the lead looked solemnly towards the south. Rinsan, are you sure that Gongyang Taolu died in the hands of Meng Sansheng? The leader looked at the other person. Absolutely. I've already found someone to confirm it. Meng Sansheng's Hongmeng gourd is extremely strange. Even in the immortal world, we've never heard of it. Rin San frowned. The earth is shaking. Is it coming from the divine sex sacred land? Dier, what's with your expression? The leader frowned. Big brother, that's not right. The dragon veins have all been plundered. Dier's expression changed. Plundered the dragon veins? Could it be that he wants to take the Tao seal, like Jingting? The leader's expression darkened. Big brother, what do we do? The sacred king only told us to watch. He didn't let us interfere. Dier's expression changed. The leader's expression changed. We have to interfere. The sacred king came here for the Tao seal. If Meng Sansheng takes it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? We'll go over first and wait for an opportunity. Everyone nodded. You ascend to the immortal world first. In case anything happens to us, go and report to the sacred king. Tian Yi, will watch over here. Tell the sacred king not to worry about us. We won't be reckless. Tian Yi pointed at a subordinate. Big brother, we're 3 immortals. You're too careful. Rin San smiled. Third brother, how did Gonyang Talu die? Tian Yi's expression changed. Rin San's expression changed. He immediately replied, yes, big brother's right. I was careless. Let's go. Tian Yi said solemnly. Whoosh. Everyone quickly flew towards the divine sex sacred land. Divine sex sacred land. Meng Sansheng's body had also reached a height of 10,000 feet. When he stepped on the ground, smoke and dust rose. He looked up at the virtuous cloud sea. His eyes were filled with hostility. Roar! As Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, he grabbed at the virtuous virtue cloud sea like Jingying did in the past. Meng Sansheng thrust his right hand into the virtuous cloud and clenched his fist. The virtuous cloud seemed to have turned into a glove for Meng Sansheng as he grabbed at the void. Buzz! In an instant, a storm rose in the void, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered the sky. A wrinkle appeared in the void. Meng Sansheng was able to see the laws of heaven and earth as he tore them apart. In the distance, countless disciples of the arcane sex and sacred grounds looked at the sky in panic. Heavenly net? Was this the Skynet? The justice of heaven has a long arm? The heavenly net of this realm was pulled down, but it was not as grand as the one Jingting used in the past. Not enough merit points. Meng Sansheng said anxiously. Even if it's not enough, it won't do. Today I must take the Tao seal. Roar! Meng Sansheng shouted. Meng Sansheng's pupils and hair suddenly turned purple. His body exuded a devilish purple aura. His long hair blew against his face, making him look like a peerless demon god. A bulge appeared on his back. Rip! On Meng Sansheng's back, his clothes were suddenly torn apart, and a pair of huge purple wings appeared on his back. Each of the wings was about 20 meters long and was incomparably huge. Roar! Meng Sansheng roared again and exerted more strength. The heavenly net suddenly increased again. The range of the Skynet increased by more than 10 times. Not enough, not enough, Meng Sansheng shouted. He exerted more strength, and the Skynet expanded by 10 times. Finally, under Meng Sansheng's full strength, a faint trace of a Tao seal appeared in the void. It's coming out, Meng Sansheng said excitedly. He continued to exert strength. At this moment, 19 streams of light shot over from the distance. The 19 immortals arrived and looked at the Tao seal in the sky. Their expressions changed. Really? He's really going to take the Tao seal? Big brother, what should we do? Stop him quick. Meng Sansheng is going all out against the heavens. He doesn't have the strength to deal with us. Let's do it. Meng Sansheng die. The immortal shouted and charged at Meng Sansheng. Standing on top of a mountain not far from Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's third brother, a fierce man with a yellow gourd on his back, was also looking at the sky. However, when he saw the immortals coming to disturb him, his eyes lit up. The immortals charged at Meng Sansheng. The yellow-robed man's eyes turned cold. He patted the gourd gently. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the black gourd. It was more than 3 meters tall and wrapped in a 7-inch blade. The tip of the blade had eyebrows and eyes. It looked evil. Its eyes shone in a straight line at the immortals. "Treasure, please turn around," the yellow-robed man said respectfully. Whoosh! It was like a flash of lightning. Bang! With one slash, 5 heads fell off. The immortals' faces changed drastically as blood spurted out. Whoosh! The white light that cut off the heads of the 5 immortals flew back to the yellow gourd in an instant. Below, countless disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds were petrified, especially Kong Outyin. As soon as the immortals attacked, Kong Outyin saw that the palm print and sword energy formed by the 3 leaders were not something a sky immortal could do. They were too powerful. A grand immortal? It was a grand immortal. While Kong Outyin was still in shock, the yellow-robed man attacked. "Treasure, please turn around." The heads of the 5 immortals fell to the ground. That was a grand immortal. It was too straightforward. When the primordial gourd sucked in the Hongmeng gourd, Gourd had struggled for a while. However, the immortals did not even have time to react before their heads were separated from their bodies. It seemed that not only their bodies were cut, but their souls were also destroyed. What gourd is this?" Kong Outyin exclaimed. Kong Outyin was sure that if he accidentally encountered this Dharma treasure, he would be killed as well. This Dharma treasure was too terrifying. Kong Outyin was not the only one who was terrified. The immortals who were charging at Meng Sansheng were also shocked. Third brother, Earth 2 exclaimed. "Let's go." Tian Yi pulled Earth 2 and sped away. They did not even care about the corpse of Grand Immortal Sansheng. With 2 Grand Immortals escaping, the remaining 12 Immortals turned and ran. They did not even have time to collect the corpses. This was too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? The Immortals fled at an unbelievable speed. It was as if they hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. The pride of a Grand Immortal? That was nothing. Everyone finally understood why Gourd could not escape. In the distance, the yellow-robed man stroked his yellow gourd as he watched the immortals flee. He ignored them and continued to look at Meng Sansheng, trying his best to get the Dao Seal. The yellow-robed man did not care, but the disciples of the arcane sacred ground could not ignore it. The Hall Masters led by Meng Hongying did not care about this vice-sacred leader at first, but who would dare to look down on him now? That yellow gourd seemed even more domineering than the Hongmeng gourd. The Hongmeng gourd sucked in people, and they struggled. However, the yellow gourd shot out a white light and decapitated them. Who was he? Everyone looked at the yellow-robed man in awe. Under Meng Sansheng's full power, the Dao Seal became clearer and clearer. Meng Sansheng was weaker than Jing Ting after all, so he couldn't do it as casually as Jing Ting did. However, Meng Sansheng still managed to complete the last step. He grabbed the merit cloud with his right hand and the Dao Seal with his left hand. Boom! Meng Sansheng's left hand landed on the Dao Seal. However, Meng Sansheng's hand wasn't the only one on the seal. There seemed to be 2 other palms holding onto the seal tightly. One of them was from Yanjin. Meanwhile, in Yanjin of the East Divine Continent, Yanchuan also turned into a 10,000-foot-tall giant. He also used all his strength to reach out and grab the Sea of Providence. He pulled out the heavenly net and revealed the seal. He grabbed it with his other hand. Boom! Yanchuan's right hand landed on the Dao Seal, and 2 more palms appeared on it. In the West Divine Continent, Kong Mok's hand also grabbed onto it. The Dao Seal was a very mysterious thing. The Dao Seal sealed this world. It could be said that the Dao Seal could be anywhere in this world. Although the 3 of them were separated by billions of miles, they could grab the Dao Seal at the same time. It was as if the 3 of them were separated by a great distance, but shared the same sun. 3 hands grabbed at it tightly, refusing to give way to any of them. Roar! Meng Sansheng flapped his wings, and countless purple feathers appeared in the sky. Meng Sansheng's power skyrocketed. In the West Divine Continent, Lotus God, I don't have enough power. Lend me your power. Kong Mok whispered. Buzz! A white lotus slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. As soon as the white lotus appeared, a sacred power surged into Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's power skyrocketed. In the East Divine Continent, Yin Chuan's eyes slowly turned red and his hair grew longer. Suddenly, a vast sea of blood appeared under his feet and the sky was covered by blood clouds. A super theurgy. Roar! Yin Chuan roared with a ferocious face. The three of them knew each other and grabbed the Dao seal tightly. There was only one Dao seal and no one would give in. The officials of Yin Jin watched nervously. At this moment, the entire world shook and a storm swept in all directions. The world was in turmoil. The three of them refused to give in. They were in a stalemate for a while. Then, a huge shadow slowly appeared in the void. The huge shadow was like the Dao seal. Although there was only one, the three of them could see it clearly. It was a woman with a human head and a snake's body. The woman looked down with a compassionate face. Goddess Ji Chun. The people of Yin Jin immediately recognized her. Just like the Dejiao's sacred ground, Goddess Ji Chun has come out. The Dao seal is about to be taken. The sealed world is about to be broken. Someone suddenly shouted. Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng all looked ferocious as they fought for the Dao seal. Goddess Ji Chun looked at the three of them. Do all of you want this seal? Goddess Ji Chun asked in a compassionate tone. Chapter 1097. Central Divine Continent. Meng Sansheng took the Dao seal. Ren Shu was escorted to a palace in a valley by the 5 palace lords. The 5 of them were all upper ethereal realm cultivators. They didn't expect that someone would come to rescue them. However, this was the perfect time to break out of prison. Dongfang Zhengpai and Ren Shu were like flies that met rotten meat. If Ren Shu didn't want to see Meng Sansheng, they wouldn't have separated. Fortunately, Dongfang Zhengpai saw that Ren Shu was captured. Rumble. Outside, a storm raged and the earth shook. The 5 palace lords looked up at the sky in shock. Dongfang Zhengpai walked over with a man in a black robe. Who is it? One of the palace lords' face sank. The man in the black robe held a white longsword. His body flashed and turned into 5 shadows as he charged towards one of the palace lords. Hiss! Hiss! 1 man and 1 sword. 5 rays of sword light shot towards the purple palace lords. The 5 of them were immobilized in the blink of an eye. They stared at Dongfang Zhengpai and the man in the black robe in shock. Dongfang Zhengpai, I have captured the 5 of them. This is the sacred ground of the divine sect. There is no need to kill them. Ren Shu is in the palace. I will protect you. The man in the black robe said solemnly. The 5 of them are all upper ethereal realm cultivators. You managed to subdue them in 1 move. Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed. The man in the black robe nodded. Who are you? Why have I never seen you in Yinjing? Oh, I know. You are Yin Chuan's secret force. Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. Many of the officials knew that Yin Chuan had a secret force, but none of them had seen it before. Dongfang Zhengpai was excited when he saw it. Lord Dongfang, hurry up. Ren Shu has caught Meng Sansheng's eye. The divine realm will pay attention to him. Hurry. The man in the black robe said coldly. Don't worry. I promised Yin Chuan that I would also need a subordinate. Ha! Dongfang Zhengpai nodded and walked into the palace. Bang! He entered the palace and slammed the door shut. The black-robed figure slowly hid behind a hall master. The 5 hall masters stood motionless at the entrance, as if nothing had happened. Inside the main hall, the 9th rat was tied up by a purple net and fell to the ground, unable to move. This old ancestor has 8 generations of bad luck. How did I meet such an untrustworthy person like Meng Sansheng? The 9th rat was extremely depressed. Yo, who is this? Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Ren Rat's eyes lit up. Brother Dongfang, quickly undo my seal. That's fine too. However, shouldn't we put an end to the elder's beard that we discussed last time? Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. Ren Rat's face twitched. You're shameless. Haha, that's right. I'm more shameless than you. So you have to call me Big Brother. You're number 2. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. Bullshit. I'm so much older than you. How old are you? You want to be my big brother? Run Rat glared at him. Age doesn't determine ambition. If you call me big brother, I'll let you go. If not, I'll leave. Dong Fong Zhongpai sneered. Ren Rat's face was filled with bitterness and hatred. I say, number 2, I know you're not convinced. Actually, I want to say that your skin is too thin. Bullshit. Ren Rat's face turned red from anger. Call me big brother, and I'll lead you on the road. Dongfang Zhongpai said smugly. Ren Rat wanted to beat his own chest. He was careless in making friends. Think about the darkness in the divine sex, sacred ground. Oh, and the brainwashing, too cruel. Maybe after the brainwashing, I'll be refined into a puppet. Sigh, don't worry. Every year on Qingming, I'll burn paper money for you. Run Rat. Number 2, call me big brother. Dongfang Zhongpai laughed. Ren Rat's face twitched. Finally, he said with sorrow, big brother. I can't hear you. It's too low. Number 2, what did you say? Big brother. Ren Rat shouted with grief and indignation. Kaka. Number 2, to think that you would have such a day. Dongfang Zhongpai said proudly. Ren Rat rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, why aren't you unsealing me? Dongfang Zhongpai took out a pearl and pushed it towards the seal on Ren Rat's body. Wong. The pearl quickly absorbed the seal as if it wanted to suck the seal into the pearl. Where did you get this pearl? Why haven't I seen it before? Did you dig up some ancestral grave and smuggle it? Ren Rat's eyes lit up. Smuggle my ass. You have to call me big brother in the future. What do you know? This was given to me by Yin Chuan. It was once the treasure of a middle sect. Dongfang Zhongpai said, Yin Chuan gave you this? This pearl is a natural treasure, comparable to an immortal tool. Ren Rat said in shock. I am a division head, so what if I have a pearl? This is my salary. Unlike you, you only know how to make money from the dead. You have no backing at all. If I wanted to save you, I could just say a word and there would be experts protecting me. What about you? Dongfang Zhongpai asked. Ren Rat's face stiffened as he said, You're not going to persuade me to join the great perfection, are you? I'm not trying to persuade you. I've already decided for you. If you don't want to be the supreme beast of the nation, then you can be the deputy director of the Special Affairs Department. Otherwise, I'll be the only one in this department. It'll be embarrassing. Dongfang Zhongpai said, Bah, what elder brother is like a father? You're still a little brat. Who called me big brother just now? Run Rat. The two of them cursed at each other as they undid the seal. Not long after, they were all unlocked. The earth has been sealed. Ren Rat stomped on the ground and was unexpectedly unable to dig a hole. Go! The two of them immediately opened the door of the main hall. Outside the hall, the black-robed man was waiting. Let's go, the black-robed man said. The three of them immediately stuck close to the ground and shot into the distance. However, even so, he was still discovered. Kong Outyin was still admiring the immortal slaying gourd. Suddenly, he saw Run Rat trying to escape. Stop! Kong Outyin's expression changed. As he said that, Kong Outyin stretched out his hand and stopped the three of them. Freeze! Bang! The black-robed man suddenly shot out his sword, and the void seemed to shatter. The black-robed man instantly broke Kong Outyin's immobilization technique. Let's go! Whoosh! The three of them quickly shot into the distance. Even Yin Chuan can't do anything to me. And you want to escape? Heavenly Tao, gather. Kong Outyin waved his hand again. Heaven mending style. Boom! A large number of crystals seemed to shatter in the void. Kong Outyin's attack failed again. The three silhouettes instantly shot into the forest and disappeared without a trace. How is this possible? How is this possible? Who is he? My heavenly Tao. Even sky immortals can't do anything to me. Kong Outyin said in shock. Although Kong Outyin's movement was big, everyone's eyes were looking in another direction. While the three of them were fighting for the Taoist seal, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly appeared in the void. Do all of you want this Taoist seal? Goddess Jichen said compassionately. Meng Sanqing's expression changed. In the end, he nodded and said, Please help us. In Yanjin, please help us, Goddess Jichen. Yin Chuan said politely. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, Please help us, Kong Mok said solemnly. The three of them were all grabbing the Taoist seal, but they all realized that the Taoist seal didn't move at all. Back then, it was easy for them to get it, but it was so difficult for them. Goddess Jichen shook her head and said, "It's not enough. If you don't condense the great path, you can only pluck it with a large amount of merit or providence. But none of you are enough. If you can gather it, it might be possible." What? Meng Sanqing's expression changed. Yin Chuan and Kong Mok both frowned. This Taoist seal seals this world. If you pluck it, you will shake the entire world. You're not strong enough. There's another way. If you want to be recognized by the world, you need to accumulate almost all the merit and providence. Remember, Goddess Jichen said. Then, Goddess Jichen's figure slowly faded away. Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng. The three of them held the Taoist seal in their hands. Their expressions changed for a moment. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan smiled bitterly and slowly let go of his right hand. As expected, Yin Chuan let go, and the other two hands didn't move the Taoist seal at all. Yin Chuan let go. Meng Sansheng slowly let go with a trace of reluctance. Kong Mok let out a sigh with a hint of confusion. Boom! The sky was clear and the storm stopped. The world returned to normal. The countless spectators in the three places were all at a loss. They were busy for so long, but no one could get it. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng slowly retracted his wings and returned to normal. He stood on the square with a gloomy face. Whoosh! The yellow-robed man flew over with a gourd on his back. Do you need the merit and providence of the world? The yellow-robed man frowned. Third brother, although the arcane sect uses Tiansu, I once let it devour a god bestowment scroll. Meng Sansheng said with a gloomy face. Oh, does that mean we can fight for providence? The yellow-robed man narrowed his eyes. Yes. Meng Sansheng nodded. If that's the case, then let's destroy the dynasty and take their providence. The yellow-robed man's eyes flashed. Okay. Meng Sansheng nodded. I'll go to the west and destroy the great Buddha dynasty. You go to the east and destroy the great Zhen dynasty. Don't be soft-hearted, the yellow-robed man said. Third brother, don't worry. I know what to do. Meng Sansheng nodded. The yellow-robed man nodded. The yellow-robed man took a step forward and shot towards the west with the immortal slaying gourd on his back. His killing intent soared to the sky. Meng Sansheng watched the yellow-robed man leave. He took a deep breath and headed towards the east with a gloomy face. The strength of the two men was naturally shocking. Although the world was big, it only took a day to travel. The two men went to the capital of the two dynasties, Million Buddha City. At the entrance of the Million Buddha Hall, Kong Mo Ku and his officials looked at the yellow-robed man on the top of a palace in the distance. Who are you? Tell me your name, Kong Mo Ku said with a gloomy face. Shadi, the yellow-robed man said solemnly. Shadi? The officials of the Million Buddha Hall repeated the name blankly. They had never heard of him before. Who are you? What do you want? What's your relationship with the arcane sect? Kong Mo Ku asked. From now on, you will submit to the arcane sect and contribute all your providence. Otherwise, you will die, Shadi said coldly. Ah ha ha ha. Kong Mo Ku burst into laughter. How ridiculous. You want me to contribute my providence? Could it be that this person had lost his mind? Who in the world dares to talk to me like this? I'll count to 3. 1. Shadi said coldly. Humph! How dare a nobody take the providence of the great Buddha dynasty? You're courting death, Kong Mo Ku said coldly as he waved his dragon robe. After Kong Mo Ku finished speaking, a large number of guards flew up into the sky. They rushed toward Shadi. 2. Shadi said coldly. Humph! Go to hell. Kong Mo Ku stared at him. Kong Mo Ku stretched out his hand and attacked first. A huge handprint appeared in the void with an unstoppable force. 3. Shadi said. He patted the immortal killing gourd and a white light shot out. The immortal killing flying saber flew out of the gourd. Baby, please turn around. Swish! A ferocious white light shot towards Kong Mok. Kong Mo Ku's face changed. Boom! Kong Mo's head was chopped off and thrown into the air. The immortal killing flying saber flew back into the gourd instantly. All the officials were petrified in an instant. Kong Mo's head was separated from his body. Kong Mo's head was flying in the air, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "That's impossible," Zhao Xinji exclaimed. "Your Majesty," the officials exclaimed. Chapter 1098. Central Divine Continent. The two great immortals, Tian and Dir, brought the 12 immortals and fled in panic. He was careful when he came. He thought that the experts of this world were strange, but he didn't think they were this strange. "Big brother, third bro is dead. Third bro is dead. What should we do?" Earth Second said with hatred. Tian turned his head and shook his head. "The divine sex, sacred ground, wants revenge. Can you block that flying dagger?" Earth 2 was silent with grief and indignation. Rumble. In the distance, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. From afar, a massive statue of Goddess Xichen appeared. "Goddess Xichen, the Tao seal is about to be plucked?" Tian Yi's expression changed. He wanted to stop Zhang Xian, but the scene from before was still fresh in his mind. Was he tired of living? For the first time, the two great immortals felt that their title of Great Immortal was not that useful. Rumble. After listening to Goddess Xicen's explanation, Meng Sansheng gave up on trying to obtain the Tao seal. The immortals all heaved a long sigh of relief. They glanced at one another, and a bitter smile appeared on their lips. "What should we do?" Earth 2 asked. "One of us will ascend first and report to the Sage King. The rest of us will stay and wait. This time, let's not be too rash." Tianyi sighed softly. "Yes, Sai, this world is too strange. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for the Saint King to come." Tian sighed softly. "Big brother, what are you talking about? The strength of a Saint King is one realm higher than ours." Di said, "But do we know much about this world? Do you know what other dangers there are in the deity realm?" Tian asked solemnly. Ground 1 fell silent again. What was there in the god realm? The immortals were curious, and so was Kong Outyin. In Kong Ao Tian's eyes, it was Meng Sansheng who had unleashed the power of the god world. To be able to penetrate the earth, what kind of treasure was that? Meng Sansheng and Sha Di had already left. Kong Outyin's heartbeat quickened. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and stepped toward the entrance of the divine world. Now that Meng Sansheng and Sha Di had left, what was there to be afraid of? Swish! Kong Outyin charged towards the deity world. "What are you doing? Stop right there." Meng Hongying's expression changed. The experts from the arcane sects and holy grounds were alarmed as they quickly blocked the entrance to the god world. Kong Outyin revealed an evil smile and said, "Meng Hongying, get out of the way. You can't stop me." "Kong Outyin, what are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that the sacred master will refine you when he returns?" Meng Hongying shouted. "Ha ha ha ha. I wouldn't have come if I was afraid." Kong Outyin laughed wildly. "Divine sect formation, stop Kong Outyin." Meng Hongying shouted. Yes. The disciples of the arcane sects and sacred grounds immediately responded. "Settle." Kong Outyin shouted coldly. Boom. The surrounding experts were all frozen in midair in an instant. Kong Outyin could even freeze celestial immortals, let alone these mortals. Meng Hongying grabbed the long whip, her eyes filled with surprise. Kong Outyin smiled evilly. "Don't stare at me like that. I'm no longer the holy son of Outyin. I am nobler than all of you. Are you curious about my strength? Ha 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 ha. You bunch of mortals will never understand. Ha ha." Kong Outyin laughed loudly as he stepped into the divine world. In the outside world, countless experts were frozen in place, extremely anxious. However, soon, a loud roar came from the divine world. "Treasure, let's go on a trip." With a loud roar, countless crows began to caw in a dense manner. Wah, 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 in the divine world. Kong Outyin met another man with a gourd on his back. It was a man in a green robe with a huge green gourd on his back. The mouth of the gourd was suddenly facing him. "Treasure, let's go on a trip." Suddenly, countless fire crows flew out from the mouth of the gourd. The fire crows were extremely fast, as if they had traveled through time and space. In the blink of an eye, they had covered the sky and the earth and enveloped Kong Out Yin. The entire divine world was filled with fire crows in an instant. Each fire crow only had one leg. Golden flames shot up to the sky around each fire crow. Boom! It was as if the sun had exploded where Kong Out Yin was. "Heavenly Tao, gather!" Kong Out Yin exclaimed. However, the fire crows did not seem to be affected at all. Boom! Kong Out Yin's body was blown into hundreds of pieces. The fire burned as if it was going to be annihilated in an instant. Whoosh! As if a gust of wind had blown, Kong Out Yin's body pieces suddenly flew out and went straight to the exit of the divine world. Boom! Kong Out Yin's body pieces escaped. After flying out of the divine world, Kong Out Yin's body pieces quickly gathered together. They turned into Kong Out Yin's appearance again, but this time, Kong Out Yin's appearance was extremely miserable. "Let's go!" Kong Out Yin yelled at his subordinates. Without hesitation, he fled into the distance in fear. What a terrifying divine world. What a powerful gourd. Are those golden crows? Billions of golden crows? Kong Out Yin's eyes were filled with panic. It's even more terrifying than Meng, Sansheng, and the yellow gourd. I'm a Tao god. Even if I'm just a newborn Tao god, I'm still immortal and indestructible. Just now, I actually felt like I was about to be destroyed. Kong Out Yin ran in fear. In the divine world, countless golden crows flew around the divine world for a while before flying back to the green gourd. Rumble! The scene was extremely spectacular. Soon, all the golden crows entered the gourd. The man in the green robe looked at the exit of the divine world and squinted his eyes. Resurrection? This is a Tao god? Wait until I unlock another seal on the fire crow gourd. Even if you are a Tao god, I will burn you to ashes. The man in the green robe carried the fire crow gourd and walked into the mountain of ancestors. West Divine Continent, outside the Thousand Buddha City. Kong Daoqiu was standing on the peak of a mountain, watching the battle in the Thousand Buddha City. A man carrying a yellow gourd was facing all the experts of the great Buddha Empire. Is this person from the Archaean sacred ground? Why haven't I seen him before? What's he doing here? Kong Daoqiu frowned. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he listened to the battle in the distance. Shadi, what? Is this person crazy? Is he really going to make the entire Thousand Buddha City his enemy? Kong Mok has the help of the Lotus God. With his current strength, even I am no match for him. Kong Daoqiu frowned in shock. He attacked? Kong Mok is indeed like this. He lost his cool after a few words. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and sighed. Baby, please turn around. Bam! Kong Mok's head flew into the air. Kong Daoqiu's face stiffened and his heart almost jumped to his throat. This is impossible, Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. Kong Mok's head was chopped off with one slash. In just an instant? This is not real. This is impossible, Kong Daoqiu exclaimed. In the distance, Kong Mok's head flew into the air and he was in disbelief. He was chopped off just like that. Chopped into two. Kong Mok's head flew into the air and the officials and guards behind him were petrified. Then they screamed, "This is impossible, Your Majesty!" "No!" The courtiers roared in unison. They were filled with grief and hatred. In the distance, at the peak of a palace, Sha Di's eyes were gloomy. The dragon bone protruded from his forehead as he looked coldly at the head that flew into the air. He was surrounded by a murderous aura. He stood there like an army of thousands of men and horses. The guards who were rushing toward Kong Mok were shocked when they saw Kong Mok's head flying into the air. Charge! Charge my ass! Your Majesty! All the guards rushed toward Kong Mok. Kong Mok did not expect Sha Di to be so ferocious and to kill without hesitation. "Lotus Goddess, save me!" Kong Mok's head barely managed to utter a cry. A white lotus flower slowly appeared above Kong Mok's head. "I have already saved you. That slash cut off your spiritual soul. If I had not protected your spiritual soul, you would be a headless corpse now." A voice came from the white lotus flower. Lotus Goddess, what is that slash? Kong Mok asked in horror as his head fell to the ground. The immortal slaying gourd and the immortal slaying flying saber. However, it seems that you have not reached your strongest state yet. Otherwise, even I would not have been able to protect you, Lotus Goddess said. Ah, plop. Kong Mok's head fell to the ground. In the distance, Sha Di squinted his eyes. He's not completely dead? Sha Di asked in surprise. This was the first time that the immortal slaying flying saber had not destroyed his spiritual soul. Sha Di was about to rush toward Kong Mok. The holy ground of the Holy Clan and the Kong family have always minded our own business. Do you want to become enemies with the Kong family today? Boom! A deafening sound suddenly came from the sky above the city of Buddhas. A gust of majestic aura pressed down on Sha Di, who was rushing towards Kong Mok. Sha Di raised his head, and a gust of ferocious chi soared into the sky. Ancestor, the disciples of the Kong family exclaimed. Everyone looked over. They saw a man in green standing in the sky. There were several cracks on his face, which sent chills down everyone's spine. The cracks were not scars. That crack looked extremely strange. It was as if the green-robed man's entire body was made of ceramic. When the ceramic shattered, cracks appeared. The man in green's face was full of cracks, and his eyes were filled with ferocious chi. He stared at Sha Di coldly. Both of them looked ferocious, and their auras soared. Their ferocious chi made the experts around them turn pale. Are you Demon King Kong? Feng Xiao's face darkened. Demon King Kong was confronting Sha Di. Feng Xiao reacted instantly, taking advantage of this opportunity to run towards where Kong Mok's head had fallen. Your Majesty, are you all right? I deserve to die. Feng Xiao knelt beside Kong Mok's head. Put my head back on my body, Kong Mok said in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Xiao quickly picked up Kong Mok's head and went to the headless body. Then, he carefully placed the head on Kong Mok's head. Buzz! A white lotus bloomed above Kong Mok's head, giving off a soft white light. Kong Mok's head and body were quickly connected. When the officials saw this, they were overjoyed. His face immediately lit up with joy. Holy Wanen. Chapter 1099. East Divine Continent, Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty, Yanjin. On top of a mountain outside Yanjin, Meng Sansheng carried a giant purple gourd on his back and looked coldly at the luck in Yanjin. In the distance, at the entrance of the facing sky hall, Yin Chuan was dressed in a dragon robe as he led his ministers out of the skyward palace. Feng Yinyang, Wang Jian, Bai Ditian, and Yin Hentian all looked gloomy. Even the queen and Zizi came to the front of the facing sky hall and looked at Meng Sansheng seriously. A day ago, they were fighting for the seal. In just one day, Meng Sansheng came from the Middle Divine Continent. Goddess Yichen's words were still vivid in his mind. He had to become an ancestral immortal or gather all the merit and luck in the world. Meng Sansheng was obviously not an ancestral immortal, so there was only one way to get the luck of Great Jun Heavenly Dynasty. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Zizi's eyes flashed anxiously. After all, one was her husband and the other was her grandfather. Even if her grandfather had never taken care of her, they were still related by blood. Meng Sansheng looked at the Sea of Luck. Then, Meng Sansheng looked at Yin Chuan. The two overlords looked at each other. Although they were far away from each other, their eyes were filled with hostility. The people in Yanjin didn't even dare to breathe. Yin Chuan, I think you already know why I'm here. Give me all the luck and I'll leave immediately. Meng Sansheng said. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Meng Sansheng, I didn't expect your strength to increase so quickly. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Meng Sansheng raised an eyebrow. Meng Sansheng, Goddess Shichen, said that there are two ways to get the seal. One is to have the world, and the other is to have the strength of an ancestral immortal. Why do we need the strength of an ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan said. Meng Sansheng frowned as he looked at Yin Chuan. He didn't know what Yin Chuan wanted to say. Last time, when Jing Ting took the Dao seal, you should know that the 10 Dao seals of heaven and earth have all fallen into the hands of the heroes of the immortal world. Only this last one is left. Do you really think that the heroes of the immortal world don't know about this place? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Oh, it's fine if ordinary experts don't know about it, but the supreme experts definitely know about it. After all, it's been tens of thousands of years. There must be immortals ascending. The location of this world will definitely be revealed. Why? Why didn't the supreme experts of the immortal world pluck the last one earlier? Yin Chuan continued asking. Meng Sansheng frowned. Divine sect and sacred ground aren't strong enough. Meng Sansheng isn't strong enough either. I'm sure that you'll be targeted by the experts of the immortal world if you take action. Can your divine world stop the experts of the immortal world? Yin Chuan asked. Meng Sansheng's face suddenly turned ugly. As Yin Chuan said, was the location of this world really so hidden that no one knew about it? Only Jing Ting and the others got the slightest bit of information? Absolutely impossible. Who knew how many immortals had ascended in the past tens of thousands of years? Wasn't the news leaked enough? But at this moment, not many people knew about it. As Yin Chuan said, the heroes of the world had some kind of taboo or some kind of powerful force that prevented them from knowing about it. If the seal wasn't broken, then so be it. Once it was broken, this taboo would disappear. At that time, the Tao seal would become the focus of the world. The divine race had its strange characteristics. Thousands of years ago, Meng Sansheng even went to the immortal world and brought back the ninth rat. At that time, he had a little understanding of the immortal world. Naturally, he understood that although the divine sect and sacred ground were strong now, it still wasn't enough to face the entire immortal world. ZZ's recent rise in strength must have something to do with you. Meng Sansheng, I don't know what's going on with your strength, but I can see that you need opportunities. If you want to take the Tao seal, wait for a few more opportunities. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meng Sansheng stared at Yin Chuan for a while and finally burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan? What a sharp tongue. I was almost convinced by you. Humph. I must have the Tao seal. We'll talk about the immortal world later. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yin Chuan's face sank. Yin Chuan, let me ask you again. Are you going to hand over the Tao seal or not? Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yin Chuan sneered. Unless I give it to you, no one can take it from me. Humph. Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me. The entire Yanjin will be buried with your mistake. Meng Sansheng shouted. He patted the Hongmeng gourd gently. Treasure, please. Yin Chuan's face sank. He stepped forward and grabbed at the sky. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan shouted. Whoosh! A powerful force fell from the sky. Yin Chuan's palm seemed to have pulled down the sky. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the sky above Yanjin. Countless stars fell and bombarded Meng Sansheng. Feng Yinyang's face sank behind Yin Chuan. Array rise. Whoosh! Fog suddenly appeared around Yanjin. Feng Yinyang quickly used an array to protect the entire city. Countless stars appeared and trapped Meng Sansheng in the center. A powerful force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Ha ha! Meng Sansheng laughed disdainfully. The Hongmeng gourd had already started to absorb the stars. Although there were many of them and they were big, they were all absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd. Rumble! The rolling stars were absorbed by the Hongmeng gourd in a short while. World suppressing, Yin Chuan shouted. The burying heaven copper coffin appeared in his hand and fell from the sky. It carried a powerful aura as it flew towards Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed, and he pointed the Hongmeng gourd at Yin Chuan. Treasure, please. Whoosh! A powerful suction force acted on the sky-burying bronze coffin. Grow! Yin Chuan shouted. The sky-burying bronze coffin suddenly expanded. It didn't shrink like other creatures. Instead, it crashed into the Hongmeng gourd as if it wasn't affected by the suction force. Boom! The two treasures collided with a loud bang. Universe in the palm. Yin Chuan shouted again. Buzz! Countless stars began to revolve around Meng Sansheng once more. As they revolved around him, a powerful pressure pressed down on him. The two treasures were in a deadlock. Yin Chuan attacked again, and a terrifying force pressed down on Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Yin Chuan? Everyone underestimated you. Meng Sansheng's face changed. Roar. Meng Sansheng roared. His hair and pupils suddenly turned purple. At the same time, a pair of huge purple wings that were 20 meters long appeared on his back. Boom! Meng Sansheng's strength rose sharply. The tremendous power seemed to have forced out a storm, viciously repelling the stars in the surroundings. All kinds of purple feathers seemed to be falling from the sky. Meng Sansheng used his strength again, and the Hongmeng gourd suction force rose again. Ka-ka-ka. The sky-burying bronze coffin trembled as if it couldn't resist anymore. Humph! Yin Chuan snorted coldly and unleashed his super mystique as well. His long hair and eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a sea of blood filled the sky, and countless blood clouds appeared in all directions. Yin Chuan was like a peerless demon god standing on the sea of blood. Yin Chuan used his super ability to control the sky-burying bronze coffin again, and the Hongmeng gourd was immediately suppressed. Impossible. You're just a mortal. How can you be so powerful? Meng Sansheng's face changed. Aren't you immortal too? Yin Chuan snorted. Soul formation. Meng Sansheng shouted. The purple feathers in the air rapidly gathered together, forming hundreds of babies with purple wings on their backs. Each of the babies held a purple bow in their hands and shot towards Yin Chuan. Haha, blood gods! Yin Chuan sneered. Boom! Hundreds of blood gods suddenly rushed out from the sea of blood and slashed at the babies with purple wings. Boom! In the south of Beijing, the battle was already extremely intense, and a storm was raging everywhere. Countless stars returned to Yin Chuan's hand. Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with a murderous light as he threw a punch at Meng Sansheng. Meng Sansheng's face darkened as he threw a punch. Boom! The two overlords clashed, and neither of them gave in. They glared at each other. Their energy was rising. Boom! When the two of them attacked, the thunderclouds in the sky flashed. It seemed to be repelling the power that was beyond this world. At the entrance of Yanjin, the ministers were worried. Miao, should we help Yin Chuan? Miao asked anxiously. Zizi took a deep breath and shook her head. No, they haven't used their full strength yet. Otherwise, Yin Chuan would have started to use the power of the Great Zenith. When the two palms collided, Meng Sansheng's eyes became gloomy. Meng Sansheng, I know you still have power, but do you think I don't? This is Yanjin, my home ground. I'm only doing this to tell you that the divine world isn't invincible. You won't be able to take the seal. Today, you alone can't do anything to me, Yin Chuan said. Huh? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. And I want to tell you that I'm not the strongest in Yanjin. Yin Chuan said again. What? Meng Sansheng's face changed. It's like you're number one in the divine world? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Meng Sansheng's face changed. The seal might not be a treasure. It might be a disaster. Think twice. Yin Chuan said again. Meng Sansheng flapped his wings. Boom! The palms of the two separated with a loud bang. Whoosh! Meng Sansheng summoned the Hongmeng gourd and retreated. The battle stopped. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. In the distance, Yin Chuan stood on the blood sea with his hands behind his back. Meng Sansheng, you're smart. I won't see you off. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Umph! Meng Sansheng snorted and left. Swish! Meng Sansheng disappeared in a blink. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! The people and officials of Great Jin cheered. Yin Chuan put away the blood sea and the sky-burying coffin and returned to the square. That's great. Zizi stepped forward excitedly. Phew! Yin Chuan took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Your Majesty? Feng Yinyang and the others' faces changed. I'm fine. Meng Sansheng is indeed powerful. I have some internal injuries, so I need to go into seclusion for a while. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty, the officials replied. Chapter 1100. In the cultivation room, Yin Chuan was recovering from his injuries alone. Meng Sansheng was right. He was not the strongest in Yin capital. It was not because there were officials who could defeat him, but because Yin Chuan had another zombie body. Yin Chuan's strength was soaring at an unbelievable speed as he cultivated the body of a general and minister. This was Yin Chuan's trump card. Yin Chuan did not want to reveal it yet. As for Meng Sansheng, why should he reveal it when he could persuade him with words? My strength is comparable to a heavenly immortal, but I'm still slightly weaker than a great immortal. I can fight a great immortal with the sky-burying coffin. Unfortunately, Meng Sansheng also has the Hongmeng gourd. Fortunately, my divine ability has reached the 3rd level, so I can use it as I wish. I'm no longer limited by time. Yin Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand with a solemn expression. There were countless stars spinning in his palm. This emperor used a super divine ability, the universe in the palm. That palm was no small matter, but Meng Sansheng managed to block it. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The 12th level of the upper void stage, my divine ability, must be the peak of immortal. It might even surpass a heavenly immortal and reach the level of a great immortal. Meng Sansheng blocked it, but I was injured by the backlash. However, Meng Sansheng is still immortal. This can only mean one thing. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The 12th level of the upper void stage. Maybe it's not the peak of immortal. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Was there a 13th level of the upper void stage above it? Yin Chuan frowned and slowly got up. In the upper study, Yin Chuan looked at the officials. Your Majesty, how are your injuries? Yifeng asked worriedly. I'm fine now. Yin Chuan shook his head. That's good, the officials said with a smile. Enrich. Yin Chuan looked at Enrich. Yes, Your Majesty. We have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. Yin Chuan looked at Enrich. Oh, Enrich asked curiously. The officials also looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Could it be that the limit of mortals is really the 12th level of the upper void stage? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. 12th level of the upper void stage. In the upper study room, the officials were surprised. Wasn't the limit of mortals at the 12th level of the upper void stage? Why did His Majesty ask? Enrich was also at a loss as he replied. That's right, Your Majesty. According to what I know, this is already the limit of mortals. Are you sure? Yin Chuan frowned. Enrich frowned and said, My Yin clan existed before the great calamity of the ancient times. According to what I know, this is indeed the case. The 12th level of the void stage is indeed the limit for mortals. Hearing Enrich's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. Among the officials, Jin Diyu frowned deeply. After pondering for a while, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have something to say, Jin Diyu said. Oh, everyone looked at Jin Diyu. Jin Diyu looked at Enrich and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, perhaps what Lord Yin said is reasonable. However, I feel that it is not entirely true. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. The 12th level of the upper void stage. After passing the tribulation, one would become a heaven celestial. However, my ancestors seemed to... Jin Diyu frowned. Seemed to what? Jin Diyu took a deep breath and said, My ancestor passed the tribulation with a mortal body. After passing the tribulation, he became an ancestral celestial. What? Impossible. Enrich exclaimed in shock. In the upper study room, the officials were shocked. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. My ancestor was born in the sun. According to what I know, my ancestor stayed in the sun for almost 1,000,000 years to pass the tribulation and become an ancestral celestial. Only then did he break through with the help of the sun. Jin Diyu said. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Enrich was no longer calm. Lord Jin, who is your ancestor? How is that possible? Why have I never heard of him? Jin Diyu smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Lord Yin. Enrich did not pursue the matter. However, he was deep in thought. He waited for 1,000,000 years when he was immortal. Yin Chuan was shocked. My ancestor was special. However, after 1,000,000 years of accumulation, he broke through and became an ancestral celestial. Although 1,000,000 years is a long time, it is more difficult to break through after becoming an immortal. If an immortal cultivates slowly, it will take a long time to become an ancestral celestial. Jindayu nodded. Your Majesty, actually we can do it too. Lu Gang's expression changed. Oh, Your Majesty, with the dream of heaven's secrets, we can also spend 10,000 years in the mortal world before ascending together. Lu Gang said excitedly. 1,000,000 years? If they could dream of heaven's secrets for 10,000 years, wouldn't that be equivalent to 2,000,000 years? The officials were tempted. However, Yin Chuan shook his head and said, the dream of heaven's secrets isn't omnipotent. Indeed, it can accumulate 200 times the power of one's birth chart. However, it's not just the power of one's birth chart that determines one's birth chart. One must also comprehend the Tao and comprehend one's own Tao. However, if one's soul is divided into 200 parts, it won't be easy to comprehend the Tao. Comprehending the Tao requires one to forget oneself and perfect oneself. Don't rely too much on the dream of heaven's secrets. Yes, Lu Gang was discouraged. Before transcending the immortal tribulation, I'll take all of you to absorb all the potential in the dream of heaven's secrets. After all, we can't waste it. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Yes, everyone said excitedly. Although it was not as terrifying as Jindayu's ancestor, it would at least be after transcending the tribulation and surpassing the heaven immortal realm. Right? Like Jindayu's ancestor, he had to wait 1,000,000 years. Yin Chuan did not have that much time. Yin Chuan had too many concerns in this world. In the West Divine Continent, in the Great Buddha Dynasty, the Sha Di versus Demon King Kong. Demon King Kong did not fight in the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Demon King Kong suddenly tore at the void. Boom! A huge hole suddenly appeared in the void. Demon King Kong glanced at the Sha Di. The Sha Di understood tacitly. Boom! The two peerless experts stepped into the hole. Rumble! The huge hole in the void slowly closed. In the city of 10,000 Buddhas, countless people were horrified. Zhao Xinji and Feng Xiao were also at a loss. How is this possible? A disciple of the Kong family exclaimed. The ancestor tore open the sky and took the Sha Di to the immortal realm. Their battlefield is in the immortal realm. They went to the immortal realm to fight. Countless experts revealed looks of astonishment. These two people were too domineering. Were they not afraid of not coming back? In the distance, Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. The ancestor's strength is indeed fierce. Kong Daoqiu sighed. Then, Kong Daoqiu looked at Kong Mok in the distance. Kong Mok watched Demon King Kong and the Sha Di leave with a complicated look in his eyes. Demon King Kong? He seems to be guarding against you. Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. Oh, that's normal. Which ambitious person would put their own safety in the hands of others? Demon King Kong has been exposed in this realm, and the Sha Di is not to be underestimated. Demon King Kong is worried that after both sides are injured, he will be taken advantage of, so he went to the immortal realm. He is very cautious. Lotus Goddess said lightly. When can I reach his level? Kong Mok's eyes were filled with anticipation. His level? You have just become a sky immortal, so there's still a long way to go. When you reach the peak of the sky immortal realm, you can borrow my power to deal with him. Moreover, after this battle, Demon King Kong will be even more injured. Lotus Goddess said lightly. Why not a great immortal? Kong Mok frowned. Do you think it's easy for an immortal to pass a tribulation? A mortal's tribulation is to strengthen their Tao heart and give them the confidence to continue cultivating. An immortal's tribulation is fatal every time. Don't think that Gongyang Taolu is a great immortal. I'm sure that he used countless treasures to pass his tribulation. What treasures do you have? An immortal's tribulation is difficult. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Kong Mok's expression turned ugly, but he could only nod. Kong Mok did not leave. Instead, he led his officials to the Pantheon Square and waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days. On the second day, there was a loud explosion in the direction of the Kong family. Boom! A beam of white light shot into the sky, and then everything returned to normal. Demon King Kong is back, Lotus Goddess said to Kong Mok. How did he come back? Kong Mok asked in surprise. Kong Mok is seriously injured, so he can't break the seal from the Immortal realm. However, perhaps he has a treasure that can send him back, Lotus Goddess said. Treasure? Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Lotus Goddess seemed to have guessed Kong Mok's thoughts. Although I didn't see the treasure, it must be more powerful than a great immortal weapon if it can send him back. If you can get it, you will have a great chance to pass the tribulation and become a great immortal. However, can you snatch it? Kong Mok's face darkened. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Realm. Ancestral Mountain. Boom! 7-colored light shone from the Ancestral Mountain. With a loud tremor, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Shadi stepped into it. At this moment, Shadi's yellow robe had many cracks, and there were 5 bloody marks on his face. He looked extremely miserable. Not far away, Meng Sansheng's expression changed, and he flew over. Brother San, how are you? Meng Sansheng asked. Shadi said in a low voice. Demon King Kong is indeed powerful. I'm injured, but he's more seriously injured. Like me, he returned without success. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. What? Something happened to Dajin too? Shadi said in a low voice. Meng Sansheng smiled bitterly and said, I've already told my brother, and I'll tell you again later. My brother has decided to give up on the seal of this world. What? Give up? Shadi's face darkened. My brother has decided to move the divine race back. Meng Sansheng said in a low voice. Move back. Back to the divine realm? Shadi's face darkened. Meng Sansheng nodded. Shadi's face flashed with reluctance. Let's go and see my brother first. Okay. The two of them flew down the mountain and headed towards the cave. 3 years later, Yanjin, Dajin's heavenly empire. A hall master of the archaic sex landed in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan took the letter curiously. Meng Honging asked me to give this to you and Sage Z. The hall master said. Yin Chuan opened it and read it. After reading for a while, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The archaic sex are going to enter the divine realm? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, we'll all enter the divine realm in 3 years. Since Yin Di has received the letter, I'll go back, the hall master said. With that, the hall master left quickly. The archaic sex were leaving? Not knowing why, Yin Chuan suddenly felt a sense of loss. Chapter 1101. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Central Divine Continent, archaic sect, sacred ground, outside the divine world. At this moment, a large number of disciples were flying toward the divine world from all directions. At the entrance of the divine world, some disciples were responsible for screening those who were qualified to enter the divine world. At this moment, a lady in red was standing on top of a small mountain outside the divine world. The lady in red was looking around as if she was trying to find someone in the sea of people. Meng Hongying was still dressed in red, but she was no longer as bold as before. She seemed to have become more conservative, but even wearing a fur coat could not hide her enchanting appearance. At this moment, a hall master flew over quickly. Saintess, let's go. The sacred master has instructed us to leave the divine world soon. If we don't leave now, it will be too late, the hall master said. Meng Hongying said anxiously. She turned to look at the hall master. Did you deliver the letter I gave you? Meng Hongying asked with a frown. Saintess, I definitely delivered it. I personally delivered it to Yin Chuan. The hall master shouted. Delivered? Why isn't he here? Meng Hongying bit her lips. Ah, you can leave now, Meng Hongying said irritably. Saintess, it's too late. Everyone else has gone in. We are the only ones left, the hall master said anxiously. I'll wait a little longer. You can leave now. Meng Hongying shook her head stubbornly. The hall master looked bitter. You are the sacred master's granddaughter. If you don't go in, how can I go in? At this moment, almost everyone had entered the divine world. Meng Sansheng stepped out. Hongying, Meng Sansheng said. Grandfather. Meng Hongying was anxious. It's time to go. Come back, Meng Sansheng said. Meng Hongying frowned and nodded reluctantly. She flew to the entrance of the divine world. Meng Hongying glanced at her surroundings in disappointment. However, she still did not see what she was waiting for. Meng Hongying sighed unwillingly and stepped into the divine world. Meng Sansheng was the last to enter. Before entering, Meng Sansheng glanced at a forest in the distance and raised his eyebrows. However, Meng Sansheng also entered the divine world. It was as if he no longer cared about the affairs of this world. Meng Sansheng stepped in. Several figures walked out of the forest in the distance. They were Yin Chuan, Zizi, Wang Jian, and Jin Daiyu. Yin Chuan sighed as he watched Meng Hongying enter. Yin Chuan finally understood why he felt so lost. At the side, Zizi grabbed Yin Chuan's arm. At this moment, there was no longer any celestial phenomenon punishment. It was as though Yin Chuan was somewhat immune to it. Zizi seemed to have noticed Yin Chuan's expression and asked softly, "Why don't you come out and say goodbye to them? Forget it. We don't want to have too many worries. Let her go with the wind. With no worries in the heart, there will be no worries. Isn't that better?" Yin Chuan smiled. Zizi seemed to be able to sense Yin Chuan's emotions. Looking at the entrance to the God world in the distance, she hugged Yin Chuan's arm tightly. In the distance, at the entrance to the God world, boom! The entrance to the God world exploded. Hum! The surrounding void seemed to be distorted violently. Gusts of whirlwinds erupted from the entrance of the God world. High up in the sky, the countless merits of the God world suddenly converged rapidly, becoming smaller and smaller. Gradually, they disappeared. Several thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After the thunderclaps, the sky was clear and the clouds faded. Everything returned to normal. The entire God world has ascended, Wang Jian exclaimed. Yin Chuan and Zizi looked into the distance without saying anything. In the God world, Meng Hongying stepped in dejectedly. Meng Sansheng stood beside Meng Hongying. "Hongying, were you the one who told Yin Chuan that we were leaving?" Meng Sansheng asked in a deep voice. Meng Hongying's expression changed, and she turned to look at the temple master. "Saintess, I didn't say that. Please forgive me." The temple master immediately cried out, "Don't look anymore. I just saw Yin Chuan and Zizi." Meng Sansheng shook his head. The temple master sighed. "What? Yin Chuan? Zizi? He's here?" Meng Hongying exclaimed. Meng Hongying looked at the entrance of the God world as if she wanted to leave. Whoosh! A vortex suddenly appeared at the entrance of the God world. The God world has been transported back to the immortal world. It's no longer the sealed world outside. Meng Sansheng shook his head. "Ah." Meng Hongying smiled bitterly. "Don't think about anything else," Meng Sansheng said. Meng Sansheng then left and flew towards the ancestral mountain. The temple master also left immediately, leaving Meng Hongying alone. She stared at the entrance of the God world in a daze. Meng Hongying's lips curled into a smile as if she thought of something happy. The divine sect's sacred ground. Yin Chuan and the others stood there for a while. "Your Majesty, should we return?" Jin Daiyu asked. Yin Chuan nodded. "Yes, we should return. The final battle is about to begin." Jin Daiyu and Wang Jian's expression froze when they heard Yin Chuan's words. They also understood that the final battle with the great Buddha Empire was about to begin. Two heavenly empires to divide the world? Given Yin Chuan's personality, it was impossible. Either Dajun would swallow the great Buddha, or the great Buddha would swallow Dajun. The world would be divided into three. Now, the situation had changed. Next would be a huge world war. The group of people quickly headed towards the east. A few months later, Great Buddha Empire, Thousand Buddhist City, Kong Mo Ku also received news that the arcane sect's sacred ground had left. A court meeting was held in the Thousand Buddha Hall. "Your Majesty, the arcane sect's sacred ground has left. There are no strong enemies in the Central Divine Continent now. Our great Buddha Empire can march straight down." Feng Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "Your Majesty, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Zhao Xianji said excitedly. Kong Mo nodded excitedly. Zhao Xianji will be the Eastern Expedition Marshal. He will lead the troops in the Eastern Expedition Army and conquer the central divine continent. Yes, Zhao, Xinji replied. Feng Xiao frowned, but did not refute. Instead, he congratulated. Congratulations, Lord Zhao. Zhao Xinji looked at Feng Xiao and frowned, but still nodded. Kong family. Kong Dao Qiu looked at the envelope in his hand. 2 disciples of the Kong family stood in front of him. Family head? The Archaean sect's sacred ground has left. Great Jun, great Buddha, the war is about to begin. Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. My Kong family might be affected too. Kong Dao Qiu said with an ugly expression. Isn't it fine if my Kong family doesn't participate in their war? Don't participate? Haha. Will Kong Mo Ku care about our family? He has the Lotus God's protection. What is my Kong family? Kong Dao Qiu's expression was ugly. Family head, is the Lotus God really back? The disciple of the Kong family frowned. You don't believe me either? Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. No, of course I believe in you. The disciple immediately said, send out all the disciples of the family to gather information about the armies of the 2 dynasties. Kong Dao Qiu said in a low voice. Yes. Great Jun Celestial Empire, Yin Capital, Chaotian Palace. Yin Chuan was wearing a dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. The officials stood respectfully. Some of them looked serious, while others looked excited. Yifeng, Yin Chuan said. Present. Yifeng stepped forward. Yifeng will be the West conquering marshal. He will be in charge of the army. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Huaguang will be the first marshal. He will lead the first legion from the South Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Jin Dayu will be the second marshal. He will lead the 3rd legion from the North Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. In Hentian will be the 3rd marshal. He will lead the 5th legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Wang Jian will be the 4th marshal. He will lead the 6th legion from the East Divine Continent to the Central Divine Continent and then to the West Divine Continent. Yes, Your Majesty. All the marshals replied. Li Si will be in charge of logistics. He will pacify the people and enforce the law. Yin Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si replied. Announce to the world that the Western expedition has begun. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, a dragon's roar pierced the heavens and earth. Countless people in the entire Great Jin world heard the dragon's roar. Countless people were curious. The Great Jin Army's Western expedition had begun. The various legion generals quickly led their trusted subordinates and prepared to lead the various Great Jin armies to conquer the world. Jilu Academy. Meng Ling Tian and the other immortals were at a loss when they saw the news from Great Jun. Meng Ling Tian said bitterly, Great Jun is developing too quickly. The world is vast, and all the land belongs to the king. I wonder how Great Jun will treat us. One of the immortals said with a frown, If Great Jun wanted to deal with us, they would have done so long ago. Yin Chuan is a man of his word. I believe in him. Meng Ling Tian said solemnly. The immortals looked at Meng Ling Tian, sighed, and nodded. The Jilu Academy naturally did not have the ambition to conquer the world. They could only hope that Great Jun would fulfill their promise. Yinjing. In front of Xianyang Palace. Yifeng, Zizi, Miao, Feng Yinyang by Di Tian, and the others looked at Yin Chuan. The 12th level of the Upper Void stage? I want to find the opportunity for mortals to break through. This is the last time, and I will find it. You guys will guard Yinjing. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Miao frowned and said, Miao, you've passed the immortal tribulation and become a heaven immortal. Can't you just cultivate further? Yin Chuan smiled. It's much harder for immortals to improve their cultivation compared to mortals. Time doesn't wait for me. Miao fell helpless. Be careful, ZZ said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. The 12th level of the Upper Void stage was like a checkpoint. However, Jin Dayu said there was a precedent, so Yin Chuan did not want to give up. He entered the sky burying coffin. Feng Yinyang shouted, "Soul, go!" Yin Chuan's soul suddenly split into 200 parts and entered the celestial realm. One of the 200 parts followed the footsteps of the past and went to a faraway place in the celestial realm. In a small house in the mountains, a man was lying on the table, sleeping with his eyes closed. Whoosh! The man suddenly woke up. His eyes became sharp. It was Yin Chuan's eyes. The man possessed by Yin Chuan stood up and looked in a direction. In the distance, there was a giant tree that reached the sky. The world tree? The cypress tree? I'm back. Last time, I comprehended the universe in my palm. This time, I hope I can find the opportunity from you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1102. It was still the same body, but it was a mortal body last time. This time, it was a Qi Jing expert. Obviously, after saving the cypress tree, he was protected by a large number of immortals who taught him cultivation. After all, the cypress tree was only alive because of this young man. If this young man died, the cypress tree would be doomed. Therefore, the immortals all around protected him. Yin Chuan walked out of the house and flew toward the cypress tree. In the distance, on the peak of a mountain, two immortals, one in red and one in white, were playing chess. Suddenly, they saw Yin Chuan running toward the Tree of World. They were slightly surprised. Huh, that kid went to the Tree of World again? Yeah, that kid was scared out of his wits when the immortals gathered last time. In the end, no one took him in as a disciple. They just gave him cultivation methods, and we helped guide him. His talent is too poor. I don't know how he was chosen by the Tree of World. He has so many treasures, but he's only in the Qi Jing realm. Forget it, we'll play our own game. No one else is allowed to get close to the Tree of World. That kid will be fine. Okay, the two immortals nodded and continued to play chess. Yin Chuan also arrived at the Tree of World without any problems. The vast Tree of World seemed to be connected to heaven and earth. It took him a while to go around the Tree of World once. A while, and that was because he was in the Qi Jing realm. He touched the Tree of World. The Tree of World trembled all of a sudden. Yin Chuan seemed to feel the tree's excitement from within. You know me? Yin Chuan asked, but the Tree of World did not answer. It only expressed a little emotion. Yin Chuan felt helpless, but Yin Chuan did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged with his back against the Tree of World and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. In the distance, the two immortals looked at Yin Chuan blankly. That kid is cultivating at the Tree of World? The old man in red was confused. Ignore it. The old man in white shook his head. Yin Chuan leaned against the Tree of World and used his mind to feel the Tree of World's emotions. Once he sat down, he sat there for an entire year. In the distance, the two immortals became more and more distracted as they played chess. From time to time, he would look at Yin Chuan in the distance. There were traces of blue light around Yin Chuan, as if he had become one with the Tree of World. The faces of the two immortals twitched. Could this kid have received another message from the World Tree? Should we inform the sect? I think we should wait a little longer. Don't call the elders of the sect over like last time, and we don't know anything. He thought of his previous experience. The two immortals felt bitter again. The young man in front of him was frightened, and so were the two immortals. Countless experts had surrounded him and asked him all sorts of questions, but he knew nothing. At that time, he had almost been tortured into confessing. Before they left, all the experts looked at them suspiciously, causing the two immortals to panic. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged. 1 year, 2 years, in the 3rd year. Finally, in his daze, Yin Chuan seemed to hear a voice. It sounded like a conversation between two people. May all the people in the world be like dragons and live forever. An old man's voice sounded. Bai Huang. A young man's voice sounded. Bai Yi. My Bai family focuses on scholarly achievements and have a long way to go. You are the most talented person in my Bai family. I hope you can fulfill my wish. Bai Huang said softly. Bai? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he called Bai Yi in his previous life? This young man had the same name as him, but in his previous life, he didn't know any Bai Huang. Yin Chuan fell into deep thought, and the record from the Tree of World came again. Bai Huang, the Bai family was born because of you. You once told me that the birth of the Bai family came from a cypress tree that reached the heavens and the earth. My Bai family was born with it. Why haven't I seen this cypress tree? I've studied the geography of the world, but I've never seen this cypress tree you mentioned. Bai Yi asked curiously. That cypress tree is the foundation of my Bai family. I've placed it in an extremely safe place. As long as the cypress tree exists, the Bai family will exist forever. My Bai family and that cypress tree are bound together for good or ill, Bai Huang said. An extremely safe place? Bai Yi asked curiously. Don't worry. If I say it's safe, it's safe. There's a trace of my spirit in that cypress tree. I've also let it merge with a trace of your spirit. Bai Huang said, Oh, my Bai family was born by the tree, with that trace of my spirit. Even if your spirit is destroyed and your life providence shattered, the cypress tree will do its best to save you. However, the price will be great. Bai Huang said, Bai Huang, I once heard Guzi mention that the cypress tree can give you a chance to be reborn. Only once. Bai Yi's emotions were somewhat intense. Yes, only once, but this time, you and I will share this opportunity. Bai Huang laughed heartily. Bai Huang, if you do this, This chance, if I die first, I'll be reborn. If you die first, this chance will be given to you. Isn't that great? Bai Huang said casually. You're the leader of my Bai family. You're sharing a chance to be reborn with me. I can't. Bai Yi sighed. Ha ha. Do you wish for me to die early? No. I wish for you to transcend. You can live forever. That's enough. Where's your Bai Yi spirit? Don't harp on this. I've divined the future. In my Bai family, only you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me, or even surpass me. It's the fortune of my Bai family in the world. Bai Huang said. Then, have you divined how to live forever? Bai Yi smiled. It's easy to live forever, but it's difficult not to die. If you want to live forever, you have to transcend fate. No one can shake fate. Bai Huang sighed. I'll transcend. I'm here today to discuss something with you. Bai Yi said solemnly. Oh, I'm going to bury myself. Bai Yi said. What? Bai Huang asked solemnly. 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui, 4 virtue, and 5 merit. My Bai family focuses on merit, assisting the world and assisting the emperors. I think we'll never be able to transcend. Bai Yi said. Yin Chuan frowned again. 5 merit? Weren't they supposed to study? You want to establish a dynasty? Bai Huang asked. Yes. In the past, the system cultivated luck, feng shui, virtue, and reading. It was the human ancestor who created the path of life cultivation. As for reading, it was completely reduced to merit. Reading thousands of books and selling them to the emperors? Heh, my Bai family can only be an assistant. My Bai family can only be an assistant? Bai Yi said. What's wrong with being an assistant? Bai Huang asked. No, to transcend, one must have the ambition to create a new world. If one's heart is not firm, how can one transcend? How can one live forever? Bai Yi said. Once a life cultivator who establishes a dynasty fails, he will be consigned to eternal damnation, Bai Huang said. I know that the human ancestor created a dangerous path. In the end, he did not reach the end and fell. However, I am not prepared to back down. I am willing to face the world's calamity. I am willing to cut off all thorns. That person who transcends is in a deep slumber. I do not know when he will wake up. I do not know when he will destroy all life. I want to transcend before he wakes up. If I transcend, I can protect all life in the great 1,000 realms. Bai Yi said solemnly. This path is filled with danger. Are you not afraid of eternal damnation? Thank you for giving me a chance at rebirth. However, even without that chance, I want to continue. This is my treasure. Bai Yi said. A coffin? Yes, a coffin. I will carry this coffin and step onto the path of life cultivation. This coffin will constantly remind me that this is a path of no return. Once I admit defeat, I will bury everything. Bai Yi said solemnly. Carry the coffin on the path? Ha ha. You have already thought about your future. What else can I say? Bai Wang said in admiration. However, my Bai clan has its own principles. I will not give you too much convenience, and the Bai clan will not side with you. Bai Wang added, I understand. I am walking the path of life cultivation, while the Bai clan is cultivating fame. I will be damned at any time. Naturally, I will not drag the Bai clan down with me. However, I want to borrow someone from you. Bai Yi said, Oh, your disciple, Mr. Gue Guzi. Bai Yi said, Okay. Bai Wang answered, I have already usurped life to give birth to Lan. Lan will give birth to a third me, named Ing. I will establish the country Great Qin. My main body will be buried in this coffin. In the future, when the three bodies merge into one, that will be the day I transcend. Bai Yi said solemnly, Bury yourself? Bai Wang sighed. This coffin is called the world-suppressing bronze coffin. It gathers the evil energy of the world. Only by burying my main body can I suppress it for my own use. Burying myself will suppress the world. Bai Yi said solemnly. Okay. Yin Chuan's heart was filled with emotions. This Bai Yi was a person of great spirit and courage. The voice stopped abruptly. However, Yin Chuan did not get up. He continued to wait. In a trance, he did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, a voice sounded again. Bai Wang took a deep breath and sighed. Bai Yi Laning, they have finally merged into one. Defeated? You won. The Lotus God's attack was imminent. You sacrifice yourself to help others transcend, blocking the Lotus God. You sacrifice yourself to protect the world, to protect the common people. It should have been yours. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to transcend fate. If you had been a bit more selfish, you might have been able to live forever. He transcended because of you, but he will never be as great as you. Bai Huang's voice was choked with emotions. He owes you. The whole world owes you. The whole great thousand world owes you. Bai Yi, the Bai clan is proud of you. People of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the great thousand world's transcendence. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. Farewell, my Great Qin. The last sentence echoed in Yin Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yin Chuan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1103. The Sealed Realm. The armies of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire stormed into the Middle Continent. The Middle Continent was already riddled with holes. Back when the arcane sects and sacred grounds were fighting for merit points, the Hall Masters had already wiped out all the middle-tier sections. The armies of the two dynasties didn't face too many obstacles as they continued to conquer the cities. In the sky above Yin capital, the Sea of Providence churned. When the battlefield opened, the Sea of Providence expanded. As the territory of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire increased, so did the Providence. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yifeng looked at the Sea of Providence in the sky. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. Lu Gang was the same. Lu Gang also didn't expect that he would reach his current level in such a short time. An Upper Void Realm expert sent a letter for us? A war report? Haha, Lordy, what do you think of this situation? Lu Gang asked excitedly. Let's do our best. After the Great Zhen Celestial Empire, it's only a matter of time before an immortal becomes a messenger. Yifeng said. Lu Gang nodded. It's been 10 years. The Middle Continent is almost equally divided between our dynasty and the Great Buddha Celestial Empire, right? Lu Gang asked. That's right. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire and the Great Zhen Celestial Empire are now connected to the Middle Continent. Yifeng said solemnly. What's the next step? His Majesty has decreed that we will conquer the Middle Continent and the West Continent. We haven't conquered the Middle Continent yet, let alone the West Continent. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. The war has officially begun? Lu Gang's eyes narrowed. This morning, I've already sent the letter to the 4 commanders. The war has begun. Yifeng's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Lu Gang's emotions seemed to have been stirred up by Yifeng. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Reporting. A guard in the distance shouted. Then, the guard ran to the two of them. Sir, someone just sent this letter over and asked me to give it to Sir Yifeng. The guard said respectfully. Oh, where's he? Yifeng asked. He's gone. This subordinate didn't even see his face clearly. That person handed over a third rank command medallion, said the guard. Rank token? Still trying to hide it? Their pupils shrank. He seemed to have guessed something. Yifeng quickly opened the letter. By His Majesty's decree, between the two dynasties of the world, I will cooperate with the army and advance bravely. Kill. Butian Pavilion. After Yifeng and Lu Gang finished reading, their eyes narrowed. Lu Gang waved his hand, and the guard quickly retreated. That dark force of my dynasty? Lu Gang raised his eyebrows. Heaven Mending Pavilion? Yifeng's eyes focused. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty, 10,000 Buddha Hall. Your Majesty, news has come from the front lines. Lord Zhao Xinji has been victorious all the way. Congratulations. Feng Xiao bowed to Kong Mok. Good. We didn't misjudge him. Kong Moku's eyes flashed with excitement. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao Xinji requests Your Majesty to send strategists and capable ministers to lead troops and govern the new territory. Moreover, if we encounter the Great Jin army, it's inevitable that there will be an even more intense battle. Feng Xiao said. Kong Moku nodded and said, approved. Feng Xiao, I asked you to be in charge of logistics. I'm sure you have prepared the list of capable ministers. Kong Moku said lightly. Your Majesty, please take a look. Feng Xiao handed over the list that he had prepared beforehand. Reporting to Your Majesty. Suddenly, a minister shouted, Oh, Lord Zhao Xinji has already prepared the list. The minister said. He then took out a list. When the minister said this, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stiffened. Feng Xiao was in charge of logistics. If Zhao Xinji interfered with the list, didn't that mean that he didn't trust Feng Xiao? Feng Xiao frowned slightly. It was obvious that Zhao Xinji was still wary of him. Kong Moku frowned slightly, but still took the list. After looking at it for a while, Kong Moku suddenly laughed. Lord Zhao Xinji, you've been a villain in vain this time. Kong Moku laughed. As he spoke, he passed the two lists to the ministers. The two lists are actually the same. Lord Zhao and Lord Feng's lists are exactly the same, but the order is different. The ministers were surprised. The face of the minister who stepped forward immediately flushed red. Feng Xiao, don't take it to heart, Kong Moku said with a smile. Feng Xiao smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty, you're overthinking. Lord Zhao Xinji is doing everything for the great Buddha Celestial Empire. How can I blame him? I've also thought about this list because these people are the ones that Lord Zhao has used in the past and the ones that Lord Zhao has taken a fancy to in the past few imperial examinations. I'm in charge of logistics. Naturally, I have to make sure that the front lines are perfect. Good, Kong Moku praised. At the same time, he had a bad feeling about Zhao Xinji. Zhao Xinji was too petty. He was still suspecting Feng Xiao. If Feng Xiao had a problem, he wouldn't have done so much for the great Buddha Celestial Empire. It's my duty to share Your Majesty's worries, Feng Xiao said respectfully. Great Buddha Celestial Empire. A large number of talented people were mobilized from various major cities and quickly sent to the Central Divine Continent to help Zhao Xinji stabilize the newly conquered territory. Central Divine Continent. In the city lord's residence of a city, Zhao Xinji looked at the news from the imperial court and frowned for a moment. My lord, why do you keep suspecting Feng Xiao? This time, they've completely shed all pretense of cordiality. An official looked at Zhao Xinji and asked, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with Feng Xiao. But, Zhao Xinji sighed. Why? Zhao Xinji shook his head and frowned. My lord, Great Jun and Great Buddha Celestial Empire have started a war. Great Jun's 4 marshals have divided into 16 armies and are marching towards our army's encampment. What should we do now? The official asked worriedly. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Great Buddha Celestial Empire has never been afraid of anyone. Great Jun's generals are valiant, But we also have the Emperor's modified people. Since they dare to invade, we'll make them all stay. Zhao Xinji said with a serious look in his eyes. Yes, pass down my order. First Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Hua Guang shouted. Pass down my order. 3rd Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Jin Dayu said in a deep voice. Pass down my order. 5th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. In Hentian said coldly. Pass down my order. 6th Legion, 4th Army, attack in full force. Wang Jian shouted. Yes. In the central divine continent, a massacre was raging. The armies of the two dynasties started a charge for the first time. This war lasted for a month. Both sides suffered casualties. Both sides had their share of victories and losses. Great Zhen's army was unstoppable. However, as Great Buddha Celestial Empire strategists increased, the speed of the army's advance was slowed down, just as the two armies were in a stalemate. In a valley, thousands of black-robed men gathered in the valley. The leader stood with his hands behind his back. The thousands of black-robed men bowed respectfully. 1 sword division greets the pavilion master. 2 sword division greets the pavilion master. 9 sword division greets the pavilion master. The 9,000 black-robed men bowed respectfully to the leader. Do you know about this mission? The leader asked indifferently. Yes, everyone answered. I don't want to see any mistakes. Make any mistakes. The pavilion master said coldly. Yes, everyone answered. Go. The pavilion master said indifferently. Whoosh! The 9,000 black-robed men shot into the forest like 9,000 sharp arrows and disappeared. 2 months later, it was raining heavily. Zhao Xinji was in the city lord's residence. Zhao Xinji looked at the memorials in front of him. His expression was extremely ugly. A group of officials stood in front of him. They were all terrified and uneasy. Reporting, a guard rushed into the main hall. Wu Yun City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting, another guard rushed into the main hall. Xi'an City reported that the city lord was assassinated. The general of the guards was assassinated. Reporting, bad news gathered in front of Zhao Xinji at an extremely terrifying speed. Zhao Xinji's face was ashen. Assassinated? Assassinated? The people I transferred from the imperial court were assassinated one after another? Bastard, bastard Yin Chuan. Zhao Xinji slammed the table and roared. Sir, Yin Chuan is despicable and shameless. This is the act of a villain. An official immediately shouted. Zhao Xinji looked at him coldly. This is war. Zhao Xinji was extremely calm. War was unscrupulous. The act of a villain? Why don't you try being a villain? Sir, this is a premeditated assassination. Not only the talents transferred from the imperial court, but even our army is also being assassinated. What should we do now? An official said anxiously. Let the emperor's modified people protect all the generals. Zhao Xinji shouted. Yes. After Zhao Xinji made some arrangements, he walked to the entrance of the main hall alone. He looked at the sky and the heavy rain and the east with a gloomy face. Yin Chuan is so ruthless. Where did you get so many assassins? Taking the head of an army of 10,000? To catch the bandits, first catch the leader? In the outside world, the heavy rain drifted, and in a courtyard in the city, a group of black-robed men gathered again. Remember, the purpose of this trip is to not panic. The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes, hundreds of black-robed men followed the leader and slowly walked out of the courtyard towards the direction of the city lord's residence. On the street, the people closed their doors. A group of black-robed men walked in the heavy rain to the front of the city lord's residence. Who are you? The guards of the city lord's residence shouted with a gloomy face. Assassins. The leader of the black-robed men said softly. The guards. Wasn't he too direct? Pissed. The group of black-robed men immediately drew their swords. In front of the city lord's residence, sword light soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the guards were killed except for one person. Go and report. The leader of the black-robed men walked towards the city lord's residence and said lightly to the survivor. The survivor's face changed and ran towards the city lord's residence. The assassins are here. The assassins are here. Protect the lord and run. The survivor rushed into the city lord's residence and shouted. Around the city lord's residence, there were many assassins patrolling. When they heard the shout, they were stunned. If there were assassins, then there were assassins. Why did he shout as if bandits were here? Did the assassins come knocking on the door? Was this still an assassin? Was there such an arrogant assassin? Countless guards immediately ran over in an aggressive manner. Kill. The leader of the black-robed men said lightly. Yes. Chapter 1104. The Celestial World, where the World Tree was. Citizens of the Great Sheen, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the transcendence of the greater world. Farewell, my Great Sheen. Farewell, my Great Sheen. Farewell, my Great Sheen. The last sentence echoed in Yin Chuan's mind for a long time. As he listened, Yin Chuan's face was covered in tears. In the distance, the two immortals playing chess were confused. That kid is crying? He's acting crazy. What's going on? The two immortals were extremely curious. After enduring for several years, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore and flew over. Smack! The two landed in front of Yin Chuan. Kid, what's wrong? The red-robed immortal asked. Yin Chuan suddenly woke up and looked at the two. Kid, why are you crying? The white-robed immortal asked curiously. Yin Chuan wiped his tears and smiled. It's nothing. I just thought of something sad. The two immortals were speechless. Kid, did the world tree say something to you again? The red-robed immortal asked. Yin Chuan immediately understood what the two immortals were thinking. No. Yin Chuan shook his head and refused. No. Then why are you sitting here? You've been sitting here for several years? The white-robed immortal asked. I feel comfortable sitting here. The two immortals, there must be something wrong with this kid's head. The red-robed immortal said. The white-robed immortal nodded. Do the two of you know who Demon King Kong is? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Demon King Kong? The two immortals' expressions changed. Oh, the two of you know? Yin Chuan looked surprised. Kid, how do you know about Demon King Kong? The red-robed immortal asked with a frown. I heard many names in the world tree. This Demon King Kong's name is quite strange, so I asked. Yin Chuan said. The world tree said that? No wonder the world tree had recorded so many things. Kid, you are really lucky to be able to hear the voice of the world tree. The red-clothed immortal sighed. Demon King Kong. He is a descendant of the Kong clan. In the past, the Kong clan was extremely secretive and very few people knew about them. Only when Demon King Kong appeared did people know about them. Oh, Yin Chuan asked curiously. When Demon King Kong appeared, he single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples. Rumor has it that he was targeted by a Tao god and was killed by that Tao god. Only then did his name disappear. However, Demon King Kong's death implicated the entire Kong family. 10 people from the Kong family fought with the Tao god. I heard that the Tao god returned with heavy injuries. The Kong family's battle shook the world. The red-clothed immortal said, Kong clan? And the powerful Kong family? Yin Chuan frowned. This Kong family is also very strange. After becoming famous, they actually went into seclusion again. No one knows where they are. The red-clothed immortal shook his head and sighed. That Demon King Kong once single-handedly destroyed a holy court and 2 Taoist temples? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes, many people say that Demon King Kong might be an ancestral immortal. The white-clothed immortal nodded. Another ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan frowned. After dreaming for so many years, Yin Chuan finally understood that the peak of the world's experts was ancestral immortal. Lotus God, Wu Zhao, and goddess Ji Chun were all ancestral immortals. He did not expect Demon King Kong to be one as well. Kid, what else did you hear? The red-clothed immortal asked. Nothing else, just a series of countless names. Yin Chuan shook his head. The two immortals looked at each other helplessly. After the two immortals left, Yin Chuan leaned against the world tree again and closed his eyes to sense. Bai Yi's righteousness seemed to have elevated Yin Chuan's state of mind. Great spirit? Now, that was great spirit. Vaguely, Yin Chuan had a guess. He was also called Bai Yi in his previous life. The conversation between the two immortals in the world tree also included Bai Yi. Perhaps he was that Bai Yi, and ultimately, he was himself. After a few years, Yin Chuan entered that state again and heard some voices. No, it was more like he saw some images. In the images, it was himself. In a mortal country, he was the ruler. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at his subjects. Wang Jian, Li Si, Kong Daoqiu, Su Fu, Huo Guang, Bai Tu Shi. They're all my subjects in the images. Is this my previous life? They are by my side. Time passed quickly for mortals. Light and shadows flashed by quickly. One life later. The next life. A martial arts sect in the mortal world. In the sect, Yin Chuan was the sect master. Wang Jian, Li Si, Kong Daoqiu, Bai Tu Shi, and the others? What's going on? They are in both the reincarnations? The third life. The fourth life. Looking at everything in the images, Yin Chuan fell into a deep silence. Some of the faces had been reincarnating with him. When he reincarnated, they reincarnated as well. Occasionally, one or two of them would disappear, but they would appear again in the next life. There had been these people for dozens of lives. Yin Chuan took in a deep breath. World Tree, why is this happening? Is there an image? Tell me. Yin Chuan said softly. Vaguely, Yin Chuan saw the image of an emperor. Citizens of the Great Qin, thank you. You have contributed greatly to the greater world's transcendence. Farewell, my Great Qin. In all directions, the subjects were kneeling. Tears streamed down their faces. No, Heavenly Emperor, what am I going to do if you leave? Heavenly Emperor, countless subjects knelt down, their cries shaking the heavens. In the images, Bai Tu Shi stood up with a long saber in his hand. Heavenly Emperor, Bai Qi is coming. With my heroic spirit, I am even the Heavenly Emperor's fate. If the Heavenly Emperor dies, I die. If the Heavenly Emperor reincarnates, I will follow you. I will live forever. Bai Tu Shi shouted with tears in his eyes. As he shouted, he grabbed the long saber and slashed it across his own neck. Lord Bai, boom! He cut himself off with the saber. Blood spurted out, and Bai Qi fell into a pool of blood. He had committed suicide. White light burst out from his body like a curse. The white light suddenly connected to himself. Yin Chuan clenched his fists. He was deeply shocked by this scene. Curse? Is this a curse? You put a curse on yourself? Yin Chuan looked at him in surprise. Before Yin Chuan could recover from his shock, the subjects in the images stood up one after another. Heavenly Emperor, Wang Jian is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Su Fu is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Meng Tian is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Zhao Gao is coming. Heavenly Emperor, Li Si will follow you forever. Heavenly Emperor, Gui Guzi will follow you forever. Lu Buwei, Heavenly Emperor will follow you forever. For a time, countless subjects committed suicide and fell into a pool of blood. They connected their lives to themselves. Countless subjects fell into a pool of blood, and the ground was dyed red. It was a lofty aspiration to die with the Heavenly Emperor. The world darkened, as if mourning for the subjects of this dynasty. The images showed the capital of the dynasty. Countless people committed suicide in the capital. A large number of soldiers followed. They lived and died together. Looking at the images, Yin Chuan was silent for a long time. In an instant, he understood why this group of subjects had been by his side for so many years after he reincarnated. Looking at the images, Yin Chuan's eyes welled up with tears. He was so touched by these subjects that he wanted to take a closer look at them. With all of you accompanying me, I will never be lonely, Yin Chuan said emotionally. The images slowly disappeared, but Yin Chuan was unable to calm down for a long time. Thinking about the tragic scene in the images, Yin Chuan was deeply shocked. In this life, I will not let this scene repeat itself. In this life, I have returned. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. Great Qin? Great Qin? No wonder I always felt a sense of familiarity with Qin. Even my title is Supreme Qin. Qin is the pinnacle. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, World Tree, Mortal, Upper Void Stage 12. How do I break through again? Where is the pinnacle of mortals? Yin Chuan asked with a trace of anticipation. However, this time, the World Tree did not respond. Instead, a green energy slowly surged out of the World Tree and entered Yin Chuan's body. Last time, Yin Chuan had obtained the green energy and completed the universe in his palm. Now it was happening again. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. This green energy directly acted on his soul. Instantly, Yin Chuan's soul seemed to have undergone a sublimation and was suffused with a faint green color. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and sensed. He sat there for another year. Spring passed and autumn came. Yin Chuan's eyelids moved slightly. I understand now. The 12th mortal level is already the pinnacle. If I want to break through again, the heavenly tribulation will definitely come. If I want to break through again while I am immortal, I need to use a precious treasure to conceal the heavens and prevent the heavenly tribulation from coming. Only then can I continue to break through as a mortal. Jin Deyu's ancestor was born in the sun and used the sun to conceal the heavens for 1,000,000 years. Yin Chuan sighed emotionally. The green energy you gave me this time is to help me conceal the heavens? I understand now. Thank you, Yin Chuan said solemnly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan once again fell into a deep sleep. Yin Chuan finally found a way to break through again. He sank into cultivation. Sealed realm. Central divine continent. Zhao Xianji was escorted by a group of expressionless experts as he flew into the distance. While flying far away, Zhao Xianji turned his head to look at the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion and the 10 floating islands inside were filled with corpses and rivers of blood. There were corpses everywhere. At the peak of the City Lord's mansion stood a black-robed man. Below him stood several hundred black-robed men holding blood-stained swords and standing on the corpses. The group of black-robed men watched him leave. Assassin? Is this an assassin? Is there an assassin more tyrannical than this in the world? Zhao Xianji revealed a trace of bitterness. The whole family was slaughtered. This time, Heaven Mending Pavilion had indeed raised the assassin's level to a new level. They watched as Zhao Xianji was taken away by a group of modified humans. The leader of the black-robed men said in a deep voice, "Mission completed. Return." "Yes." Several hundred black-robed men replied. Whoosh, whoosh. The group of black-robed men shot into the rain like arrows and disappeared. At this moment, some citizens in the city opened their doors and looked at the City Lord's mansion in fear. Each and every one of them were indescribably shocked. Such an assassin would definitely be remembered by the citizens of the city for life. Chapter 1105. The strategists and generals were constantly being assassinated. The great Buddha Empire's army was already panicking. Although Zhao Xianji had sent some experts modified by the emperor to protect them, the generals were still unsettled. Now that Zhao Xianji was being assassinated, the great Buddha Empire's army fell into panic again. Even though all the generals were surrounded by an iron bucket, they could not help but panic. If the general could not stop the assassination, how could they? Feelings of panic instantly spread through the great Buddha dynasty's army. They panicked, and their hearts were not strong enough. The great Jin army took advantage of this. Kill, kill, kill. The great Jin army was unstoppable as they sent out their troops frantically. For a time, the war was one-sided, and the great Buddha Empire's army was losing ground. Zhao Xianji escaped to a safe place. The original messenger system was destroyed by the assassins, and it took him a lot of effort to rebuild it. When he heard the news, Zhao Xianji's face turned ashen. In just 10 days, he had lost 1/3 of what he had seized from the central divine continent. Bastard, Zhao Xianji said in Jiaohu. Zhao Xianji was in Jiaohu. At this moment, the 10,000 Buddha city also received the news. The providence above the sea of providence clouds in the 10,000 Buddha city had been increasing for a while, but now it had decreased. Has the front line lost? Feng Xiao frowned. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. The emperor and his officials waited patiently, and finally, the news came. Boom! Kong Mok slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. Your Majesty, please calm down. The officials immediately bowed. Zhao Xinji? He knew that there was an assassination, but he did not take precautions. Instead, he was attacked by a group of assassins. Kong Mok said with an ugly expression. The officials did not dare to speak. Your Majesty, perhaps Lord Zhao has his reasons. Feng Xiao said. HM? Kong Mok frowned and looked at Feng Xiao. As soon as the assassination happened, most of the experts transformed by the emperor were sent to various strategists. As for Lord Zhao, there were only a limited number of experts. That was why the enemy was able to take advantage of them. Feng Xiao said. Feng Xiao, don't explain for Lord Zhao Xinji. Lord Zhao is useless, and that's why we are defeated. Kong Mok Feng Xiao. Yes. Feng Xiao returned to his office. What else did Zhao Xinji say? Kong Mok looked at the other official in the hall. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao said that a large number of our mid-level talents have been assassinated. He wants Your Majesty to send another group of outstanding people to the front lines. The official said, Your Majesty, you mustn't. Feng Xiao suddenly spoke. Kong Mok looked over. Last time, we have already sent a large number of courageous and resourceful officials. Loyal officials are not easy, but courageous and resourceful ones are even more difficult. Last time, this subject has already plundered nearly all of the remaining courageous and resourceful officials. If we send more to the front lines, we will have to send more from the major cities. This will overdraft the middle level of our West Divine continent. Feng Xiao declared. I think Lord Feng's words make sense. Your Majesty, please reconsider. A group of officials echoed Feng Xiao's words. The other side said anxiously, Your Majesty, the middle forces are the foundation of war. The front lines are fighting, and there are only small soldiers and marshals. They can't be commanded well. Your Majesty, we took down Central Divine Continent with much difficulty. We can't give it up. Your Majesty, Lord Zhao has already learned his lesson. This won't happen again. In the court debate, the two sides clashed. Kong Mok's face darkened. After thinking for a while, Kong Mok said in a low voice, Feng Xiao, select another 5,000 people and send them to the front lines. Your Majesty, that's my West Divine Continent. Feng Xiao said anxiously. Kong Mok shook his head. Do as I say. Yes. Feng Xiao sighed softly. A large number of courageous and resourceful experts who were loyal to the great Buddhas were quickly sent to the front lines. However, no matter how many great Buddhas there were, could there be more than Great Jun? In terms of the world's territory, Great Jun had the resources of 2 divine continents more than the great Buddhas. Moreover, after the world examination, countless knowledgeable people had rushed to Great Jun. The war continued. Above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the sea of providence clouds dissipated a little every day. Kong Mok clenched his fists, his face darkening. The central divine continent was embroiled in endless battles. This battle lasted for 10 years. Great Jun's army was as ferocious as tigers and wolves, under the assault of assassins, schemers, and fierce generals. 10 years later, the great Buddha Empire's army was chased back to West Divine Continent. Great Jun had seized Central Divine Continent. The Eastern expedition had failed completely. In the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, Zhao Xinji knelt in the hall. The officials stood on both sides. Kong Mok sat on the dragon throne, his face dark. You still have the face to come back. Kong Mok said coldly. Your Majesty, please punish me. This official is no match for Great Jun. Zhao Xinji said bitterly. Kong Mok slapped the dragon throne. He glared at Zhao Xinji. Your expedition to the east caused me to lose 100 million soldiers. That's one thing, but the great Buddha, Heavenly Dynasty's mid-level reserves were all used up by you. You even mobilized a large number of mid-level officials from the West Divine Continent, causing the West Divine Continent situation to become unstable. Kong Mok's eyes were cold. This official has sinned, Zhao Xianji said bitterly. Trash, Kong Mok said coldly. Kong Mok's cold shout immediately caused many of the officials in the hall to look at him in surprise. Zhao Xianji, in the Great Buddha Empire, he used to be second only to one person. Even the Great Buddha Empire's promotion was due to Zhao Xianji's betrayal of the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. He should have been the most trusted person of the emperor. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he should have worked hard. What he got in return was the word trash from the emperor. Many officials felt a chill in their hearts. If he treated Zhao Xianji like this, then what about them? Zhao Xianji's face showed a trace of sadness. Kong Mok looked at Zhao Xianji and took a deep breath. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by more disgust. Your Majesty, West Divine Continent lacks mid-level officials. Do you have any good ideas? Feng Xiao stepped forward and asked. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and said, I have already reported this to the Kong clan's old ancestor. The Kong Lu Academy has stepped forward and invited all the capable Kong clan disciples to enter my dynasty and serve in the various cities. Your Majesty is wise. The officials immediately bowed, but it's still lacking. Kong Mok frowned. Feng Xiao suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, do you still remember Lucian Pavilion? Oh, Kong Mok said with a frown. More than 100 years ago, my Great Buddha Imperial exam was held, but there were many talents who did not pass. After failing the exam, they prepared to leave. I suggested to His Majesty to build a pavilion to retain these talents who failed the exam, so that they could study each other's knowledge, so that they could take the exam next time. Kong Mok immediately had an impression of Feng Xiao's words. Back then, the cost wasn't high, so Kong Mok agreed. Lucian Pavilion? Right? Kong Mok said expectantly. Your Majesty, this subject is in charge of Lucian Pavilion. There are countless talents in there. They are still lacking in intelligence, but they can easily become mid-level officials. Moreover, their hearts are loyal to the great Buddha, Feng Xiao explained. The eyes of all the officials lit up at Feng Xiao's words. Kong Mok's eyes also lit up. Since they are so capable, why do they fail the exam? Kong Mok asked. Feng Xiao looked at Zhao Xianji and smiled bitterly. Kong Mok immediately understood. Zhao Xianji must have looked down on those people and allowed them to fail the exam. He hated Zhao Xianji even more. Feng Xiao, you have done well. You will be in Lucian Pavilion. Quickly select the useful people and fill the vacancies in the various cities and armies of the West Divine Continent. Kong Mok said. This subject obeys. Feng Xiao replied. May your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The internal crisis of the West Divine Continent had been resolved. The officials all bowed. The internal crisis had been resolved, but the external crisis was extremely severe. The Great Zhen Celestial Empire? The Great Zhen Celestial Empire had the military strength of the 4 divine continents. Kong family, Demon King Kong's valley. Kong Daoqiu stood outside the valley with 4 immortals. Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Old ancestor, all the disciples of the Kong family have been sent, but the destruction of the Kong family is close at hand. Old ancestor, the 4 immortals were anxious. Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Kong Daoqiu, go back. I understand. Old ancestor, Kong Daoqiu tried again. I wanted to go back. The Kong family will not be destroyed. Besides the Kong family here, the Kong family has many more powerful disciples in the immortal world. The old ancestor said lightly. Kong Daoqiu and the other 4 immortals broke out in cold sweat after the grand ancestor finished speaking. Demon King Kong's meaning could not be clearer. He did not care much about the lives of the Kong family disciples. Yes, old ancestor. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and bowed slightly. He brought the four shocked immortals back to Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daochio's study, the five immortals had ugly expressions. Family head. They looked at Kong Daochio. At this moment, the four immortals looked at Kong Daochio with resolute eyes. Demon King Kong did not care about the lies of the Kong family disciples, but this group of immortals was different. Many of the Kong family disciples were his own descendants. For the sake of Kong Mok's great cause, he did not care about the lives of his own descendants. They could not do that. Everyone, Kong Daochio said gravely. Family head, we will listen to you. You are our family head, an immortal said solemnly. The other three immortals nodded. Kong Daochio smiled and nodded. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yanjing. In front of the Skyward Palace, Yifeng had received all the battle reports from the west. With Yifeng as the leader, the officials looked at Yifeng with excitement in their eyes. Order the four great marshals to attack the West Divine Continent. Yifeng said solemnly. Attack the West Divine Continent. Countless officials immediately shouted excitedly. Several upper void realm experts turned into streaks of light and flew to the west. With the power of the four divine continents, the great Jun army swept over. Chapter 1106. The Immortal World. At the Tree of World. Buzz. Yanchuan's body suddenly emitted a bright green light. In the distance, two immortals were playing chess. They were distracted. That kid broke through. I can't tell. The two immortals were so conflicted that they didn't even realize that they had made the wrong moves. Yanchuan was in a trance. He didn't know how much time had passed. He slowly opened his eyes. He was still leaning against the tree, looking at the distant sky. I've finally broken through. Perhaps this is called the 13th level of the upper void stage. He finally made a breakthrough with the help of the Tree of World. But Yanchuan frowned deeply. The World Tree helped me hide the heavens so that I could break through. However, the heavens are already dead, so is there still a heavens? Yanchuan fell in a deep thought. The heavens were dead, and the heavenly Tao had collapsed. Fate should have lost its effectiveness. However, when Yanchuan made a breakthrough in his life providence, he vaguely sensed a barrier. If not for the World Tree's concealment, it would have been very difficult for him to break through. Perhaps there are still too many things in this world that I don't know. Yanchuan took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, Yanchuan once again sank into cultivation. Sealed World, West Divine Continent. The war between the two dynasties became more and more intense. The Great Jun dynasty used the power of the four divine continents to pressure the border. Only the four marshals were peerless. Time and time again, he used troops to the utmost perfection. The army was constantly encroaching on the great Buddha's territory. In the pantheon of Buddhas, Kong Mok kept listening to the battle reports coming in from all directions. His expression was extremely ugly. Your Majesty, Feng Xiao suddenly stepped forward. I feel that the Kong family disciples might not be able to withstand the great Jun army, said Feng Xiao. Oh, Kong Mok asked curiously. In the end, the Kong clan is not a subject of the great Buddha heavenly empire. Feng Xiao frowned. Ha, Lord Feng, are you trying to sow discord between His Majesty and the Kong family at this crucial moment? Zhao Xinji said coldly. Zhao Xinji had long been unhappy with Feng Xiao. At this moment, everyone was united. Feng Xiao wanted to stir up internal strife. With his suspicions of Feng Xiao, Zhao Xinji did not think much about it, and directly stood opposite of Feng Xiao. Kong Mok frowned slightly. Your Majesty, Lord Feng's worries are unnecessary. How could the Kong family turn on us at this time? Yanchuan and Kong Daochio are like fire and water. Furthermore, in the Kong family, it's not Kong Daochio who has the final say. It's the Kong family's old ancestor. Even the old ancestor supports His Majesty. What's there to worry about? Kong Mok nodded. Indeed, all these years, even Kong Daochio's every move had been monitored by him. How could he possibly betray him? Feng Xiao, you worry too much, Kong Mok said. Feng Xiao sighed slightly and left the court with a bitter smile. At this time, everyone thought that Feng Xiao had misspoken. However, no one noticed that Feng Xiao's fists were clenched and trembling slightly. He wasn't disappointed, but rather excited. At this time, Feng Xiao dug another hole. The battle continued. 3 years later, the great Buddha's celestial empire had lost a large number of generals, and they were all Zhao Xianji's trusted aides. As for Dezhun, the results were mediocre. It was a war where both sides suffered losses. On this day, Kong Mok was cultivating in seclusion. Lotus Goddess, how much longer do I need? Kong Mok asked. Soon, soon. Lotus Goddess's voice came faintly. At this time, boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the sky. The great Buddha dynasty's Sea of Providence suddenly disappeared by a third. The Providence suddenly disappeared toward the east. What's going on? Kong Mok was the first to sense it, and his expression changed drastically. It was fine when the two armies were in a stalemate, but why did it suddenly become like this? Bang! Kong Mok pushed open the door and immediately rushed toward the pantheon of Buddhas. The officials in the pantheon of Buddhas also rushed over. Your Majesty, this is bad. The Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, Kong Daoqiu, and all the Kong family members have defected to Dezhun. Zhao Xinji exclaimed. Impossible. Kong Mok exclaimed. It's true. I deserve to die. Zhao Xinji knelt in front of Kong Mok with a sorrowful expression. How could this be? Kong Mok frowned. Who would have thought that Kong Daoqiu had colluded with the great Jin celestial dynasty long ago? Right now, the 1,000 cities in the north of the West Divine Continent belong to the great Jin celestial dynasty, and the Kong family fled to the east after the handover. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Zhao Xinji cried out bitterly. At this time, the officials were terrified. 1/3 of their territory was suddenly gone just like that. The pressure brought by Dezhun immediately caused many officials to be unable to breathe. Suddenly, some of the officials looked at Feng Xiao. This was because Feng Xiao had once said that the Kong family would rebel, but Zhao Xinji had opposed it. Kong Mok also remembered this. He looked at Feng Xiao, and his expression changed. Kong Daoqiu has interacted with Dezhun's people? Kong Mok asked in a low voice. No, definitely not. Kong Daoqiu's maids and attendants are all our people. He has never done so. Zhao Xinji shook his head. Never? Kong Daoqiu would gamble with his entire family? Without Yin Chuan's personal reply, Kong Daoqiu would put his entire family in danger? Kong Mok glared. Your Majesty, he really didn't. We have been monitoring Kong Daoqiu. Zhao Xinji cried out. Boom! Kong Mok kicked Zhao Xinji aside, a murderous look in his eyes. Your Majesty, the Kong family has already rebelled. Your Majesty, please make early plans. Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and sighed. I regret not listening to my beloved subject. Feng Xiao smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, this subject's words carry little weight. Naturally, some advice would not be taken seriously by Your Majesty. As soon as Feng Xiao spoke, one of the officials behind him stepped forward. Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. In the past, when the great Immortal attacked, it was Lord Feng who advised Your Majesty to resolve the matter with ease. Later on, during the Eastern expedition, Lord Feng repeatedly advised Your Majesty to prioritize the country and not send any mid-level officials or generals to the Eastern expedition. However, there were some scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and bewitched Your Majesty. If not for that, the Kong family would not have acted, and we would not have lost 1/3 of the West Divine Continent. The official said, That's right, Your Majesty. Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. 3 years ago, Lord Feng guessed that there would be a problem with the Kong family and advised Your Majesty to take it seriously. If Your Majesty took it seriously, would there be today's disaster? Unfortunately, there were scoundrels who caused chaos in the country and covered Your Majesty's ears. Lord Feng's advice could not be heard, which led to this disaster. Your Majesty, scoundrels have caused chaos in the country. Another official said, "Your Majesty, Lord Feng has worked hard for the great Buddha Heavenly Empire. If not for Lord Feng building the Lucian Pavilion, our great Buddha Heavenly Empire would have suffered more losses." Another official said, adding insult to injury. In an instant, all the spearheads were pointed at Zhao Xianji. Kong Mok should have been the one at fault, but the officials pushed the blame to Zhao Xianji. This way, Kong Mok would feel less guilty. He immediately looked at Zhao Xianji. He hated Zhao Xianji to begin with. If not for his contributions to the great Buddha Heavenly Empire in the past, Kong Mok would not have wanted to see him. Now that the crime of causing chaos in the country was pushed onto Zhao Xianji, Kong Mok hated him even more. "Your Majesty, Feng Xiao is the scoundrel," Zhao Xianji shouted. "How dare you?" Kong Mok glared at him. An imposing aura spread out. "Men, throw this scoundrel into the imperial prison," Kong Mok shouted. Yes. 2 androids entered the main hall. Your Majesty, please forgive me," Zhao Xianji cried out as he was taken away. "Minister Feng, I have misunderstood you all these years," Kong Mok said. "It is my duty to share your Majesty's burden," Feng Xiao said. "Then what do you think we should do now?" Kong Mok asked. "Taking back the thousands of cities that we have lost is secondary. First, we have to stabilize the hearts of the people, the army, and the country. Only then can the country resist foreign enemies and even take back everything," Feng Xiao said solemnly. "That's right," Kong Mok nodded. "Lord Zhao has been in the court for hundreds of years. He has extremely high prestige in the political and military circles. Lord Zhao's trusted aides are in many important positions on the front line. I am worried that if Lord Zhao is sent to the imperial prison, the frontline soldiers will resist and even betray the country," Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok's eyes widened. "We should replace these people first. Let the great Buddha Heavenly Empire be protected as soon as possible," Feng Xiao said. Kong Mok was also worried. He nodded and said, "All right, from today onwards, Feng Xiao will be conferred the title of first-class Great River Duke. He will be in charge of the border defense. All officials, listen to the transfer order." "We obey." The officials bowed. "I will not disappoint your Majesty," Feng Xiao replied. Kong Mok nodded. After the court session, Feng Xiao began to transfer the officials. He kept changing the generals to different positions. Just like that, half a year later. "Congratulations, your Majesty. Under Lord Feng's command, the great Buddha Heavenly Empire is basically stable. After half a year, we only lost one city." The officials congratulated. Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao and nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Feng Xiao more and more. Feng Xiao was also getting more and more used to doing things. He ignored Feng Xiao's work. Kong Mok went to the valley where Demon King Kong was. "Ancestor, I implore you to uphold justice." Kong Mok bowed and said, "Kong Mok?" Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. "Old Ancestor, I have waited for half a year. You have finally replied." "Old Ancestor, the Kong family has betrayed us. Kong Daoqiu has betrayed us. His entire family has defected to the Great Jin Kingdom and joined Yinchuan. They have even destroyed 1/3 of our territory," Kong Mok said bitterly. "What?" Demon King Kong's voice was shocked. "Old Ancestor, because of Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, the great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger. Please help me destroy Yinchuan," Kong Mok shouted. There was silence in the valley. Clearly, he was unhappy with Kong Mok's incompetence. "Old Ancestor, please kill Yinchuan. The great Buddha Heavenly Empire is in danger," Kong Mok pleaded again. There was another period of silence. After a while, Demon King Kong's voice came. "I understand. Yinchuan?" Demon King Kong replied. "Thank you, Old Ancestor," Demon King Kong said. Whoosh! A white light shot into the sky and shot toward the east. Demon King Kong was heading toward Yanjin. Standing at the entrance of the valley and watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Mo coldly smiled, as if his scheme had succeeded. "Now that Yinchuan is dead, you old man will definitely suffer even more injuries." The Lotus Goddess said that I will be able to break through soon. When you return, it will be the time of your death. The entire world is mine now. Ha ha ha. Kong Mok laughed. Chapter 1107. After watching Demon King Kong leave, Kong Mok returned to his residence. Kong Mok didn't raid Devil King Kong's lair. After all, he didn't know much about Devil King Kong's methods. If there were any triggered restrictions in this valley, Devil King Kong would be alerted. Back at the Thousand Buddha Hall, Kong Mok looked at his officials. I will be in seclusion for a while. During this time, Feng Xiao will be in charge of everything. Kong Mok said, yes. The officials obeyed. Kong Mok went into seclusion. Feng Xiao's eyes flashed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. In Feng Xiao's residence. My lord, you are the regent now. What should we do? A subordinate smiled. Replace all the important positions in the remaining 2,000 cities with our people. Replace all the trusted aides of Kong Mok and Zhao Xinji. Feng Xiao said, yes. Demon King Kong charged towards the East Divine Continent in a fit of rage. Not only for Kong Mok, but also for Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong had never thought that Kong Daoqiu would betray him. He had left with the entire Kong family. How could the descendants of the Kong family ignore him? Although Demon King Kong was injured, he still rushed out of his cave residence. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's speed was extremely terrifying. In just 2 days, Demon King Kong arrived in the sky above Yanjin. Whoosh! Demon King Kong's figure stopped, and a gust of wind blew past, causing the surrounding sand to fly into the air and billowing filthy chi. Array rise! A voice suddenly sounded in Yanjin. Then, a huge array suddenly appeared around Yanjin, blocking the storm. Demon King Kong stood in the sky and looked at Yanjin coldly. A large number of officials quickly gathered in the Chaotian Hall. Yifeng by Di Tian and the others looked at a man in a green robe outside Yanjin. The man's face was fair, but there were a few cracks on his face. The man's fingernails were very sharp, like 10 awls, and were slightly curved. He looked at Yanjin coldly. Soon, Demon King Kong saw Kong Daoqiu and a few other deities of the Kong family in front of the Chaotian Hall. Apart from Kong Daoqiu's calm expression, the other immortals all looked somewhat terrified. Kong Daoqiu. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Greetings, ancestor," Kong Daoqiu said with a smile. Seeing Kong Daoqiu's smile, Demon King Kong's face darkened. "When did you start colluding with Yin Chuan?" Demon King Kong asked coldly. Kong Daoqiu smiled and said, "Don't you know? I exposed Kong Mok collusion with the Lotus Goddess, but you didn't believe me. Instead, you listened to Kong Mok's slander and even cultivated spies around me." Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. As they spoke, a few Kong clan disciples quickly brought 4 men with disheveled hair over. As soon as the 4 men appeared in the heaven-facing palace square, they immediately saw Demon King Kong. "Ancestor, save me! Ancestor, save me!" The 4 men with disheveled hair begged for help. Demon King Kong's face darkened. "My disciples, my attendants, my trusted aides. Ancestor, you really put in a lot of effort for me." Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said with pain, "Let me ask you, when did you collude with Yin Chuan?" Demon King Kong asked coldly again. Kong Daoqiu sneered and looked at the 4 men with disheveled hair and said, "Leave." The 4 were shocked. "No matter what, you were once Kong clan disciples. I'm the Kong clan head. From the moment you chose to betray me, you were expelled from the Kong clan. For the sake of the bloodline connection, go to Demon King Kong." "Scram!" Kong Daoqiu roared. "Okay, yes." The 4 fled in panic. "You 4 trash." Demon King Kong coldly looked at the 4 fleeing men. "Ancestor, we have been watching Kong Daoqiu. He has never left our sight. That's impossible. Even when he went to the divine sect's sacred ground, we followed him the entire time." Kong Daoqiu and Yin Chuan did not form an alliance. The 4 men with disheveled hair said. Kong Daoqiu smiled and shook his head. "There is. It's just that the 4 of you are too trash. Do you still remember? Universe in the palm? Immediately, everyone reacted. Last time, great immortal Gongyang Taolu attacked the divine sect Sacred Ground. After Kong Daoqiu and Yin Chuan helped the divine sect Sacred Ground, the two fought. Yin Chuan used the universe in the palm to suck Kong Daoqiu into his palm. At that time, Li Si also entered. No one knew what happened after being in the palm for a period of time. Was it at that time? Was it that time? The four exclaimed. Slap! 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 Demon King Kong slapped the four of them at the same time. They covered their faces, not daring to say anything. Turning his head, Demon King Kong coldly looked at Kong Daoqiu. Are you going to lead your entire family to go against me? Demon King Kong said coldly. Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said, I overestimated you. I've always said that Kong Moke is cold-blooded and will bring the Kong family to eternal damnation. Actually, you're not much different from Kong Moke. You're even willing to sacrifice all the members of the Kong family for Kong Moke? What do you know? I'm waiting for Kong Moke to become a Dao God. The family once calculated that a Dao God would be born among the Kong family members. The Kong family needs a Dao God. Only a Dao God can activate the Heavenly Inquisition token. Demon King Kong said coldly. Heavenly Inquisition token? The Heavenly Inquisition token again? Susu was killed by the Heavenly Inquisition token. Kong Daoqiu shouted coldly. As long as the Heavenly Inquisition token can be activated, all the sacrifices are worth it. Demon King Kong said coldly. The two respected members of the Kong family looked at each other with hostility in their eyes. At the same time, in the south of Yanjing, in a valley, a member of the Kong family was hiding. Kong Outyin. Kong Outyin hid in the mountain and watched the situation in front of him. A Dao God? Demon King Kong is waiting for me to be born? Why? Kong Outyin frowned. Kong Outyin did not come out to meet him. Clearly, there were many things that he could not control. Kong Outyin waited patiently. At the same time, he looked around the palace. Where's ZZ? As long as I get ZZ, I will leave this world immediately. Kong Outyin took a deep breath and clenched his fists. ZZ was in Xianying Palace, waiting for Yin Chuan to wake up. Soul, come back. Feng Yinyang shouted. Yin Chuan's soul quickly returned from the immortal realm. In the outside world, Demon King Kong looked coldly at the square of Skyward Palace. Since you have all chosen to betray me, then you will be buried with Yin Chuan. Demon King Kong said coldly. Ha, I told you. Kong Moke has brought disaster to the entire Kong family. Now, even you, the ancestor of the Kong family, have become his free henchmen. Kong Daoqiu said coldly. Umph. Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He reached out and slammed his palm toward the entire Yanjing. Thousands of energy palms suddenly appeared out of thin air. Each of them carried the full power of a sky immortal as they bombarded the grand array of Yanjing. Along with these thousands of energy palms was Demon King Kong's main palm strike. It carried the power of heaven and earth as it charged toward Yanjing. Rumble. That earth-shattering aura made Kong Outyin's heart turn cold. Old man, you're really powerful, Kong Outyin said in shock. That palm seemed to be able to destroy the entire Yanjing. At the entrance of Skyward Palace, Bai Ditian's expression changed as he stepped forward. Heavenly Tiger, divine slaughter. Bai Ditian shouted. Endless murderous aura suddenly appeared around Bai Ditian, and it instantly covered the entire Yanjing. Bai Ditian slammed his palm into the sky. A huge tiger's palm appeared in the sky and faced Demon King Kong's main palm. Boom! The two huge palms collided in the sky. Walala! The space around them tremored violently, as if the space itself was trembling from the force of the two giant palms. Thousands of energy palms struck the grand array of Yanjing. The grand array of Yanjing was formed by Feng Yinyang using tens of thousands of earth dragon veins. It was extremely sturdy. Rumble, roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars and cries suddenly came from all directions of Yanjing. Boom! The ground around Yinjin exploded. Outside Yinjin, within 10,000 miles, the ground exploded. Gravel shot into the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Even where Kong Out Yin was, it was instantly destroyed, forcing Kong Out Yin to retreat. Boom! The collision of palms ended. A large number of cracks appeared on the ground under Bai Detian's feet. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Detian was powerful now, but he was still far weaker than Demon King Kong. His right arm seemed to have been fractured by this palm strike, and it drooped down slightly. As for the grand array of Yinjin, half of it had been destroyed, and only a thin layer was left. Yinjin was in a desperate situation. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong coughed slightly. Yinjin is indeed extraordinary to be able to take one of my palms. However, can they take the second one? Demon King Kong asked coldly. That's right. Yinjin was dead silent. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of a door breaking was heard. Demon King Kong looked over. He saw the door of a palace suddenly open. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the main hall. The footsteps were not heavy, but they felt like they were knocking on one's soul. It was as if every step was stepping on one's heart. Demon King Kong's eyes narrowed as he stared at them. Following the sound of footsteps, a foot slowly stepped out. A figure in a black dragon robe slowly stepped out of the palace. The person who came out was Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was wearing a crown and the Black Dragon Emperor's robe as he slowly walked out of the Xianying Palace. After walking out of the Xianying Palace, he looked at the sand and rocks around Yinjin. Then, Yin Chuan turned his head and looked at Demon King Kong, who was in the sky to the west. When Yin Chuan looked over, there was a ferocious look on his face. His gaze seemed to have transcended the past and present. Domineering and invincible, Demon King Kong's face darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect Yin Chuan to have such a ferocious look in his eyes. However, Demon King Kong was experienced and knowledgeable, so he didn't lose. He looked over coldly. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a monstrous, murderous aura filled the air. Chapter 1108. Yin Chuan versus Demon King Kong. The two powerhouses looked at each other, and a murderous aura filled the air. Greetings, Your Majesty, the official of Great Zhun said excitedly. Greetings, Your Majesty. Voices came from all over Yinjing. Yin Chuan was not only the ruler of a country, but also the spiritual leader of the country. The countless worries from before disappeared when they saw Yin Chuan come out. This was also where Yin Chuan's personal charm lay. As long as I'm here, the sky will never fall. Behind him, in Xianying Palace, ZZ carried Miao and slowly stepped out with Feng Yinyang. They followed behind Yin Chuan. Demon King Kong narrowed his eyes in the sky. Yin Chuan's piercing gaze caused Demon King Kong's heart to sink slightly. Suddenly, Demon King Kong remembered what Kong Daoqiu said in the past. A rare commodity worth hoarding? Is this what it means to hoard a rare commodity? But I don't want an emperor to support the Kong family. I just want an emperor to break the shackles of his fate and become a new Dao god. Demon King Kong's eyes turned cold. Yin Chuan, Demon King Kong shouted coldly. Demon Lord of 10,000 palms, Demon King Kong? Yin Chuan said coldly. The great Zhun Celestial Empire is indeed extraordinary, but the time is too short. You can stop me once, but let's see how you can stop me a second time. Demon Lord of 10,000 palms? Heh, since you know, then feel my palms. Demon King Kong said coldly. As he spoke, Demon King Kong struck out again. Last time, the earth within 10,000 miles of Yinjin exploded after the palm strike. Just like before, Demon King Kong slammed his palm with the power that could pierce through Yinjing. In the void, thousands of golden palms rushed toward Yinjing like a meteor shower. As for the main palm, it was scarlet red in color. Under the palm, the void shook slightly. Demon King Kong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he sent a palm strike towards Yin Chuan like a storm. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the palm that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. He stomped his foot and stretched out his right hand, sending a palm toward the sky. Starlight suddenly flickered on his right palm. In an instant, countless stars appeared on his palm. As Yin Chuan pushed out his palm, countless stars flew out of his hand and turned into planets, covering the sky above Yin Jin. Rumble! The countless planets charged towards the thousands of golden palms. Instantly, the countless golden palms were drowned in the stars. The astral palm formed by Yin Chuan's right palm collided with the scarlet astral palm formed by Demon King Kong. Boom! The two astral palms collided with a loud bang, and an explosion resounded through the 9 heavens. All the clouds in the sky within a radius of 100,000 miles were instantly dispersed. The manifested palm did not disappear. Instead, it remained in a stalemate in midair. Demon King Kong revealed a look of shock. His palm strike had been blocked by Yin Chuan. He caught it in his hand. In the distance, Kong Out Yin also said in shock, "Freak! How can a mortal be so powerful?" Explode. Yin Chuan widened his eyes. Boom! The two astral palms exploded with a loud bang. The astral palms exploded, and the surrounding stars and golden palms also exploded with a loud bang. Demon King Kong's powerful palm strike was blocked by Yin Chuan with a single palm strike. Demon King Kong stared blankly at the scene with a face full of disbelief. Even if he was seriously injured, how could he not be able to kill a mortal? Yin Chuan did not wait for Demon King Kong. Instead, he suddenly said in a clear voice, "People of Dijon, listen up. I, Yin Chuan, need your power. Please raise your right hand and lend me your power. I will rule the world." Roar. The cloud of providence in Dijon suddenly let out a deafening roar. Yin Chuan's statue suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of providence. It let out a long roar and spread Yin Chuan's voice to all corners of Dijon. In a city, in a tea house. It's His Majesty's voice. His Majesty is going to borrow power again. Why is he borrowing power? Is he going to rule the world? His Majesty wants to rule the world. To the surprise of the people, countless people raised their right hands, and a wave of power quickly gathered in Yanjing. The cloud of providence in Dijon also began to churn. Countless streams of light could be seen shooting over from all directions. This was the power that came from all over the world. It was a boundless power. The people of the 4 divine continents all raised their hands and gathered the power of the world around Yin Chuan. Roar. The golden dragon of providence roared and swooped down toward Yin Chuan with all the power in the surroundings. It instantly merged with Yin Chuan. "You're just a mortal. You can't withstand so much power." Demon King Kong's expression changed. The power of the 4 divine continents had indeed exceeded the limits of a mortal, but Yin Chuan's current cultivation level could not be measured by the standards of a mortal. Rumble. Yin Chuan suppressed the explosion of his body and maintained his original appearance. Just the energy overflowing from his body made Yin Chuan's surroundings look extremely blurry. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of Demon King Kong. "Demon King Kong," Yin Chuan said coldly. Demon King Kong's expression darkened. Looking at the distorted space around Yin Chuan, his expression gradually turned ugly. "The strength of a late-stage great immortal? How did you do it? You're still immortal?" Demon King Kong said in surprise. "Seeing that we share the same bloodline, I'll spare you this time. Get lost to the immortal world." Yin Chuan glared at him. "Bastard, how dare you speak to me like that?" Demon King Kong's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and threw a punch at Yin Chuan. Although Demon King Kong was seriously injured, his strength was still at the late-stage great immortal realm. Naturally, he was unwilling to admit defeat. He punched out, and the fist pressed out like a storm toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's expression turned cold. He stretched out his right palm. Boom! Yin Chuan's palm caught Demon King Kong's fist. The two fists and palms met in the air. Yin Chuan's face showed a trace of malevolence, and he twisted his right hand. Rumble! There was a loud sound, and Demon King Kong's right arm seemed to have been broken. He immediately twisted toward the outside. Bang! Demon King Kong flew backward, looking at Yin Chuan in horror. His right arm was broken. Yin Chuan twisted it. As if this was a great insult, Demon King Kong's face, which was full of cracks, immediately flushed red. Crack! With a twist, he managed to twist his broken right arm back. I don't believe it. A tiger will be bullied by a dog? You're not even a dog. Open another layer of the seal. Demon King Kong shouted angrily. Crack! 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 More cracks appeared on Demon King Kong's face. The original 4 or 5 cracks became 14 or 15 in the blink of an eye. This power is used to seal your injuries, right? You're using it to fight me? Are you overdrawing on your own injuries? Haha, a battle where both sides are injured? Very well. I'll see how ruthless the all-powerful Demon King Kong can be to himself. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom. The two ferocious men clashed once more. High up in the sky, gales raged around the two of them, sweeping up countless rocks and sand from the ground. Rumble. The sky was hazy, and one could vaguely see waves of black and green light rushing out from within. The two experts fought in the storm. The loud sounds of battle seemed to spread throughout the entire East Divine continent in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The entire East Divine continent trembled as the common folk stopped what they were doing to feel the ferocious might of the attack. In Yanjin, the people were staring at the sky. The officials clenched their fists with anticipation. ZZ was also looking at the sky with Meow in her arms. At the same time, in a sandstorm in the south of Yanjin, Kong Outyin looked at the sky and gasped. Yin Chuan is so powerful. No, if Yin Chuan wins, I'll never get ZZ from him. I'll take this opportunity to get ZZ. Once I get her, I'll go to the Celestial Realm. Once I get her, I'll leave. Kong Outyin said with a hint of madness in his eyes. Whoosh! Kong Outyin immediately rushed toward Yanjin. In the distance, Feng Yinyang suddenly felt the activation of the array and looked over with a gloomy face. Bastard, activate the array. Feng Yinyang shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, dozens of formations appeared in the void and blocked Kong Outyin. Break! Kong Outyin struck with his palm. Whoosh! The array was broken. However, this sound had also awakened many overlords in Yanjin. How dare you! Hundreds of guards shouted and rushed toward Kong Outyin. Freeze! Kong Outyin pointed his finger. Buzz! The hundreds of guards froze in the sky. Oh no! Yifeng's face changed. Kill! Bai Diqian and the other overlords in Yanjin immediately attacked Kong Outyin. In a blink, tens of thousands of blade auras shot toward Kong Outyin. Haha! The heavenly Tao has gathered, and the heavenly Tao is mine alone. Yanjing, seal it! Kong Outyin shouted. Boom! The entire Yanjin seemed to have been covered by a giant, transparent pillar. The pillar was connected to the sky and went straight to the 9 heavens and hell. The pillar was so thick that it covered the entire Yanjin. A tremendous aura burst out from it. It was as if the heavenly might had descended. Countless people immediately felt the urge to kneel down in fear. The heavenly path, an invisible heavenly Tao, was manifested by Kong Outyin in a tangible form. The way of the heavens shrouded the entire Yanjin. Everything was immediately confined. The people of Yanjin, the overlords, and Bai Diqian all froze. The immense might of the heavenly Tao caused Yin Chuan and Demon King Kong, who were fighting in the sky, to pause for a moment. HM? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. A Tao god? A Tao god? Demon King Kong's face changed. Kong Outyin had sealed the entire Yanjin, but he didn't rush forward. Instead, he turned to the sky and shouted, Ancestral Patriarch, I'm a member of the Kong family. Kong Outyin, help me stop Yin Chuan. Wait for me to catch someone in Yanjin. A member of the Kong family? Kong Outyin? You're a Tao god? Not Kong Mok. Not Kong Mok. Demon King Kong's face changed. After that, Kong Outyin charged toward Yanjing. Stop right there. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted and grabbed at Kong Out Yin in the distance. Boom! Demon King Kong blocked Yin Chuan with a punch. Ha! Yin Chuan, I'm here. Don't even think about leaving. Demon King Kong shouted. You're courting death, Demon King Kong. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Boom! The two experts once again ferociously charged at each other. At this moment, the entire Yin Jin was sealed. Everyone was afraid to move, but there was one person who could move. No, to be precise, there was a cat who could move. In ZZ's arms, Meow Meow looked around at the people who had been frozen in place, but it was not affected at all. Meow. ZZ, Feng, Inyang. Don't freeze. Meow shouted anxiously. A strange scene appeared. After the meowing, a strange sound appeared. ZZ and Feng Inyang suddenly trembled. They could move? He could really move now. Kong Out Yin, who was flying from afar, suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Fuck. Chapter 1109. Kong Out Yin had locked down the entire Yin Jin with the power of heavenly laws. He pounced toward ZZ. However, as the cat meowed, ZZ and Feng Inyang were suddenly able to move. Another change? Kong Out Yin suddenly had the urge to curse. However, there was no time to stop. Kong Out Yin pounced toward ZZ at an even faster speed. Reincarnation pool. Feng Inyang yelled. Buzz! The ground beneath Feng Inyang's feet suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the ground turned into a pool that was 100 feet wide. Feng Inyang, ZZ, and Meow all stood at the center of the reincarnation pool. Kong Out Yin pounced toward the reincarnation pool, and his face suddenly changed color. Ghost Valley Reincarnation Art. Feng Inyang yelled. Boom! The reincarnation pool that had been calm suddenly turned into two huge waves that rushed toward Kong Out Yin. Buzz! Kong Out Yin was immediately sucked into the reincarnation pool. Crack, crack, crack. Feng Inyang's body trembled. Impossible. I'm a newborn Tao God. No power in this world can trap me. Kong Out Yin yelled. His power of heavenly laws seemed to have lost its effect above the reincarnation pool. How could Feng Inyang know such a strange art? Queen, I can only restrain him for a while. Please do it. Feng Inyang said. Do it. I am immortal. No one can kill me. Kong Out Yin was still very proud, even though he was trapped. He had been cut into a few hundred pieces by the fire crow gourd when he was at the immortal state. Kong Out Yin didn't believe that ZZ could hurt him. ZZ seemed to have guessed it, so she didn't attack. Instead, she waved her hand and a transparent book appeared in front of her. The book was transparent as if it was formed by energy. The words Book of Life and Death were written on the book. It opened the Book of Life and Death. ZZ stared at Kong Out Yin and yelled, Kong Out Yin, Yu Yin Jing dies. As he spoke, a line of words appeared on the Book of Life and Death. Kong Out Yin died in Yin Jing. Boom! It was as if there was a huge force acting on Kong Out Yin's body. Ka 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 ka. Kong Out Yin's face suddenly cracked like Demon King Kong's. No, that's impossible. It's used on birth charts? What kind of magic is this? Kong Out Yin exclaimed. Heavenly Tao, help me. Kong Out Yin cried out in shock. Buzz! Suddenly, a large amount of green light appeared above the heavenly path and rushed toward Kong Out Yin, quickly mending the cracks on his face. ZZ frowned. Tao God, could a Tao God defy this curse? High up in the air, Demon King Kong, who was blocking Yin Chuan, suddenly discovered that Kong Out Yin had been suppressed, and his expression changed. How can this be? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Demon King Kong pounced downwards. Who? Yin Chuan suddenly blocked Demon King Kong. It's your turn now. Do you think you can leave? Yin Chuan said coldly. Get out of my way. Demon King Kong roared. As he spoke, Demon King Kong once again struck at Yin Chuan with his palm. The palm carried a destructive aura, causing the void to tremble. Don't use the same move twice against me. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. This time, he reached out with his left palm and grabbed Kong Mok's right arm. Then, he grabbed it with his right hand and pulled. Rip! With a deafening sound, Demon King Kong's palm energy shattered, while Yin Chuan's right palm energy tore Demon King Kong's right arm off. Boom! Blood splattered everywhere as Yin Chuan savagely tore off Demon King Kong's right arm. Roar! Demon King Kong let out a painful roar. Break! Boom! Demon King Kong's right arm that Yin Chuan tore off exploded into a bloody mist. Yin Chuan! Demon King Kong roared in pain. He reached out and grabbed the bloody mist in the air. I gave you a chance, Yin Chuan said coldly. Meanwhile, below them, ZZ's face darkened when she saw that Kong Out Yin was recovering. The Book of Life and Death is divided into 6 paths. The path of animal Kong Out Yin. ZZ flipped to another page of the Book of Life and Death. Buzz. A suction force suddenly appeared on the Book of Life and Death and sucked at the reincarnation pool below. Huh? Feng Yinyang was slightly taken aback. Not only Feng Yinyang, but ZZ was also slightly taken aback. The Book of Life and Death could borrow power from the reincarnation pool? What power? An inexplicable force was sucked from the reincarnation pool and was pushed by ZZ toward Kong Out Yin. Boom! Kong Out Yin was instantly hit by this inexplicable force, and his body suddenly distorted. Ah! Kong Out Yin screamed in pain. Gradually, Kong Out Yin's body shrank, and hair grew all over his body. How did this happen? Heaven's Path, help me! Kong Out Yin screamed. However, the Heaven's Path could not do anything about this change. Kong Out Yin's body was rapidly changing. Meow, who was on ZZ's shoulder, also widened her eyes. Gorilla? Meow. Kong Out Yin turned into a gorilla. Gorilla? Meow. Meow screamed. Meow was not the only one. Feng Yinyang and ZZ also looked at Kong Out Yin in front of them. Had he turned into a gorilla? Roar. The gorilla screamed, and Kong Out Yin was inexplicably terrified. Change back, change back. Kong Out Yin screamed. However, Kong Out Yin could not change back. Buzz. The Book of Life and Death in front of ZZ disappeared. ZZ looked at her masterpiece in shock. Only demonic beasts could transform into humans. How could humans transform into demonic beasts? Kong Out Yin was so anxious that he was about to cry. He had turned into a gorilla? Oh my god! In the sky, Demon King Kong lost an arm. This was not a big deal. After all, as long as he had time, he could grow another arm with his strength. However, the next scene completely shocked Kong Out Yin. No, if this continues, all my efforts will be for naught. The Kong family's mission will also be for naught. Demon King Kong's face changed. Unseal again. Demon King Kong roared. Boom! The void around Demon King Kong suddenly shook, and a terrifying power erupted. The cracks on Demon King Kong's face rapidly increased, and in the blink of an eye, they looked like a spider web. Roar! Demon King Kong's power increased sharply, and he struck a palm at Yin Chuan. This time, the power was more than 10 times stronger than before. The vast power swept over, and even Yin Chuan could not withstand it. Yin Chuan's face darkened, and he reached out his hand to take out the sky-burying coffin. World-suppressing, Yin Chuan roared. With his current strength, he activated the sky-burying coffin, and its power was shocking. Even though Demon King Kong's power erupted again, it was completely blocked. Boom! The two forces collided. Rumble. The entire East Divine Continent was filled with violent rumbling sounds. Demon King Kong was shaken by the sky-burying coffin, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sky-burying coffin was too powerful. Demon King Kong did not continue to block it. Instead, he used his back to support the sky-burying coffin, and his remaining left hand reached out to grab Kong Out Yin. Puffed. Demon King Kong spat out blood under the sky-burying coffin. In the end, his battle with Yin Chuan ended in defeat. Buzz. Demon King Kong retracted the sky-burying coffin, and he grabbed the gorilla and fled to the west. Yin Chuan, I will come again. I will return the shame of today. Demon King Kong roared unwillingly. How can a defeated general speak of bravery? Oomph. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you forever. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Yin Chuan could see that Demon King Kong was at the end of his rope. He would not be able to maintain this state for long, and because he had mobilized the power of the entire world, he could only maintain this power near Yin Jin, so he was not in a hurry to chase after him. Kong Daoqiu, you dare to betray me? From now on, you are no longer a member of the Kong family. Demon King Kong's voice still came from afar. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Kong Daoqiu's face was gloomy. The Kong family doesn't care about our lives, so I naturally have no attachment to them. I don't care. I will take my mother's surname. From today onwards, I will be called Lu Bu Wei to show my determination. Kong Daoqiu's voice came from afar. Bastard. Demon King Kong left one last voice and disappeared from Yin Chuan's sight. Yin Chuan turned to look at Kong Daoqiu. Lu Bu Wei. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. He was slightly surprised. Greetings, Your Majesty, Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. He immediately understood Kong Daoqiu's intention. Kong Daoqiu was not only angry, but also for himself. Kong Daoqiu wanted to cut off all ties with Yin Chuan in the past. It was not convenient for him to continue using the identity of Kong Daoqiu. After all, in terms of bloodline, he was still Yin Chuan's grandfather. If he did that, it would be difficult for Yin Chuan to deal with him. But now, he was using Lu Bu Wei to shut the mouth of the world. Yin Chuan nodded. The crisis in Yin Jin was immediately resolved. Long live His Majesty. The people of Yin Jin immediately cheered. Their excitement was indescribable. Long live, long live, long live, long live, long live. The entire Yin Jin was cheering. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, My people, I just said that I'm going to use the power of the people in the world to unify the world. But I haven't unified the world yet. Huh? The people of Yin Jin were stunned. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Boom! The entire land of Yinjing shook violently, and a huge Yinjing city suddenly floated up. The ground cracked, and the city floated in the sky. All the people looked at this scene in shock. They didn't know what Yin Chuan was going to do. I've said that I'm going to unify the world. Now, all the people of Yinjing, follow me to the West Divine Continent. We'll destroy the great Buddha Empire and unify the world. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The Sea of Luck, Yinjing City, and Yin Chuan quickly flew to the west. The speed at which Yinjing City was flying towards the west was increasing, and the citizens were slowly recovering from their shock. His Majesty is going to bring the entire Yinjing City to the West Divine Continent and unify the world? The entire Yinjing City? Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! Excited shouts came from all directions like a tsunami. Yin Chuan stepped on the entrance of the Chaotian Palace and flew to the west with the entire Yinjing City in front of everyone's excited eyes. No one knew. In fact, there was a group of deities in the north of Yinjing City. They were the deities from the Great Qi Sacred Court. One of the three grand deities was killed by the deity Killing Gourd, so there were only two left. They were deity Tianyi and deity Deer. The group of immortals watched numbly as the city flew towards the west. They were all dumbfounded. Big brother, you said that Yin Chuan was just lucky and there's nothing to worry about, right? Is that so? Earth 2 asked in a daze. Deity Tianyi. Chapter 11:10. Cough, cough, cough. Demon King Kong held a huge gorilla in his hand as he flew towards the west. He coughed as he flew. Cracks spread across Demon King Kong's face like a spider web. His injuries were incurable. He had never been in such a sorry state before, and this was caused by a mortal in the sealed world. In the past, although Sha Di and Jing Ting were strong, they had never put him in such a sorry state. One of his arms was torn off. All the Kong family disciples who were loyal to him had betrayed him. Yin Chuan, Demon King Kong's eyes flashed with depression. The gorilla below him was still Jiaohu. Change back, change back. Power of the heavenly Tao, restore, restore. Along the way, Kong Ao Yin kept shouting, but no matter what method he used, he could not change back. No, I don't want to be a gorilla. I don't want to. Kong Ao Yin wailed. No matter how much Kong Ao Yin shouted, he could not change back. Demon King Kong looked at Kong Ao Yin and suddenly realized that he was not the unluckiest one. Stop shouting. Demon King Kong shouted. Ancestor, can you change me back? You will definitely be able to turn me back. Kong Ao Yin seemed to be grasping at the last straw of hope. You are cursed, Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. What curse? Why is it so abnormal? Ancestor, you must have a way, right? Kong Ao Yin said expectantly. Cough, cough, cough. Even with your Tao divine body, you can't break it. It seems that this curse is indeed strange. Wait until we return to the immortal world and let the elders take a look. Maybe they can break it. However, don't get your hopes up. There are not many people in the world who can break a curse that even a Tao divine can't break. Demon King Kong shook his head. Then, let's go to the immortal world. Quickly, quickly. Kong Ao Yin said expectantly. Cough, cough, cough. Wait a little longer. I have to go back and take something. Demon King Kong said. Take what? Kong Ao Yin asked curiously. The Seeking Heaven Token. Demon King Kong said. The Seeking Heaven Token? I've heard that back then. My father participated in the competition, but in the end, he was eliminated by Kong Susu. Why do you want the Heaven Seeking Medallion? Kong Ao Yin asked in confusion. The Heaven Seeking Token is for the Tao God, which means it's yours. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Oh, what's the use of the Heaven Seeking Token? Kong Ao Yin asked curiously. Cough, cough, cough. You'll know when you get it. Your body has become a gorilla. Where's your strength? Demon King Kong asked. Power? I'm still a Tao God, but this image... Kong Ao Yin was at a loss. It's good that you're still a Tao God. I'm heavily injured, so I won't have much strength left to fight for the Heaven-Seeking Token. Take the Heaven-Seeking Token, and we'll immediately head to the Immortal Realm. We'll go to your family and undo your curse. Demon King Kong said. All right, Kong Ao Yin nodded. Even he, a Tao God, could not solve it, let alone others. However, having hope was better than having no hope at all. Their speed was extremely fast, and they returned to the vicinity of the Kong clan in just 2 days. Demon King Kong waved his sleeves at his cave abode. Boom! Everything in the cave was swept up into his sleeve. Picking up the items, the two of them headed for the Thousand Buddha City. In the Thousand Buddha City, in a secret hall, Kong Mok sat cross-legged, and a white lotus flower floated above his head. Kong Mok's muscles seemed to be trembling. His bones made a cracking sound. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Kong Mok's body, and a storm suddenly appeared in the hall. Fortunately, there was a protective array. Lotus God, I've finally broken through. Am I invincible in this realm? Kong Mok said excitedly. You've broken through? Invincible? Not necessarily. I hope Demon King Kong returns with serious injuries. Lotus God's voice slowly sounded, just as Kong Mok was getting excited. Roar! A loud dragon roar suddenly came from outside the hall. A powerful enemy is invading? Kong Mok was slightly taken aback. Kong Mok quickly opened the door of the hall and stepped out. The moment he stepped out, he suddenly felt 2 powerful auras coming from the north. He turned his head and saw the one-armed Demon King Kong and a gorilla standing in midair. A gorilla? Demon King Kong was slightly confused, but he quickly stared at Demon King Kong. At this moment, Demon King Kong's face was full of cracks. He was obviously injured to the extreme. Kong Mok's eyes lit up with joy. A large number of officials quickly ran over. Your Majesty, the officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at Demon King Kong. Ancestor, did Yin Chuan die in your hands? Yin Chuan? Demon King Kong and the gorilla's expressions turned ugly. Die. Damn it, they were almost killed by him. Kong Mok, where's the heavenly token? Demon King Kong asked in a deep voice. Heavenly token? Kong Mok was slightly stunned. With a flip of his hand, Kong Mok took out an octagonal purple token. On one side was the word ask, and on the other side was the word heaven. The design and material of the heaven-seeking token were almost exactly the same as Yin Chuan's. Kong Mok looked at the heavenly token and frowned slightly. Ancestor, I have studied this heavenly token for hundreds of years, but I can't figure it out. What is the use of this heavenly token? Why do I feel that it is just a token made of purple copper? Purple copper? How can you know the intricacies of the heavenly token? Give it to me. Demon King Kong said in a deep voice. Kong Mok raised his eyebrows, somewhat reluctant. However, he really couldn't figure out this heavenly token. Was it really just ordinary purple copper? With a trace of curiosity, Kong Mok tossed the heavenly token to the sky. Demon King Kong reached out and caught it. Demon King Kong's expression changed. What's wrong? Kong Mok stared at Demon King Kong in confusion. This material? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Activate it. Demon King Kong handed the heavenly token to the gorilla. The gorilla took it and activated it. Boom! The token exploded. Demon King Kong and Kong Mok both widened their eyes. This is fake. This is not the heavenly token. Kong Mok, where is the heavenly token? Demon King Kong suddenly exclaimed. Fake? It's actually fake? I know, Kong Susu. That bitch Kong Susu still has the heavenly token. I was wondering why I couldn't figure out the heavenly token after all these years. So it's just a fake. Kong Mok's expression suddenly changed. Kong Mok was instantly furious. However, Demon King Kong did not think so. You still want to quibble in front of me? Oomph. Demon King Kong snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and struck toward Kong Mok. With one strike, 100 golden palms appeared in the air and slammed toward Kong Mok. In the past, when he faced Yen Jing, he could send out thousands of golden palms with a single strike. Now, he could only send out 100. It was obvious that his injuries were extremely serious. Oomph. Do I still need to lie to you? Kong Mok's eyes flashed coldly. As he spoke, he met the attack with his palm. Kong Mok sent out a huge energy palm. The energy palm was so huge that it instantly covered Demon King Kong's 100 energy palms. Boom! A loud explosion rang out above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, and a storm swept in all directions. The two men's palms collided, and they were evenly matched. Cough, 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 cough. Demon King Kong coughed, and his face darkened. Gather the heavenly path. Freeze. The gorilla pointed at Kong Mok. The void around Kong Mok suddenly seemed to have been sealed. Kong Mok was immediately imprisoned. You want to take my things? The gorilla said angrily. Kong Mok, who was imprisoned, was not too nervous. Suddenly, a white lotus flower appeared above his head. Lotus God, give me power! Kong Mok shouted. Kong Mok's power skyrocketed, and a terrifying force seemed to be evaporating the shackles around him. Boom! The space suddenly exploded and turned into countless crystal shards. Lotus God. Demon King Kong's expression changed. Lotus Deity. The gorilla also let out a cry. It's true. Kong Daoqiu is telling the truth. You bastard. You colluded with the Lotus God? Demon King Kong exclaimed. Run. Ancestor, run. It's the Lotus God. The gorilla's reaction was even more intense. You want to run? It's too late. I still need 2 more puppets. Wait for me to refine them. Ha ha ha. Kong Mok laughed. He reached out his hand, and a golden light suddenly appeared in the void. The golden light wrapped around the two of them. Heavenly path, help me. The gorilla roared. Boom. The scene in Yen Jin appeared again. A vast heavenly path reached the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds, imprisoning the entire city of 1,000 Buddha. Kong Mok's attack also paused for a moment. Go, go, go. Lotus God, Lotus God. The gorilla roared. He sliced through the void, and a crack suddenly appeared. He grabbed Demon King Kong and threw himself into the crack. Boom! Kong Moku's face darkened as he shattered the shackles on him. I was careless. They almost escaped to the celestial realm. Kong Mok said with a gloomy face. It's not almost. You can't stop them. Lotus God's voice sounded. Kong Mok was puzzled. Demon King Kong's foundation is injured. He might not be able to escape from you, but you can't do anything to that gorilla. Lotus God said lightly. Why? He's a Tao God. Lotus God said. A Tao God? It has something to do with the heavenly path. Kong Mok was puzzled. Yes. Back then, I killed Song Tian and destroyed the heavenly path. That's why these Tao gods will be so scared when they hear my name. However, he's still a Tao God. Although he can't defeat you, it's easy for him to escape because the heavenly path is helping him. Lotus God said. Kong Mok was extremely shocked. Song Tian was killed by Lotus God? The heavenly path was destroyed by Lotus God? Is that for real? How powerful is Lotus God? Middle Divine Continent. Yin Chuan stepped on the entire Yin Jin and continued to fly toward the West Divine Continent. Yin Chuan was already very fast, but he still had to carry a city, so he couldn't catch up with Demon King Kong's speed. Wherever he went, he was like a shooting star streaking across the sky. No one saw it clearly, and no one knew that the capital of the great celestial empire flew over their heads. After half a month of flying, Yin Jin finally crossed the East Divine Continent and the Middle Divine Continent and entered the territory of the West Divine Continent. They slowly slowed down and entered the West Divine Continent. At the same time, Yin Jin officially entered the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Roar! Roar! In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddhas, the Golden Dragon of Providence was extremely irritable. It roared and looked to the east as if it felt a great threat. Chapter 11:11. Rumble. The fortune energy in the city of Buddhas was churning. At this moment, almost all the officials and commoners looked at the sky in shock. In the sky, Kong Mok's statue had already turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of luck. The golden dragon of luck kept roaring towards the east, as if it was angry and frightened. This had never happened before. In the prison, Zhao Xinji guarded the bars alone. On the wall of the cell, there was a lot of scribbles on the wall. If an official saw it, he would know what was written on the wall. Feng Xiao's path to promotion. From the first time he was beheaded, he became more and more powerful. To this day, he had the power to overturn the imperial court. He was second only to one person and above everyone else. No. Why would Feng Xiao be in the court? Back then, there were 10 officials as substitutes, and Feng Xiao was not qualified to be in the court. However, the other 9 were in a different situation. No one saw them after that. Is there a force helping Feng Xiao? Zhao Xinji's eyes lit up. He seemed to have analyzed something. Last time, when great deity Gongyang Taolu attacked, Feng Xiao took the risk out of desperation. This was not a fluke, it was Feng Xiao's ability. He did have the courage, and this courage made me jealous, so I couldn't stay calm when dealing with him. Zhao Xinji analyzed. During the East expedition, Feng Xiao cooperated with me again and again. Let me be a villain in vain? That's not right. That's not right. The people Feng Xiao sent to my Eastern expedition are all my trusted aides. All of them are His Majesty's die-hard loyalists. Those new officials did not have a sense of belonging to the great Buddha, and Feng Xiao did not send any of them to help me. He did not let them train. Zhao Xinji's face darkened. Feng Xiao sent all the loyal officials to the great Buddha to the front line to die. Zhao Xinji's face darkened. Feng Xiao knew about Kong Daoqiu's betrayal, but he only reported it when I was hostile to him. He deliberately let me refute him in order to frame me. If he was really loyal to the great Buddha, with his power, he could have remonstrated again and again, and even sent people to supervise the Kong family disciples. But he did not, he knew. Zhao Xinji broke out in cold sweat. This is a conspiracy? Is this a conspiracy? Zhao Xinji reacted. What a powerful Feng Xiao. Back then, he was just a silk pants. Who would have known that he would have such schemes and courage? Zhao Xinji said in shock. I want to see His Majesty. I want to see His Majesty. Zhao Xinji shouted to the jailer in the distance. Shut up. The jailer shouted from afar. You still want to see His Majesty in the imperial prison? What a joke. The prison guard said disdainfully and continued to drink and eat with the other prison guards. Seeing that the jailer ignored him, Zhao Xinji immediately ran to the iron window. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Your Majesty, be careful of Feng Xiao. Zhao Xinji roared, but this place was too far away from the palace. Roar! Roar! A series of dragon roars were heard, causing Zhao Xinji's face to sink. Too late? It's too late? Zhao Xinji exclaimed. In the outside world, in front of the pantheon of Buddhas, the officials stood respectfully. Kong Mok looked at the golden dragon of Providence with a gloomy expression. He waved his hand lightly. Swish! 10 streaks of light rushed to the east and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Behind Kong Mok, Feng Xiao looked at the 10 streaks of light in surprise. Those 10 streaks of light were too fast. It was obvious that Kong Mok had his own backup plan. Feng Xiao didn't say anything. Instead, he stood quietly behind Kong Mok. Rumble! The Sea of Providence continued to churn. Kong Mok's face sank. He had a bad feeling about this. 2 days later. Swish! 10 figures quickly flew back and landed in front of Kong Mok, kneeling on one knee. Those were 10 men. However, right now, all of them had lifeless expressions on their faces. Moreover, they were all bald. Monk? That's the Bodhi Buddha? The Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground? Feng Xiao looked at the 10 bald men in surprise. Your Majesty, the great perfection, celestial empire, and Yin capital are slowly flying over. The Bodhi Buddha said stiffly. Feng Xiao narrowed his eyes. Modified humans? 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground? I understand now. No wonder those monks disappeared after the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground collapsed. There was no trace of them in the entire world. So, they were all refined into puppets by His Majesty. Feng Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Feng Xiao had seen many modified humans. There were many modified humans in the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. All of them had one thing in common. They didn't have self-consciousness. They were refined into puppets, and their original strength had increased greatly. Feng Xiao took a deep breath. There were also many officials in the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, such as Zhao Xinji, whose cultivation had increased, but they didn't completely transform into puppets. Seeing these puppets, Feng Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He had a deeper understanding of Kong Mok's coldness. An entire holy land had been completely refined by him. Yin capital? Kong Mok raised his eyebrows. The Bodhi Buddha waved his hand and used a spell to quickly condense an image. In the image, a huge city was slowly flying over. In the image, the golden dragon of great perfection, celestial empire roared. In the image, Yin Chuan stood in front of the Skyward Palace. Great perfection? Yin Chuan? Kong Mok's face darkened. A murderous look flashed in Kong Mok's eyes. At the same time, he was also shocked. Kong Mok had thought about the war between the two countries, but he had never thought that the war would come so early. Were the kings fighting each other so early? Umph! Kong Mok snorted coldly. Kong Mok flicked his sleeves and looked coldly to the east, waiting patiently. The officials of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire were in an uproar. They were shocked by the drastic change at this moment. 1 day later, finally, a huge city slowly floated over from the east. The city was secondary. The providence that filled the city was terrifying. Although they were both from the Great Perfection Celestial Empire, the providence of Great Perfection was 6 to 7 times more than that of the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. The surging providence gave people a strong sense of oppression just by looking at it from afar. From afar, one could see the officials and generals of Great Perfection Celestial Empire in front of the Skyward Palace. Boom! With a loud bang, Yin capital landed on the ground. Ghost Valley Dragon, shifting technique, dragon vein come. Feng Yinyang shouted. Rumble. The ground suddenly churned. Mountains rose from the ground, and dragon vein after dragon vein gathered toward Yin capital in the blink of an eye. Yin capital and the 10,000 Buddha city looked at each other from afar. Yin Chuan and Kong Mok faced each other from afar. Yin Chuan, how dare you? How dare you enter the territory of the great perfection, celestial empire with an entire city of people? Kong Mok shouted coldly. The territory of the great perfection, celestial empire? Ha ha! Yin Chuan laughed. Kong Mok's face darkened. Citizens of the great perfection, celestial empire, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Kong Mok shouted. As he shouted, Kong Mok slowly flew into the sky. Roar! With a dragon roar, Kong Mok's voice spread across the great perfection celestial empire along with the golden dragon of providence. Cultivators of the 10,000 Buddha city, listen up. I, Yin Chuan, am here to destroy the great perfection celestial empire. I will give you one more chance. Those who are willing to surrender to the great perfection celestial empire will not be held accountable. Those who are still unwilling to surrender will be treated as enemies of the great perfection celestial empire. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan, how dare you? Kong Mok suddenly shouted. Kong Mok, do you still remember what I said? One day, I will tear you into pieces in front of the world. Yin Chuan shouted and slowly stepped forward. The two emperors floated in the air and looked at each other coldly. Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed recently, so he was no longer afraid of Yin Chuan. However, many citizens of the 10,000 Buddha city were afraid of Yin Chuan and the great perfection celestial empire. As long as one was not blind, one would know that the great perfection celestial empire occupied 4.5 of the 5 divine continents. The great perfection celestial empire only had half. What? How are they going to fight? Many citizens defended the great perfection celestial empire, but there were also citizens who fled the city in fear. They fled toward Yinjin. How dare you? Kong Mok glared. Before Kong Mok could make a move, one of his subordinates had already started shouting. Bastard! Royal guards, follow me and capture these traitors. Feng Xiao suddenly roared. Feng Xiao led some of his officials and soared into the sky. A large number of royal guards followed behind them as they flew out of Yinjin as if they were going to capture traitors. Kong Mok frowned slightly. He was gratified by such a loyal official. At the same time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! Feng Xiao flew at the front. However, he did not capture the traitors. Instead, he flew straight into Yinjin. Feng Xiao. Kong Mok's expression changed. Whoosh! Feng Xiao landed in front of the Chaotian Hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. Feng Xiao bowed to Yin Chuan. Kong Mok, who was standing in the distance, could not wrap his head around this. The impact on the civil and military officials in front of the 10,000 Buddha Hall was even greater. Feng Xiao had betrayed them? The Great Buddha Empire? Ha ha! Is this also the Great Buddha Empire? Yin Chuan laughed. Then, Yin Chuan's face became serious. Great Jun Army, take over the West Divine Continent. His loud roar resounded across the world along with the luck. The marshals of the West Divine Continent suddenly charged into the battlefield. At the same time, loud cheers were heard from the cities of the Great Buddha Empire. The city lord of Sanxian City leads the entire city to submit to the Great Jun Empire. Long live your majesty. The city lord of Wuxing City leads the entire city to submit to the Great Jun Empire. Long live your majesty. In an instant, countless cities in the West Divine Continent submitted to the Great Jun Empire. The flags of the cities kept changing. In an instant, the entire West Divine Continent was in a mess. In the sky above the city of 10,000 Buddha, the original luck was gathering in the direction of Yinjin at an extremely terrifying speed. More and more luck was flowing out. The golden dragon of the city of 10,000 Buddha also slowly turned ethereal and let out a cry. Roar! How can this be? How can this be? Countless citizens and officials were terrified. Kong Mok also looked at the sky in shock, as if this was a dream. In the distance, Yin Chuan looked at Kong Mok coldly and said, "You're still far from being an emperor. You even made the most basic mistake of using people. You don't deserve to be an emperor." No, this is impossible. Feng Xiao, it must be you, Feng Xiao. Kong Mok suddenly exclaimed. Feng Xiao smiled at Kong Mok and bowed. This bow was originally a show of respect, but in Kong Mok's eyes, it was so sarcastic. Fake. Everything was fake. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.